This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Nerves are running high in the chimp nursery as newcomer Brian is introduced to volatile Sheamus.
Sheamus, behave yourself.
It's either going to go amazingly well, or I imagine it'll end in tears.
Dinda, the hand-reared baby orangutan, faces a big challenge. She's spending her first night in the orang nursery. And orangutan Amy has a smashing time. Monkey World Rescue Center was set up 20 years ago by the late Gibbon Cronin. It's a thriving 65-acre sanctuary in Dorset, giving refuge to abused and neglected primates. Caring for their 160 animals is Park Director Alison Cronin, Animal Manager Jeremy, and a team of dedicated Primate Care Staff.
This park exists for the individual monkeys and apes that need rescuing and what their needs are. And we sort of look at the different groups of monkeys and apes as families, and these are their homes. So as they grow up, we'll grow up with them and evolve.
Since Monkey World began, 185 apes and monkeys have been rescued, giving them a second chance of life with their own kind. New arrival, Brian, has been living in the chimp nursery with dominant female Sally and youngsters Ben and Pip. But today he's about to face a big challenge. Brian's going to meet the nursery's naughtiest resident, Sheamus.
He's the one we've been wondering about because he's so boisterous, such a little hooligan, and Brian has those same tendencies, so it's either going to go amazingly well, or I imagine it'll end in tears pretty quickly if they both get overexcited.
Chimpanzees are extremely sociable, and alliances are very important to them. Brian has built up a strong relationship with Sally.
So we made sure that Brian stayed at least 24 hours with Sally, all on her own, so that they now have a bond.
Sally is the park's resident foster mum. She helped to raise 29 chimps, including Sheamus. And the pair are extremely close. So nobody's quite sure if there'll be friction when Brian arrives.
Of course, Sally and Sheamus's bond is stronger, and therefore she might choose Sheamus's side if Brian and Sheamus have a dispute. I think she might actually stick with Brian, though, because I think she's a bit fed up with Sheamus and his boisterous activities.
Animal Manager Jeremy is on hand for when Sheamus arrives to make sure things run as smoothly as possible. And it's a good job he is. When Sheamus makes his entrance, he's his typical rowdy self.
Hey! Sheamus, behave. Sheamus, behave yourself.
There's an air of excitement in the nursery. This meeting could still go very badly.
Sheamus, behave.
Sally's the boss in here, but Jeremy's on hand to calm things down if needed. He can't stop the chimp's unruly behaviour, but he can step in and take Sheamus outside if he has to.
Stop it.
Later on, Jeremy needs Sally's help to keep Sheamus under control.
Keep on top of this, Sally. Don't let it out your sight.
And over in the orangutan's nursery, Mum Xiao Kuai also has her hands full with the confident young Kai. Monkey World is home to 13 orangutans. The youngest is 9-month-old Dinda. And today, Keeper Mike is moving her development on a stage.
It's your last trip, isn't it? You're going to be a big girl now. You're going to be with all the big boys and girls. No baby, no more.
Mum Roro failed to feed Dinda, so she's been hand-reared by Mike. But she can't stay with humans forever. Mike's hopeful she's ready to move into the orangutan nursery full-time.
You're free. This is your last nappy. So you can go in here. little guinea. Here we go. Yep. She's been coming down here now for quite a few days. And you see, she doesn't cry now. She's fantastic. She got so used to being moved to different, cages and going different places with different keepers. Put her in there. First couple of days we started bringing her down. She would start to give a little cry. We used to just go outside and sit outside and wait, and with about 3-4 minutes she'd shut up. And as soon as she'd hear you, she'd start crying again. And then it just went quiet after a week or so.
Dinda has been spending her days in the orangutan nursery and going home with Mike. But that's all about to change.
Tonight's her first big night, because she thinks she's going home at 3 o'clock, which is going to be a big shock to her. She will go in here, have her tea, and then she's going to sleep with, at the moment, I think it's going to be Arme and Jolie. And then I'm going to sleep on the floor here with her tonight, and maybe tomorrow, just to make sure nothing untoward happens. And then she can live in the nursery full time. Touch wood, fingers crossed, it should be plain sailing.
Unlike Dinda, 2-year-old Kai has been reared by his mum since birth. He is growing up fast, and over the last year, he's been developing his climbing and swinging skills. Orangutans' feet work like an extra pair of hands. In the wild, this helps them move through the treetops. Kai is slowly getting to grips with the outdoor enclosure. He's bold enough to explore by himself. But being the perfect mum, Xiao Kuai is there to offer a helping hand when he just can't make it on his own. In the wild, young orangutans usually stay with their mothers until they're around 7 years old. They will learn everything from them, including what to eat and how to build nests. Kai's confident and independent. He likes to show off his climbing skills as he explores. Mature, self-sufficient, making his own way in the big, wide world. With Mum a couple of paces behind, just in case. It's a risky business being a baby orangutan, and Xiao Kuai isn't going to take any chances. So, whether it's high up on the tower or lower down on the poles, she follows him on all his adventures. And, in the end, it's pretty clear that even the most intrepid adventurer appreciates having a mum around when they're a bit tired. Back in the chimp nursery, new arrival Brian is meeting lovable hooligan Sheamus, and animal manager Jeremy is on hand as referee.
Just some brain checklist. Don't get bouncy. Fat lump.
The meeting could still go either way. Sheamus is still exerting that never-ending energy of his, and Jeremy is still trying to keep the peace. Sheamus might be a handful, but Sally's right there to help Jeremy out.
Daughter, Sal. Good girl, Sal. Good girl, Sal.
She's spending her time playing with Sheamus, but there's a reason for this. Sally's keeping him away from Brian.
Good girl, Sal. Sort him out. Sort him out. Where's that little boy gone? He's there. It's good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy, Shay. Good boy. Good boy. Let him calm down. It's all a bit much for this little lad. He's doing really well. Sheamus is Tigger. He's big and bouncy with little brain, and so he's all over. You know, he's a bit too big and strong, but then Sally's stepping in and policing everything to keep him under control. It's all a bit much for poor little Brian, isn't it? It's all a lot to take in for a little boy, isn't it? Yeah. It's all very much to take in for a little chap on his early days.
And it's not surprising that Brian's having a hard time settling. Before coming to Monkey World, Brian had a tragic start in life. He was stolen from the wild in West Africa and was smuggled to Mexico, where he was being trained as a beach photographer's prop. But he had a lucky escape. He was confiscated by the Mexican authorities and handed over to Jim and Alison. This is Brian's first week living at Monkey World.
You know, he's only a little lad. He's only a very young boy, and he's had, you know, quite a horrendous, well, incredibly horrendous week. He's moved home. He's flown halfway around the world. He's met a whole new load of people. I mean, he was, you know, everybody in his life now he's never seen before, so he's got to make friends. He's got to, you know, everything's... I'm going to keep on, I don't care. I'm going to keep on with this interview because I'm just so professional. Everything is just totally new to him. So, I mean, he's only a little lad. Of course he's going to be a bit shell-shocked, and every now and again he goes into this sort of shut-off mode, and then he sort of gets his brain together, and then he's back on form again.
Brian is a sociable chimp, which is helping his integration. But with a rogue like Sheamus to contend with, Brian definitely needs to look out for himself.
Hey, Sheamus, come here. Sit down. Sit down with me and be calm. Yeah, come on, sit down, calm. Calm. Sit down. Oh, no, sorry, I'm trying to keep him calm. I just said how good you are at this. Right, sit here and behave.
The nursery can be a chaotic place, and Jeremy certainly has his hands full.
And calm, and relax. Deep breath and relax. You're not listening, are you?
In Monkey World's chimp nursery, it's been 2 hours since new boy Brian was introduced to hooligan Sheamus. And finally, an air of calm has descended on the group.
Just relax. Sheamus, relax. Not the bum in the face. We don't do bums in faces, particularly your farty bottom. Everybody's made it clear to Sheamus that if he touches Brian, that he's in big trouble. And I think the tiny bit of brain cell that Sheamus has got has just dawned on him.
3-year-old Brian is understandably wary of Sheamus, but he's brave enough to join him in a play session.
Sheamus?
Sheamus is at last calming down, and the chimps seem to be getting along.
Very nicely, Sheamus. Good boy.
This is the breakthrough that Jeremy has been waiting for. Sheamus starts to groom Brian.
Of course, all this grooming is a really, really important thing to these chaps. It's how they speak. And it's quite simple. You know, if you are grooming somebody, you come in peace. You're not being aggressive. You're not being, you know, you only want peace, peaceful communication rather than aggressive. And it really is that simple. Now, clearly, it is an instinctive thing because young Brian here won't have learnt much, in so much as he's had very little chimpanzee socialising in his life. Of course, with Sally here, he's got a really good teacher, you know, because she's so patient with him. She's so, you know, she doesn't lose it with him. She doesn't get angry with him. She's, you know, she's very consistent with him. I really don't think this could have gone any better today. You know, it really is, it's all good. I mean, look at him now. I mean, an hour ago he was very cautious of Sheamus and, you know, he was okay, but he's cautious. Now, in the last few minutes, he's actually instigated contact with Sheamus and playing with Sheamus, and it's all, you know, it's all coming together really nicely.
Back in the orangutan nursery, baby Dinda is moving in full-time. And keeper Mike is moving in too.
This is just for one night.
As this is Dinda's first overnight with orangutans, Mike's sleeping alongside her. But these days, he's not into roughing it.
But sometimes I've had just a sort of blow-up mattress which goes on the floor. But I thought for the next 2 nights, I'm a little bit older than the last time I did this, I thought for the next 2 nights I'll have a little bit of luxury. Be the first night that she's actually spent with an orangutan rather than a human being for company. So it's a very big night for her. I will be here on the bed here in case anything goes wrong, but I don't think anything will. I think it's going to be a straightforward night. She may wake up during the night and just wonder where she is. Any problems, I'm here, and Jeremy's at the other end of the radio as well. So it's a very important step for her tonight. This is another move on. And it also means, hopefully, that the keepers and myself won't have to sort of sit with her at night time. She's got a nice big cage here and bedrooms that she can climb around in, so she's going to be moving around a lot more. She's going to develop, she's going to work up her appetite more. She's going to grow quicker as well and interact with what she should be interacting with, and that's orangutans. It's a great relief, though, when they do sort of leave home, as it were, and end up being part of the orangutan colony here at Monkey World. And I'll be redundant. That'll be fantastic.
But Dinda's not going to be the youngest orang in Monkey World for long. Soon there's news of another baby in need of a new home. Monkey World is committed to keeping all their animals busy and occupied. And that's just what animal manager Jeremy is doing for the orangutans. In the wild, most of an orangutan's food grows in the treetops, and they have little reason to come to the ground. So Jeremy's hanging up giant fruit ice lollies to refresh them on this hot day. Just like us, an orang's primary sense is sight. And both Roro and Lucky have spotted their prizes. But Lucky's not having much luck. Others want to steal her prize. Leading the way is Amy. She's higher up the group pecking order, so Lucky knows it's best just to let her steal the ice. Amy doesn't share. She is stubborn and not to be messed with. In captivity, orangutans, like most primates, have a hierarchy. At the bottom is Xiao Lan. This means she's going to have to patiently wait her turn. Amy loves her food, and not even 21-year-old male Tuan is going to come between her and her giant ice lolly. Tuan may be bigger and stronger than Amy, but he's smart enough just to sit and watch and wait. Amy is particularly clever, and she's worked out a way of getting to enjoy the ice quicker. But the platform isn't strong enough to crack the prize. When she gives up, Tuan's patience has paid off. He's right there, ready to take over. But even his powerful jaw can't break through. Amy, though, hasn't given up at all. She's just found another ice lolly that looks easier to smash. And this time, she cracks it. Smashed to pieces, she can finally indulge. But the big male Tuan has been keeping his eye on Amy, and now he's determined to get his share. Full speed ahead. It's obvious he's not going to give up, so Amy cleverly smashes her share and gives him some. She might be selfish, but she's not stupid. Half a lolly is better than no lolly at all. Amy and her troop live in one of 3 orangutan groups at the park. Next door to her is the unique Orang Creche. 3 youngsters from different backgrounds live here. They're looked after by a foster mum, 13-year-old May. 3 years ago, Monkey World became the European creche for orphaned orangutan babies needing a new home.
Any babies that are born within the captive population throughout Europe, if their mothers don't care for them properly and they can't be integrated back into a group of orangutans, they will be sent to Monkey World to join Ame and all of our guys over there.
And it looks like Ame's soon going to have another baby to look after.
Got a phone call in an email last week, and it turns out that there is I believe she's coming up to be about 2 years old now, female Bornean orangutan who was orphaned at birth, and they haven't been successful putting her back in the group in Paris. This is the old Menagerie Zoo in Paris, and their baby orangutan, Lingga, will be coming to join Aris, Jolie, Xiaoning, and Ame now in our nursery group, so it's becoming quite a little international set.
Rescuing primates or giving them a home when needed is a crucial part of Monkey World's work. Lingga will be the 186th primate to join the park. And it's animal manager Jeremy who's made the journey to Paris to collect her. He'll need to spend time getting to know Lingga. It's important she has someone she feels comfortable with to help her to settle into her new life.
This must be Lingga. She's the only one that's the right sort of size and age. Certainly looks in good shape. Right, well, let's go and say hello to her then.
And next time, Jeremy gets more than he bargained for. Lingga has him under attack.
No, not the aerial assault, no!
In Paddy's chimp group, all hell breaks out. Over a big fruit lolly. And Alison says her goodbyes to Julio, the woolly monkey she hand-reared from birth.
Job well done, I guess, because he's quite a nice little lad. Even though you do suck your thumb still. I know.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, animal manager Jeremy is under attack.
Not the aerial assault, no!
He's in Paris collecting Lingga, an orphaned orangutan who needs to be with her own kind.
You have got too much energy and you're too ugly and we don't want you. We've changed our minds, you're not coming out with us.
In Paddy's chimp group, all hell breaks loose over a big fruity freeze. And Alison says her goodbyes to Julio, the woolly monkey she hand-reared from birth.
We'll see you later. You be good. You be good.
Over the past 21 years, Monkey World has rescued and rehabilitated 185 primates. 10 of these have been orangutans. Today, animal manager Jeremy is in Paris to meet number 11. Baby female orangutan Lingga at the Menagerie du Jardin des Plantes. Lingga was rejected by her mum at birth and raised by the keepers. They were unable to integrate her with the zoo's older orangs, and now everybody hopes she'll find a home in Monkey World's orangutan creche. Jeremy's first job of the day is to introduce himself to Lingga.
On the premise that the best way to an animal's heart is through his stomach, like a man, this is going to be the way of getting to know Lingga, and Lingga getting to know me if I feed her, which is all good. Hello, Rabeg. I've got your tea here. Goodness me, what do you fancy? Eh? Is that good? Is that what you wanted? We're reading between the lines a little bit. She's obviously a professional eater. But we can use that to our advantage. What? What are you doing? What are you like? You're not exactly shy, are you? Are you good? You're a very pretty little girl, aren't you? Yes, you are. Now, it's good to see that she is obviously quite precocious, quite forward, not shy, not
intimidated. It's just nice that she's been brought up that way. And also she can see the other orangs next door to her. So clearly she knows what an orang is, and she probably knows she is one.
All primates have different personalities, and getting to know them can be a challenge. 2 years ago, Monkey World head keeper Lee collected baby Aris from Germany. Aris was brought up with gorillas, and Lee found a confident and outgoing orang waiting for him. Last year, keeper Mike brought Jolie back from Moscow Zoo, but she was very shy, and it took him several days to gain her trust.
Have you packed your bags yet?
Later, we see how Lingga reacts when Jeremy takes the next step and goes into her enclosure. And at Monkey World, Alison gives last goodbyes to the woolly monkey she hand-reared from birth. Monkey World Ape Rescue Center is home to 59 chimps, the largest natural living collection outside Africa. All the chimpanzees have been successfully grouped into troops. The largest is Paddy's family of 19. Chimps are intelligent and inquisitive. The park staff work hard to keep them occupied, and today they're providing an unusual challenge, a giant ice lolly. And here's Paddy, the head of the troop and the first on the scene. The giant lolly is the perfect way to cool down on a hot summer's day. By providing them with just one treat, the keepers hope the troop will work together as a team. This should keep them occupied for hours. But 27-year-old Clin has other ideas. She wants the ice to herself, but the troop isn't going to let her get away with that. The ice is filled with different fruits, and smart Cindy has found a stick to dislodge the tasty bits. In the wild, chimps use a variety of tools to help them extract food, including twigs and straw blades to help search for termites and stones to crack open nuts. Back at the park, Clin's not happy at having to share, and chimps being chimps, it's not long before a scuffle breaks out. And there goes Clin with the ice again. Clin had a traumatic start in life. She was a laboratory chimp, which meant restricted meals. Now she hoards her food. The group are happy to let her do this at mealtimes, but with just one treat on offer, no chance. And later, Clin's not the only one having trouble sharing. Little Eddie really wants this fruit lolly, but will she be able to keep it to herself? The chimpanzees are one of 15 different species living at the park. These include lemurs, gibbons, capuchins, and woolly monkeys. Julio is the youngest of the woolly monkeys. Park director Alison is very close to him.
He's just a superstar. He loves playing with, pushing out of the way, grabbing food from whether it's the dominant male, any of the dominant females. He still likes seeing the old girl Suzie. And he's just a playful, lovely little lad that they all love.
Julio's mum, Kuna, rejected him at birth. For his own safety, he had to be taken away.
Get in there, get in. Hey! Is the baby okay, Alison?
I believe so. We've got toes, fingers. I don't see any blood.
Alison took on the mighty challenge of bringing him up. He's only the second woolly monkey in the world to survive being hand-reared.
Good girl.
As he grew up, he began to interact with other woolly monkeys. And now, Julio is 18 months old and looking good.
For me, I mean, I'm just really pleased, but this is probably going to be one of the very last times that I'm able to sort of come in and see Julio and give him a little bit of a hug and a check as much as I am right now, because he's growing up, and this was our goal in the first instance, was to get him back into the family group of woolly monkeys and fully functioning so that he can have his own family one day. And, you know, job well done, I guess, because he's quite a nice little lad, even though you do suck your thumb still. I know.
But as Julio enters adolescence, he's changing.
His head's going to change a lot. So over his eyebrow ridge, like Lavar, the dominant male, he'll get much broader on the head. His shoulders will fill out. The base of his tail will become much thickened. Also, of course, the huge canines that just make what is a very excitable, high-strung, temperamental species downright dangerous as they become fully matured and fully armed.
The woolly monkeys are part of a global endangered species breeding program, and every new baby is important. So the whole team are excited that Julio's mum, Kuna, is pregnant again. But they're also worried. She might reject the new baby just as she did Julio.
What we want is for the baby to grow up with its mother, with Kuna. So we're hoping that she's grown up a bit more and that she'll do a better job than she did with Julio the first time around. So hopeful, but wary.
Back in Paris, baby orangutan Lingga is meeting animal manager Jeremy, and he's gone into her enclosure.
She's better when I'm sat on the floor.
Jeremy sits down in an attempt to make Lingga feel more comfortable.
You coming over here? Hello.
But the food is much more attractive than Jeremy.
Okay. Of course, she's got to learn a whole new routine of living with other animals. She's got to learn to share. But the way she knocks back her food in 2 minutes, not having any competition, would suggest that that won't be too hard. Orangs are not renowned for being overly active, but she's a very active young lady. Probably make her more of a nightmare to look after because she's always into things that she shouldn't be. But that's all okay.
So far, Jeremy and Lingga have got along well. But he's kept his distance. Gaining an orang's trust comes in stages. Will she let him make physical contact?
What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you bad? You a bad girl? You a bad influence? I suspect so. I suspect you'd be a real bad influence on our people. I don't know why we should inflict you on them. If you don't get pushy, you know, she's now offering herself for a tickle here, so I'm taking up the offer and it's all good. You know, whereas if you wade in gung-ho to start with, it'll only go badly. Whereas if she's just come and been quite comfortable in my presence, now she thinks that's fun. And I know some of these places which makes orangs fall apart when you touch them. There's one. Tickle around there, tickle around there.
Coming up, Jeremy gets more than he bargained for.
You don't know any other games, do you? All you know is fighting silly games.
The orangutans get some exercise climbing for melons, and Eddie becomes the most popular chimp in Paddy's group, at least while her ice lolly lasts. In Paris, Monkey World animal manager Jeremy is getting to know baby orangutan Lingga. She's being transferred to Monkey World's orangutan creche, and she's much livelier than Jeremy expected.
Not the aerial assault, no, no. That is not fair. It's just not fair.
Lingga is very taken with Jeremy and loves their play session.
Change my mind, you're not coming home with me anymore.
And she can give as good as she gets.
I'm getting bored with this game. You don't know any other games, do you? All you know is fighting silly games. You have got too much energy and you're too ugly and we don't want you. We've changed our minds, you're not coming home with us. You're just a roughy, tufty, horrible, smelly, rotten monkey. Changed my mind, she's too rough, we're gonna leave her. She's too horrible. See you later, when I've cancelled your ticket. Yes.
Jeremy's happy. They're going to transfer Lingga to Monkey World in the morning.
Yeah, just spent half, three-quarters of an hour with Lingga and had the living daylights knocked out of me. But it's really good that she's not focused like an animal that's been hand-reared by, say, one person with no proximity to others of their species, because she's, you know, she's very outgoing, she's very forward, and a hand-reared animal will really focus on one person and get sort of imprinted, and she's not like that at all. They've really brought her up well with many people being involved, so she doesn't get too fixed on one person. So I'm really happy, and I'm sure it'll be a lot nicer for her, the whole move, you know, for a new life at Monkey World. 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll start the journey home. I want to make a good early start tomorrow, much to the horror of the local people who are going to help me put her in the van. But then, you know, the earlier we can leave here, then the earlier we'll get back to Monkey World and more of the day she has to settle in.
Lingga's keepers will join her on the trip. This will make her feel more secure, and they can see that she settles well. They've looked after her for 2 years, but they know it's the best thing for her.
Lingga a été élevée à la main par nos soins, et c'est devenu une petite guenon tout à fait indépendante, très joueuse, très active, prête à intégrer un nouveau groupe le plus tôt possible. Donc on est tous évidemment très tristes de la voir partir, mais très optimistes quant à son futur avenir au Monkey World avec ses petits congénères.
Later, how will Lingga cope with the early start as she begins her journey to Monkey World?
Twist her arm, you know, OK, I'll have an early breakfast. As long as I don't have to get out of bed.
And can little Eddie still get whatever she wants from her dad, Paddy? Eventually, Lingga will join the park's 13 orangutans that are split into 3 groups. One of these is headed by male Tuan. He's lucky enough to have 4 girls in his group. Today they're having a treat, sweet-tasting melons. Amy loves her food. And she'll stop at nothing to get it. Xiaolan ranks below her in the pecking order and is smart enough to give up her prize. In captivity, female orangutans develop a hierarchy relating to age and size. Amy takes full advantage of her top position. In the wild, orangs forage for leaves and fruit in the forest canopy, so the keepers have placed the melons high up to encourage them to replicate their natural feeding behaviour. "21-year-old Tuan wants some melon. Unfortunately for Roro, he wants her melon. But she's not handing it over without a fight. Orangutans naturally move slowly, but for them, this is a full-on punch-up. Roro's only half Tuan's size, so there's only ever going to be one winner. In the wild, orangutans spend much of their day feeding, and fruit makes up about 60% of their diet. After making her way through nearly 2 whole watermelons, even Amy's full. So Roro finally gets a melon to herself. But she's going to have to be quick. Tuan's back again. Poor Roro knows she's no match for him, and she backs off. Again. On the other side of the park, Paddy's troop are enjoying their giant ice lolly. But like the orangs, the chimps aren't always good at sharing. Youngster Eddie hasn't had any of the lolly. And prankster Gamba decides Eddie's just one mouth too many. Drastic measures are called for, and after eyeing up her options, it's Dad Paddy she targets. She may well be the boss's daughter, but she can't always get her own way. As a baby, it was a different story. She could have whatever she liked from her dad and stopped at nothing to get it. Today, Eddie's struggling to get her hands on any of the treat, but she's not about to give up. And finally, her persistence pays off. But she's about to get a taste of her own medicine. Suddenly, she's the most popular chimp in the park. It's 4 o'clock in the morning in Paris, and Jeremy is getting Lingga ready for her journey to Britain.
Right. There we go, a bit warmer. Having an early breakfast, so she doesn't seem to object to too much. Twist her arm, you know, OK, I'll have an early breakfast. As long as I don't have to get out of bed. Of course, the sooner we set off, the sooner we get home, the sooner we can settle her in back at Monkey World. It's quite a long day we've got in front of us.
Jeremy arrived in Paris less than 24 hours ago, but he and Lingga formed an instant bond.
Very pretty little girl, aren't you? Yes, you are.
After an early breakfast, it's time for the team to get moving.
Right, we'll go now, yeah? The sooner we go, the better, and then she can start settling down.
And her keepers are travelling with her to make her trip as comfortable as possible. Britain is 10 hours away, but when she finally arrives in Monkey World, Lingga will be in safe hands. Monkey World is the European creche for orphaned orangutan babies. It's currently home to 4 toddlers cared for by foster mum Ame. Everybody hopes that Lingga's outgoing nature will help her settle in around the likes of Aris and the gang. Next time, little Lingga's confidence deserts her as she takes her first steps on British soil.
Come on then, let's go. Come on, Lingga. Good girl.
An operation on Chimp Brian's teeth reveals the damage caused from his traumatic past life.
That looks like dead old tooth to me. It's the wrong colour, which indicates it's probably dead. It's moving, which it shouldn't do. It has to go. So I may as well get on with it while the X-ray is being developed.
And stump-tailed macaque Coco gets a helping hand.
It's quite simple, really. You know, why walk when you can have a ride?
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Little Lingga's confidence deserts her as she takes her first steps on British soil.
What we hadn't realised is that she's never actually walked on grass before.
An operation on chimp Brian's teeth reveals the damage caused from his traumatic past life.
This is more interesting than I thought.
And stump-tailed macaque Coco gets a helping hand.
Why walk when you can have a ride?
It's early morning at Monkey World, and over in the Orangutan nursery, baby Lingga has arrived from Paris. But she needs some encouragement from Alison to take her first steps outside.
What we hadn't realized is that she's never actually walked on grass before. So this is all a bit of a new experience for her, and the first of many, I hazard to say. She's quite curious and gregarious, because as a complete stranger to her, I'm shocked that she's sort of so open and friendly and welcoming to me. So that's a good sign, you know, with everybody that she has to meet in the orangutan nursery in the coming days. It's going to be very good that she's gregarious.
Lingga might be confident with people, but she's not with the big wide world outside her travelling box. The team needs a plan. In Paris, Jeremy discovered something about Lingga's character that may just help them.
Very polite. She's obviously a professional eater. But we can use that to our advantage.
And at the park, her appetite is indeed their bargaining tool.
And she had another drink.
And why settle for one grape when a whole bag is available?
Wait, what are you doing? My bag. My bag.
Lingga is no fool. It's back to the safety of her travelling box.
You didn't teach this thing some manners.
No, I reckon she got that from you in the last 2 days.
The little 2-year-old's love of food is more important to her than her fear of grass, and it's not long before she's following a grape trail around the enclosure. And now she's out, Alison's going to do her best to keep Lingga out of the box.
Yeah, I've sort of sat in the entrance to the box, so it isn't so easy for her. She can always push past, but it isn't quite so easy for her just to go strolling back in. And she's starting to mooch about and check things out.
Lingga's French keepers travelled with her to Monkey World.
Hey, Lingga!
And they're really helping her settle down. Lingga had better take full advantage of having the enclosure and food to herself, because tomorrow she's going to meet her new family, and she'll have to learn to share. Over in the chimp nursery, Brian has been separated from the rest of the group. He's been at the park for a few weeks now. He's settling in well and loves putting animal manager Jeremy through his paces.
Go on, leave me alone. No. Stop it. Stop it. His greatest pleasure in life is to have a fight. So I go in there and say, hello, Brian, and yeah, we'll have a fight. OK, we've had a fight, and you've had your laugh. Now, can we relax for a while? No, we can't relax. We'll have another fight. Oh! Stop it. You know, I'm getting a bit old for it. Can we just do something else for a minute? No, got to have another fight. I'm too old. I'm too tired, and I don't like you.
Brian looks healthy enough, but his past may be catching up with him. Before coming to Monkey World, he was being trained as a beach photographer's prop in Mexico.
Good boy, Brian.
When Alison and her late husband Jim first met Brian, they were shocked by what they found. All but 4 of his teeth had been knocked out. His owner didn't want him biting the tourists he was being forced to pose with.
We've seen it before with many primates where the front teeth get removed, but never all of them. So we were trying to figure out how somebody could have, you know, it would have been a big operation to remove every single tooth in the poor little guy's head.
You come be with me.
Chimps grow 2 sets of teeth, just like humans. Brian's lost his baby teeth, so he still has a set of permanent teeth yet to grow. and the team are taking no chances. Brian's adult teeth could have been damaged by harsh treatment. It's important to find out just how much harm has been done. Vets John Lewis and David Harding are here to run x-rays and carry out any medical attention that little Brian might need.
Don't ever assume that an animal isn't in pain, because it's not good for them to show it. If you show you're in pain, then you're weak, and if you're weak, you're going to be capitalised upon. So, and he's so tough anyway. I mean, he could be in agony or not. I don't think he is, but, you know, we'll sort it out.
Later, wildlife vet John Lewis is concerned by what he finds.
It's rotten. It's the wrong colour, which indicates it's probably dead. It has to go. So I may as well get on with it while the x-rays are being developed.
And at the other side of the park, stump-tailed macaque Coco has settled in well. She's even got 2 geriatric boys all to herself.
I don't think they're in love, but they're not grumbling at each other like old people do.
Inside the chimpanzee nursery, Monkey World's youngest chimps, Ash and Rodders, have been given toy balls to play with. But it looks like Rodders is more interested in the box. Playtime is just as vital for young chimps as it is for human kids. It allows them to learn, develop and find their own unique personalities. This pair are now 2 years old. Their mums unfortunately rejected them, but being around the same age means they can grow up together. Rodders and Ash couldn't be more different. For Rodders, the balls are all about having fun. But Ash is more inquisitive. She's trying to crack the balls open, just in case there's a hidden treat waiting for her inside. Back with Brian. He's safely under anaesthetic in the medical room and is being prepared for his x-rays. Wildlife vet John Lewis needs these so he can assess the damage caused to Brian's mouth from having his teeth knocked out.
The x-rays have been taken, they now need to be developed, so we'll wait for them to be developed. And while we're waiting, we're going to have a look at the mouth, see if there's anything obvious I can just remove, like little tips of, you know, temporary teeth or whatever. So I can be doing that while the x-rays are being developed. When they come back, we can confirm that I'm taking out all I need to take out. So what actually has he got left in here?
John immediately spots a problem with one of Brian's remaining teeth.
That looks like dead old tooth to me. But the question is whether he's got roots up here, which the x-rays will help to tell us.
Although chimpanzees are very good at masking pain, this tooth is likely to be causing him discomfort.
It's rotten. It's the wrong colour, which indicates it's probably dead. It's moving, which it shouldn't do. So even if that were a permanent tooth, it has to go. So I may as well get on with it while the x-rays are being developed. Just trying to see the extent of the rotten tooth. But I can feel another tooth behind it. Well, in fact, literally behind him. So it looks as if this tooth is actually sitting in front of, not on top of, but in front of another tooth. And I rather think that we got a temporary to the front that's probably disturbing a permanent tooth erupting, trying to erupt. And I don't know whether, I was wondering why I could feel so much tooth here, but actually I think it's another tooth. That is very odd.
Brian's only 3, so he should still have his baby teeth. But as they were forcibly removed, his adult teeth are coming through prematurely.
Perfectly normal molars coming through there. And where my thumb is, looks like the tip of a perfectly normal canine.
John suspects that Brian's adult tooth is directly behind the rotten one. He needs to be very cautious.
Before I go digging any further around the back of what I think is the temporary tooth that has to come out. I want to be sure that I'm not going to damage the tip of the canine coming through. So I'm just going to hang fire. He's all right, so I've got no time pressure. The x-rays will be here in about 5 minutes.
Later on, the results are back, and they are not what wildlife vet John Lewis expected.
It is a permanent, you know. And it's a shattered permanent. This is more interesting than I thought.
And in Paddy's troop, little Eddie is growing up fast. But how will she take to another baby in the group?
The Primate Care Staff will do everything possible to keep Eddie happy so that Mum can get on with what she needs to do with the next step. Hopefully she gets pregnant and has a baby.
At Monkey World in the medical room, wildlife vet John Lewis is assessing the damage caused to Chimp Brian's mouth. Before coming to the park, Brian was being trained as a beach photographer's prop and had his teeth forcibly removed. The x-rays are back. And, after close inspection, the results are not what John suspected. He believed Brian had a rotten baby tooth, but...
It is a permanent, you know. And it's a shattered permanent tooth. This is more interesting than I thought.
Because you can't see a permanent.
He believed the problem tooth was a temporary with an adult one behind, but this is not the case. And even though the tooth is permanent, it's rotten, so will still need to be removed.
And as it comes. Oh, yeah. Very damaged tooth.
Yeah,
Gosh, that is weird, isn't it?
it does look very strange.
It looks like a rather small permanent tooth, but it's been shattered or broken in earlier life. It's distorted, it hasn't got the right kind of root structure. There should be a longer root on it. You can see the enamel's been damaged here.
Yeah.
And that piece, presumably, at one point, wasn't there at all.
It's likely this tooth was shattered when Brian had his temporary teeth knocked out in Mexico. Only time will tell if more of his permanent teeth have been damaged.
Yeah, I'm happy we've taken out an abnormal broken tooth. Fine, so that problem is over. But I want the dentist to now look at the quality of the permanent teeth coming through and the number of permanent teeth coming through and so on. And then we can make a prediction, a more accurate prediction as to what will happen next. But I think he'll probably be okay now. So it's good.
Brian won't need any stitches. This hole ought to heal within a week, and it shouldn't cause him any pain. He's going to feel a lot more comfortable after this operation.
Oh, yeah?
Later, Hanania's adult chimp group prove you are never too old to have fun. And stump-tailed macaque Coco is settling well into park life, with a helping hand from animal manager Jeremy. Monkey World's 59 chimpanzees are split into 4 groups. The largest and most settled is Paddy's troop. The birth of Eddie 5 years ago contributed greatly to the harmony of the group. She is the park's first chimp to grow up with her mum, Suzie, and extended family.
Little baby Eddie, she's grown up, you know, tremendously within the group. It's brought the group together, you know, and Eddie's now 5, and she's, you know, virtually fully weaned. Since Eddie came along, the group calmed down so much more. It was amazing, you know. It really brought the group so much closer together. So we've had a meeting, and it's been decided that we'll take Suzie off the pill again and let Suzie have another baby.
This isn't the park's normal practice.
The policy of Monkey World is, with the chimpanzees, there's a no breeding policy. The reason for that is the background that the chimps have come from that don't have the natural instincts to actually rear youngsters of their own. But when Suzie got pregnant and gave birth, we were all amazed and shocked. She held Eddie the right way, Eddie was suckling, you know, everything we could have asked for, Suzie did. So 5 years down the line, it's been decided, you know, that we'll give Suzie another opportunity to get pregnant again. But, you know, we'll wait and see what happens.
In the wild, chimpanzees give birth every 6 to 8 years, so the timing is right for Suzie to have another baby. And it'll be interesting to see how her first daughter, Eddie, will react.
Eddie, she's been spoiled rotten by the whole group, you know. So we're all sort of thinking, well, you know, is she going to be spoiled? Is she going to get upset? You know, but the Primate Care Staff will do everything possible to keep Eddie happy so that Mum can get on with what she needs to do with the next step. Hopefully she gets pregnant and has a baby. But, you know, fingers crossed she'll be okay.
It's not just babies like Ash and Rodders who enjoy playtime. Some of Hananya's group have also been given toy balls to play with. Hopefully they'll get as much out of them as the little ones do. There's also a new face in the group. 8-year-old Johnny has recently moved in from the Chimp nursery. Johnny lived here for 5 years, and as she grew, so did her confidence. The Chimp nursery is used as a stepping stone for babies who are either rejected by their mums or arrive at the park at a young age. Sally is the park's designated chimp foster mum. She teaches all who pass through the nursery about chimp life, so it's easier for them when it's time to move on. And her perfect teaching skills have built up the young chimp's confidence to such an extent that, remarkably, Johnny's already beginning to show signs of dominance over some of Hananya's troop. She's happy to take what she wants from whom she wants, and the others let her do it. Johnny's confidence is a testament to the park's methods. Having chimps grow up with chimps is vital to their development. If Johnny carries on like this, she will be living with the whole troop in no time, and it looks like the troop are going to have to look out. Monkey World is home to 11 stump-tailed macaques. The newest member is 21-year-old Coco. She's been living at the park for the last 8 months and is settling well. She's been teamed up with the geriatric boys, Roland and Gerald.
Roland's a really, really old man and he doesn't do an awful lot. And Gerald's a very, very old man, not quite as old as Roland, and he doesn't do a lot either. They've both still got attitude. Gerald more than Roland, but I wouldn't say they're really close, but they get on fine. You know, they're not, I don't think they're in love, but they're not grumbling at each other like old people do. So they just grumble, you know, grumpy old men and a grumpy old woman, and they just grumble at each other, and that's fine. Everybody's happy.
Many of the stumpies are old. They all arrived at the park overweight and unfit, so their enclosure has been designed with their physical capabilities in mind. This may be the monkey equivalent of a nursing home, but all of the stumpies, including Coco, are improving.
She's never going to be an athlete, but she can do everything she needs to do. She can climb around where she needs to go, she can do everything she needs to do. Everything she's got here is going to help her and make her more flexible, make her more mobile, make her more comfortable.
Before coming to Monkey World, Coco spent 20 years in a small cage in a pet shop in Budapest. She was extremely overweight and unfit. No one knows how severely this life may have affected her, physically and mentally. Her rehabilitation was carefully planned. A skin disorder had to be treated, she needed to lose weight, and she needed to become more mobile. Animal manager Jeremy became a firm friend.
In fact, very often she'll go to sleep in like bliss as I'm brushing her hair, and that can only be a positive thing.
Today, Coco may be 21, but she can still act like a child. Particularly at bedtime, when she needs her best friend to tuck her in for the night.
Now, Coco has only just started to come outside properly, and she's very good, aren't you, sweetheart? But sometimes she's not all that keen on going back to bed, and she'll just sit there and just sit there. So we get the other blokes in, and then I'll come in and carry her in. And first time I did it, she just sat there and she put her little arms up, you know, come on, pick me up, obviously. So I did. So that's what we're doing now. She's just going to bed in our time rather than her time. Because we actually have a home to go to, Coco. You all right? Are you comfy there? She's a good girl. Come on, otherwise they'll have eaten all the food. You wouldn't want that now, would you? Hey? Okay, Anne-Sophie. In you go. Good girl. Okay. There you go. It's quite simple, really. You know, why walk when you can have a ride?
Next time, Lingga meets her new family in the orangutan nursery, but Jolie is not impressed.
Jolie thinks of Ame as her mum, and she's not going to share her mum.
In the Bachelor pad, a pile of blankets brings out Buxom's greedy side. And chimpanzee Jimmy has a very serious leg wound.
I can see how close the bone is to the surface, and it's extremely close. And yes, he could lose that leg, easily.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, Lingga meets her new family in the orangutan nursery. Baby Jolie is not impressed.
Jolie is a green-eyed monster. She thinks of Ame as her mum, and she's not going to share her mum.
In the Bachelor chimp pad, a pile of blankets brings out Buxom's greedy side. And chimpanzee Jimmy has a very serious leg wound.
If it continues to get worse, then it's very serious. And yes, he could lose that leg, easily.
Monkey World is home to over 160 primates, and the staff work hard at keeping them occupied and entertained. This morning, Keeper Andy is on his way to see the Bachelor chimps with something very special for them, a pile of old sheets and blankets.
The basic idea is we stack it up, so it's in a different presentation than they've seen before, so hopefully they'll get extra fun out of knocking it over, throwing it around, and then they'll probably go into their usual behaviours of putting it over the top of their head, running around chasing each other, that kind of thing.
Just like humans, a chimp's primary sense is sight, and it doesn't take long for Sammy to spot the blankets and do exactly what Keeper Andy expected. And as the other chimps cotton on, it becomes clear that there are an awful lot of things you can do with a blanket. How about a portable tent? Or you could just pick out your favourite colour. Or how about breakfast in bed? Or forget about breakfast and just stay in bed. But Rocky's not fooled. He knows how things work here at the park. The keepers have definitely hidden some treats amongst these sheets, haven't they? With the high-ranking chimps distracted, the low-rankers get a chance to eat breakfast in peace. And it looks like Spanish Charlie's stocking up for lunch too. Meanwhile, high-ranking Buxom has decided that he needs a lot of blankets. After all, they make a perfect den. Buxom's den is important to him, and he needs just one more blanket. Sammy's will do. While the bachelors are outside enjoying their blankets, over in Paddy's chimp group, there's a medical problem. 23-year-old Jimmy has a nasty leg infection. It started as a small blister, but now he has an infected ulceration. Wildlife vet John Lewis has been called in.
I'm not sure what's caused that, whether it's an infected wound that's just, progressed, an infection which we haven't controlled with antibiotics, or what it is. But well, I'm told that there was nothing caustic put on the leg, which is another possible reason, so we'll have to go with infection.
All animals are good at hiding pain. This protects them from showing weakness to others. So no one knows if Jimmy's leg is causing him discomfort, but he's on medication just in case. The worry is, does the infection go any deeper?
I can't see whether the bone's exposed. I don't think it is at the moment. They have more tissue there than we do, but that's the danger. And if the bone gets exposed, it'll dry, and then you'll get problems with the bone. But it should heal up if we get the right antibiotic.
Jimmy will remain separated from his group until the wound begins to heal. The keepers will need to monitor him closely to make sure his leg doesn't deteriorate. But later, Jimmy shows he's less than a perfect patient.
Don't interfere with that wound, leave the dressing alone. Well, you can say that until you're blue in the face to him. He's going to mess with it.
And John's expertise is needed in another chimp group. It's just a routine procedure, but there's a complication.
One of the animals might just be pregnant.
Monkey World is home to 14 orangutans living in 3 groups. This morning, big male Tuan and his ladies are getting a surprise. Sugarcane. Sugarcane isn't a native food for orangutans, so they're not sure what to make of the big sticks hanging around their enclosure. Lucky is the first to investigate. Roro is completely bemused. She struggles with one of the canes for a bit. Then she gives up and heads off to find the more familiar fruit and vegetables. Tuan's equally confused by the sugarcane. He doesn't realise it's edible, so he's tucking into his usual breakfast. But Lucky's had a taste and discovered it's very good. So there's only one thing for it. Grab as much of the stuff as you can before the others find out. Xiaolan is the lowest ranking member of the group. She sits patiently, knowing it's best to hang back until the others have had their share. Tuan's finally realised how delicious the sugarcane is. And now he's got the taste for it, he wastes no time in hoovering up the rest before the girls get to it. With the rest of the group occupied, Xiaolan spots her chance and grabs a chunk, heading up high to enjoy it in peace. And she discovers it's been well worth waiting for. These orangs aren't the only ones getting sugarcane today. Will Gordon and his gang work out how tasty they are quicker than Tuan's group? On the other side of the park, wildlife vet John Lewis is on his next medical task of the day.
2 of the female chimps here have contraceptive implants under the skin. They're little rods that give off the same kind of chemicals as you get from the contraceptive pill. And they last a couple of years. We're at the end of those 2 years. So we have to take out the old ones and put in the new ones.
All the adult females here are on contraception, as Monkey World usually operates a non-breeding policy to make room for other rescued primates. The park has found the contraceptive pill to be the most effective method. But Jess and Evelyn don't always take theirs, so they have to have contraceptive implants. These have proved to be very effective. The chimps have to be anaesthetised for the implants to be put in place, but they only have to go through this procedure every 2 years. Jess is the first to be anaesthetised. John is joined by Monkey World's vet, Femke.
Oh, I feel something here.
You got it.
Human females have only 1 implant put in at a time, but the park chooses 2 implants for the chimps.
1 implant would stop pregnancy, and that's fine. But if you use a higher dose by using 2 rods, then you also suppress cycling. In other words, the animal doesn't go through an estrus period, which means you don't get males fighting over an estrus female, which means you have more group harmony. And if that's what we want, and in this case we did, we use 2. But it doesn't have any greater side effects, doesn't seem to, but achieves a little bit more of what we need.
That's 1.
Good. The implant is some kind of semi-permeable plastic which allows the drug contained inside it to leach out slowly over a long period of time. As I say, we put 2 in a chimp, but I think 1 is the normal human dose. As you see, it's very small and it's very inert. In other words, it doesn't cause a great reaction in the body. So once the hole you've made in the skin has settled down, it doesn't irritate them.
Jess's implants are removed and replaced easily, but it might be a different story for Evelyn. Mysteriously, she's been putting on a lot of weight.
There's one complication. One of the animals might just be pregnant. Now that means either a failure of the contraceptive or she's managed to get it out without us noticing. So we have to check her by an ultrasound scan first, find out why she's got a swollen belly. If that's not pregnant, we can fit her with more implants. If it is pregnant, we don't give her a contraceptive. Obviously, we let her go through the pregnancy and have the youngster as normal.
Coming up, will the ultrasound reveal whether Evelyn is pregnant?
If that swelling is a result of pregnancy, you should expect to feel a head or some part of the skeleton of the fetus.
Baby orang Lingga meets her new family.
We have contact, almost.
And John is needed back at the chimpanzee pavilions. Jimmy's leg has taken a turn for the worse.
I can see how close the bone is to the surface, and it's extremely close. And yes, you could lose that leg easily.
At Monkey World in Dorset, the medical team has anaesthetised female chimpanzee Evelyn. They need to replace her contraceptive implant, but recently she's gained weight, so first they need to check whether she's pregnant.
If that swelling is a result of pregnancy, you should expect to feel a head or some part of the skeleton of the fetus. But obviously the scan will tell us exactly that.
Ultrasonographer David Harding can't find a fetus yet.
What we're actually getting is these multiple rings pretty much throughout the abdomen, which maybe there's quite a lot of gas in there, but also it's suggesting there's quite a lot of fat in there.
The ultrasound has shown Evelyn's large stomach is actually due to an over-enthusiastic appetite and not a pregnancy. This gives animal manager Jeremy food for thought.
There's 18 chimps in this group, so to put in enough food for 18 chimps, people at the bottom end of the ladder are not going to get anything. They're just not going to get anything to eat. So you have to overfeed them just to make sure everybody gets some. But then, if an animal's really obese, you've got various ways of sorting that depending on how bad the situation is. I mean, if it's a really, really bad situation, we could isolate her at food time, and give her nice but non-fattening things. But I don't think the situation's that bad here. She's just got a bit of a belly. I mean, she's not obese, she's just a bit porky. You know, and really a bit of extra blubber isn't exactly the end of the world. I mean, I get away with it, so, you know, maybe she can.
Now the team knows Eveline isn't pregnant, they can go ahead and put in the new contraceptive implants. Later, baby orang Lingga has a difficult meeting with one of her new roommates.
Jolie thinks of Ame as her mum, and she's not going to share her mum.
And Vet John's work continues. Is chimpanzee Jimmy causing himself irreparable damage?
I can't see how I can repair that surgically. There isn't enough tissue to close the defect.
Today, the orangutans have been getting sugarcane treats, and now it's time for Gordon and his gang to try them. Gordon doesn't know what to make of the unfamiliar objects. Baby Kai is investigating, and even though Gordon doesn't know what the sugarcane is, he's suddenly eager to hoard it before Kai gets to it. But Kai's decided that this is not food as he knows it. So he heads off, with a helping hand from Amy. Sugarcane isn't a native food for orangutans, but they prove if it's sweet, it's good enough for them. Meanwhile, Kai gingerly tries a piece. And as soon as the sweet flavours hit his taste buds, he can't get it in quick enough. Gordon's finally realised how delicious the sugarcane is, and he's putting his hands and feet to good use to hold on to as much of the sweet stuff as possible. Like every toddler, Kai's got a sweet tooth. Now he's tasted the treats, he's not going to miss out. He tries his luck with Amy. Amy loves her food, so Kai's got his work cut out. But persistence and cuteness can go a long way. Flushed with success, Kai's on the prowl. He targets Mum, but Xiao Kuai is no pushover. Kai may be cute, but she's holding tightly to her stash. So Kai's relying on persistence. Extreme persistence, and Mum just doesn't stand a chance. Just like in the wild, it's Xiao Kuai's role as Mum to teach her youngster what to eat and how to find it. And Kai's proving to be a fast learner. He even knows the most comfortable spot for lunch. Kai is the only orang at the park to be raised by his mother in a family group. The other babies were hand-reared when their mums rejected them. They all live together in the orangutan nursery and are cared for by foster mum, May. Recently, they've welcomed a new arrival, baby Lingga.
Hello, beautiful girl.
Today, Lingga is meeting the three young girls of the group under the watchful eye of May.
Ame, go get great.
She's careful not to frighten Lingga and keeps her distance, while Lingga holds on tightly to a bundle of wood wool for reassurance. Lingga was born in a zoo in Paris almost 2 years ago. She was hand-reared and couldn't be integrated with the older orangs. But she's confident and outgoing. Everybody's hopeful that a new family at Monkey World will take to her.
Oh, not the aerial assault, no!
At Monkey World's creche, 2-year-old Jolie has a very close bond with Ame. and is not at all impressed by new girl Lingga. Jolie won't let go of her foster mum.
We have contact, almost. Who's that?
But eventually, Ame makes contact with Lingga, albeit briefly.
Lingga's doing very well. She's, obviously, she's been dropped in at the deep end, and she's reacting very well. She's not doing anything wrong. Just learning new people.
Jolie, though, is now so upset by Lingga's presence, she lashes out at her.
Oi.
But Jeremy's on hand.
No. No. Jolie is a green-eyed monster, and so any interest that Ame shows in the baby here, she has an issue with. Jolie thinks of Ame as her mum, and she's not going to share her mum. I mean, that's quite totally expected, so we've just got to police that and see how it evolves.
Lingga will have several more meetings like this before she joins the group full-time. Over in the chimpanzee bedrooms, Vet John has been called back urgently. Jimmy's leg injury has got worse. What started as a small blister is now an open sore, as Jimmy has peeled away the scab, revealing what's underneath.
What I can see now is more accurately, I can see how close the bone is to the surface, and it's extremely close.
The damage is far more extreme than John originally thought. It's likely that Jimmy is in a lot of pain, but he doesn't show it. In the wild, injured chimps do the same, to hide their weakness. They'll often isolate themselves from the rest of the group, because in an aggressive situation, they can't defend themselves. Here at the park, Jimmy's on medication to ease any pain, and hopefully begin mending his injury.
This is going to take months of treatment, I would think, to get him back to rights. I can't see how I can repair that surgically. There isn't enough tissue to close the defect. So it's going to be medical. And for that, we need to put things on it. I think he's going to need a lot of daily attention. Hopefully, so that we can actually put creams or materials on that wound which will encourage it to close over, to form that the early phases of the scar tissue, the early phases of healing in a way. And that needs to cover the defect. And the gels actually are quite effective in doing that. And of course, in a human, you can say to them, don't interfere with that wound, leave the dressing alone. Well, you can say that until you're blue in the face to him. He's going to mess with it.
If Jimmy were in his natural environment, the tropical climate would have caused an infection, and the outcome would have been fatal.
If it continues to get worse, then it's very serious. If he exposes the bone then dries, and in fact dries and dies, then he'll have dead bone in the lower half of his leg. And yes, he could lose that leg easily.
For Jimmy to have the best chance of keeping his leg, he must let the keepers treat his wound. Animal manager Jeremy briefs his team. They'll go to any lengths to make this happen.
If it costs an arm and a leg, we're saving his leg. OK? And that's our mission. We're going to do it. You know, if he wants caviar to let you put it on his leg, he can have it. If he wants a glass of champagne, he can have it. Whatever he wants. Hopefully he'll do it for a piece of banana, but let me know what you want, and I'll get it.
Will do.
Next time, chimp youngster Eddie is scrounging again. Baby Lingga finally bonds with her new orangutan family. And animal manager Jeremy prepares to take a huge risk.
I reckon I can go in with him.
It's the only way he's going to be able to get a swab from Jimmy's wound. This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Orangutan youngster Xiaoning goes crazy on too much sugary fruit. But little chimp Eddie will be lucky if she gets her hands on any treats at all. And animal manager Jeremy prepares to take a huge risk to help adult male chimpanzee Jimmy.
I reckon I can go in with him.
Monkey World is home to 15 different species of apes and monkeys. With this many primates, medical emergencies are inevitable. 23-year-old Jimmy has a nasty leg infection, and no one knows what caused it. The keepers try to clean it every day, but it's not easy through the mesh.
Jim leg. Jim leg.
So animal manager Jeremy has a plan.
Hello, Jim leg. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is to try and, move on so that he'll let me have his leg so I can bathe it better than, than through the mesh.
It's very difficult to give treatment to wild animals. Male chimpanzees are up to 6 times stronger than an adult man. Jimmy could cause Jeremy serious harm. The door has been opened just a few inches, enough for Jeremy and Jimmy to make physical contact. But the staff are on standby as Jimmy could decide to push the door open further and the situation could become very dangerous.
See your leg. Give me your leg. No, that's your good arm. I want your bad leg. I want your bad leg. Yes, I do.
Jimmy and Jeremy need to earn each other's trust, and grooming is the perfect way to do this.
If I let him groom me, then ideally he'll let me groom him. And if I can do everything so it isn't hurting him, then that's a good way of getting access to his leg so that I can actually put stuff on it.
All animals are good at hiding pain. This protects them from showing weakness to others, so no one knows how much pain Jimmy might be in. His medication will help any discomfort, but if the wound itself doesn't begin to heal, the exposed bone will dry and he could lose his leg. Jeremy and the staff are doing everything they can to help.
The thing is, me and Jimmy go back a long way. He was a part of the original A-team, if you like, the first chimps. I've known Jimmy for 20 years. The more we can help him, the better the chances are we can save the leg. What do you want? You want that? Did that go up your nose? Did those bubbles go up your nose?
It's important that Jeremy can see the wound close up to see if it's responding to the treatment. Cleaning Jimmy's leg is a daily routine, but Jeremy tries to make it fun. And now Jimmy has even started to copy him.
I gave him one of these yesterday and he actually dabbed his own leg with it, but with nothing on it, just with an empty swab. See? Yeah, they're good. See? He dabs his own leg with it. If you want to do it yourself, that's fine with me. I'm going to try anything here. I'm renowned for it. You'd be bound to be cautious about letting somebody touch something that hurts, so I've just got to convince him that it doesn't hurt. And this is a reasonable request to let me pick your scab and dab you with iodine and all that sort of stuff.
Later, the team fear Jimmy's infection could be getting worse, so Jeremy must get a swab from it. But this means the door between them is going to have to be opened even further.
He knows I want that swab, so he's not playing.
And in the Orang nursery, Xiaoning shows she's boss when it comes to getting hold of the treats. This morning in Paddy's chimp group, there's an air of excitement. Breakfast is on its way, and it's coming pre-packed. The yogurts and wheat snacks are healthy, and the packets that they come in are challenging and interesting. This breakfast is a special treat, and Paddy knows it. He takes advantage of his position as top chimp to grab as much as he can, as quickly as he can. Chimpanzees live in a strict hierarchy. Those at the top get the most, those at the bottom, the least. And there's one small chimp who's determined not to be at the bottom. Running as fast as her legs will carry her, here comes Eddie. In the wild, it's natural for youngsters to beg for food from adults. And as the youngest of the group, Eddie's a begging professional. Her first target, Cindy. And poor low-ranking Mickey isn't having any luck at all. Hebe is also one of the youngsters of the group and having some of the same difficulties as Eddie. Meanwhile, Eddie's busy targeting the soft touches in the group. Next up, Beth. But Beth's a tougher prospect than Eddie thought. She's not getting anywhere with her. Hebe's landed herself a banana. She'd better eat up before someone takes it off her. Eddie's struck out twice, and she's not used to failure. It's time to get serious, so she targets Zoe. And the tactic pays off. At 24, Zoe is a mature lady, and these days she likes an easy life, even if that means giving up some of her goodies. Eddie's no fool. If no one else is falling for her techniques, she can always rely on Zoe. And now she's struck lucky, she's not about to share with anybody. Back in the chimpanzee bedrooms, animal manager Jeremy has returned to see Jimmy. He needs to get a swab from Jimmy's infected leg for analysis. Today, the adult male will just not let the keepers near his wound for treatment, and they're concerned that the infection may get worse. So far, the door between them has only been slightly open, but now it will be opened fully. It's nerve-wracking, as now there will be no barriers between the pair.
I reckon I can go in with him.
This is a very dangerous situation. Jeremy has 34 years' experience working with animals and has developed a unique relationship with them. But going in with youngsters is very different from being face-to-face with an adult male chimp. So far, Jimmy has been placid, but this could change at any moment. No one knows if he's in pain. If he is, he could get agitated. And he's been known to be aggressive in the past. But as there's still a chance that he could lose his leg, Jeremy will do all he can to help. And to do that, he has to get closer. Armed with goodies, Jeremy's confident that opening the door fully is the right thing to do.
You're not having all, no, you're not having all of it. No. Right, open it all the way.
But it's been a long time since the two have been in together, and Jeremy is nervous.
We've got banana. There's a banana. How's your leg? Eh? Come on. Now, I have not been in with him for probably 17 years or so. So, but, you know, this isn't... I just haven't opened the door and walked in. This is something I've been building up to for I have. Look, I know what I'm talking about. Oh, you're not going to help me, are you? No, because we're mates, aren't we? Are we mates? Yes, you're supposed to say... You didn't do the right thing then, did you? No, don't put my hand in your mouth. I don't play that game. No, this is all mine. This is all my stuff in here. You're not having any. No, it's all mine. It's all mine.
Although Jeremy isn't completely inside the room, standing in the doorway is every bit as dangerous. But he stays focused on getting the swab he needs.
he's on loads of antibiotics, but maybe he's not on the right antibiotic at the moment, so we need to get a sample so the laboratory can identify what we're dealing with and prescribe the right antibiotic for it. So that's my mission today, assuming Jimmy's playing ball. He's getting a little bit, so, I mean, he doesn't want people messing with his leg, obviously, but he's getting a little bit more, even more sensitive. No, excuse me, you're going back in there. No, you're not coming in here. No, you stay there. I'm here, you're there, OK? Yes. No, it's no good doing that. That's the last bit of that. Can I just have this one stab of your leg? Just a little stab. Just a little stab. Go on, let me stab it. Go on, just a stab. Go, give me your leg. Give me your leg. Give me your leg. I'm going to stab it. Hey, what? Can I just put that in your leg? No, you mustn't touch it. No, Jake, no, get out. Get back in there. Go on. No, come on, give me your leg. Give me your leg. No, this is Jeremy land. See that line there? Don't go past it, all right? This is my patch. Come here. Come on.
Jimmy knows what Jeremy is after and starts playing up.
Don't get all sensitive on me. He knows I want that swab, so he's not playing.
Later,
Yes. Hello.
will Jeremy get the swab he needs from Jimmy's leg?
Jimmy, don't blame me if your leg falls off.
And Eddie still may be the youngest of the group, but it's time for her to take the next step into adulthood.
She's 6.5 years of age now, so it's been agreed that we'll put her on the pill as we did with Hebe when Hebe was 6.
At Monkey World in Dorset, animal manager Jeremy is on a mission to get a swab from chimpanzee Jimmy.
Go on, let me stab it. Go on, just a stab. Go, give me your leg. Give me your leg. Give me your leg.
Jimmy has an ulcerated leg wound and doesn't want anyone touching it. He's on medication, but the infection could be growing. The team need a swab to find out.
He knows I want that swab, so he's not playing. Jimmy.
The adult male was happy to hang out with Jeremy by the doorway, but now he's moved into another room.
Jimmy.
And not even treats are tempting him back in.
What's this? This? Hello? You tart. Come over here. Jimmy. I can see you. I'll do a little pyramid with them. Jimmy. I'm looking. Don't blame me if your leg falls off. I'm trying to help.
Frustrated, Jeremy opts for a bit of chimp speak. Which seems to perk up Jimmy's interest.
That's easy for you to say. Isn't it? Is that your final word on the matter? Or do you want time to think? And phone a friend or something like that? Well, I don't blame him. You know, a nasty wound like that, somebody jabbing a swab into it isn't very pleasant, is it? No. Oh, well, you just want to play silly games now, don't you? You just want to play silly games just because you're a silly, silly boy. Yes, you are.
Jimmy's now distracted by his favourite yoghurt.
God, I'm good. It's all a learning curve. I mean, he was as nervous as I was to start with, but now it's... We're getting more relaxed together, but equally I mustn't let him be in charge. Otherwise it's, you know, you mustn't let it get too familiar. Otherwise it'll end in tears, and they'll probably be mine. They'll definitely be mine. You want to play rough games, and then when it gets rough, you'll soon realise that I'm a little wimp. I'm not nearly as strong as you. You are ready to on that slide to close it quickly if needs be.
Jeremy's mission has gone well, but a reminder of Jimmy's size and strength is never far away.
I'm not going to be in here for much longer because you want to come through here now, don't you? And I don't want you through here with me. So if I give you that Coke in there and then Lee closes the door, then that'll be good. Won't it? No. There we go. Well, Lee, close the door. There you go.
It'll be a few days before the results of the swab come back. Then the team will know if the wound can heal and if Jimmy will keep his leg. Later, there's planning to be done as young chimp Eddie fast approaches adulthood.
What we don't want to happen is at her age, at such a young age, is have her get pregnant.
Today, the nursery orangutans are getting a real treat: papaya. First to spot the fruit is newcomer Lingga. She's only been at the park for a few weeks, but she's already one of the gang. In the wild, fruit is a large part of the orang's diet, and papaya is high in vitamin C and a good source of fibre. But it's also high in sugar, which affects these apes just like it does humans, especially Xiaoning. With fruit placed around the enclosure, all of the orangs should get a chance to try some, but the little ones are gonna have to be quick. Xiaoning finds some in her favourite spot. And May can't shake off Jolie quick enough. May is usually a mother figure to the youngsters, but today the papaya is more important. In the wild, fruiting trees bring mothers and their young together. When food is plentiful, it gives them a chance to spend time together and bond. But at the park, Xiaoning's not wasting any time with pleasantries. She's even prepared to swipe a piece off her sister, getting away with the big bit and leaving her sister with the rind. It looks like Xiaoning's experiencing the beginnings of a sugar rush as she heads off to find more. Aris, on the other hand, is totally stuffed. And Dinda, who's finally got a piece to herself, is feeling very content. It's time to relax with her new best friend, Lingga. While Xiaoning acts as a reminder why too much sugar in the afternoon is not always a good thing for youngsters. Over in Paddy's chimp group, youngster Eddie is not so young anymore. She's losing her baby status and the privileges that come with it, much to her annoyance. Her family is already starting to treat her more like an adult. And the Primate Care Staff are also having to adapt.
Eddie, come on. Come and get this, come on. It's a big day today. Eddie, she's just, she's 6.5 years of age now. She started having small little swellings, so it's been agreed with the team leader, Alison, and the vet, that we'll put her on the pill as we did with Hebe when Hebe was 6.
When a female is in season, the skin around her rump swells pink and acts as a visible signal to the male chimps that she's ready to mate. Monkey World likes to have room for other primates that need rescuing, so usually operates a non-breeding policy. So now they're going to have to exercise caution as Eddie is nearing the crucial age of reproduction.
It's usually around about the age of 8 or 10, they can start to come into reproductives and start having babies. She's only 6.5. We've started the pill now because she's getting swellings, but what we don't want to happen is that, say, in another year's time when she's 7.5, where she could get pregnant, is at her age, at such a young age, is have her get pregnant.
The female chimps used to have contraceptive coils inserted into the uterus, but sometimes the body would reject them, meaning the chimps were not protected against pregnancy.
That's why, you know, little Eddie's here now through mishaps on the contraception.
So, Monkey World is now using the human contraceptive pill on chimpanzees.
Because obviously there's no medical background on tests with chimpanzees, and so far it has proved to have worked really well.
But just as with human females, taking the contraceptive pill is not always straightforward.
If any of the females become ill and we need to treat with antibiotics, we need to keep a very close eye on those females because antibiotics can have a reverse effect on the contraceptive pill.
Eddie will now take her pill every day at the same time, with a drink of her favourite juice.
Good girl.
Next time, chimpanzee Brian gets a painful lesson when he goes outdoors for the first time.
Obviously, he's got to learn the electric fence.
Good boy.
Woolly monkey Julio also takes his first steps outside. And in Paddy's chimp group, Lee gets hands-on with Suzie. Is she pregnant for the second time? This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Tough love. Chimpanzee Brian learns a painful lesson when he goes outside for the first time.
Lee, we take it off. Obviously, he's got to learn the electric fence.
Touch that again, will you?
Will woolly monkey Julio be brave enough to take his first steps outdoors? And in Paddy's chimp group, Lee gets hands-on with Suzie. Could she be pregnant for the second time?
Fingers crossed, we're not wrong.
Monkey World is home to over 160 apes and monkeys. To make sure that the animals are healthy, the staff must get close to them. But with wild animals like these, this can be dangerous.
You be careful, boy.
Mike and Leanne Bates from San Diego Zoo in California have been teaching the Primate Care Staff a technique that makes everybody's lives much easier.
Suzie, come on.
Put simply, the primates are rewarded for doing what the keepers ask. They call it operant conditioning.
Come on, Suze. Push it right up. No, no. Good girl.
It's thanks to this training that headkeeper Lee can get so close to Suzie.
Good girl, Suze. Good girl.
Keeper Hannah is using the same technique with the woolly monkeys.
Hand. Good girl, Paquita.
Paquita is being asked to give Hannah her hand. When she puts her hand through the bars, Hannah uses a clicker to signal that she's done the right thing. Paquita knows that when she hears the clicker, she will be rewarded with a treat. No clicker, no treat. A good incentive to do what Hannah wants.
Good girl.
So Hannah is training these animals to stop individually between the two slides where we can accomplish more of the management behaviors that we need to examine the animals, draw blood, give injections. With these guys, we measure blood pressure in the tail with a cuff.
Good girl.
This technique is great for health checks and medical procedures, but staff can also use it to train animals to go into travelling boxes without needing an anaesthetic.
Well, right now we're working with the keepers toward achieving something that's not unusual for the lemurs to experience, which is being in a crate. So we're allowing them to go into the crates on their own accord, be rewarded for going in there and actually tolerating the door being closed behind them, and carried around for as long as it takes to get them where they need to be taken. It's taking a negative situation, typically being boxed in the crate, making it into a positive experience so that something that happens on a regular basis during the year isn't such a negative experience for them. His foot's still sticking out. There you go.
Good boy, Julio.
The primates are never forced to participate. If they don't want to take part, they don't have to.
It's stimulating for these animals. They're intelligent, they need mental stimulation as well as nutrition. So it's important for their enrichment, if you will. And we avoid having to do more invasive work like capturing them, restraining them with a net, or even sedating them. So the animals are benefiting in just about every way you can think of.
Lena, tail? Tail? Oh, good girl, Lena.
Later, animal manager Jeremy has his hands full when he tries to check Chimp Brian's new teeth.
The thing I was going to say, before Brian interrupted me, was...
And young orangutan Kai proves he has a head for heights. Over in Paddy's chimp group, it's time for their treat of the day, Kongs. Kongs are dog toys filled with hidden treats. These have been stuffed with carrots, apples and parsnips. It's going to be a challenge for the chimps to get the food out of the Kongs. As usual, Boss Paddy has grabbed as many as he can. Now all he's got to do is work out how he can get to the tasty bits. And Paddy's not too smart. Maybe he should take some tips from clever Gamba. He's making the perfect sized tool to get to the food. Paddy is clearly intrigued by Gamba, but surely there's a way that doesn't involve so much brain power. Meanwhile, baby of the bunch, Eddie, is up to her usual tricks, scrounging. But life for Eddie is changing, fast. She's growing up, and she's not finding it so easy to get her own way anymore. Beth doesn't want to share, and Eddie's pouting lips mean she's on the verge of a temper tantrum. This is the point where Mum, Suzie, used to rush to her daughter's side. But Eddie's 6 years old now. It's time for her to fend for herself. Sure enough, Eddie blows her top, and Beth just lets her get on with it. She's still not going to give in. Eddie's used to getting her own way, and this is new territory for her. Beth is determined to hold on to her Kong for as long as she can. Which is just about the time it takes for Mum, Suzie, to show up. She doesn't get involved, but her presence and Eddie's persistence is at last enough to let Eddie get her own way. But Beth's not stupid. Eddie's welcome to the Kong. It's empty. Meanwhile, inside the chimp enclosure, headkeeper Lee is using the clicker technique to work with some of the chimps.
Good girl. Give me this hand. Thank you very much. Good girl.
The Primate Care Staff practice this technique on a daily basis, and today, Lee is using it to feel Susie's stomach. He thinks she's pregnant.
What we've noticed is obviously Susie's got a lot larger. Her belly's got bigger. Her actual nipples have actually changed size again and are becoming more elongated and larger, which is also another sign. And obviously what you need to do is put one hand one side and actually push. And what you're looking for is that generally if there is a baby there, you'll push, and you can only push so far because it'll go hard. And that's what we're actually feeling at the moment. So fingers crossed, we're not wrong.
In the past, the Primate Care Staff used to use human pregnancy tests, but getting a chimp to pee on cue isn't easy.
Hey, Kathy, think dripping taps and cold mountain streams and big waterfalls.
Introducing the clicker training has made things much easier, and it means Lee can keep a very close eye on Suzie.
Without the operant conditioning, we would not have this opportunity to, to check her every day, and we would just have to hope everything was going okay and hope that, yes, she isn't, or no, she isn't pregnant, so...
If Suzie is pregnant, this'll be her second baby. Her firstborn, Eddie, is now 6 years old and not a baby anymore. It'll be interesting to see how she copes with a new brother or sister.
That's going to be one thing, we're all going to learn here at the park, is how is Eddie going to react when Mum gives birth to another baby? So it's going to be a learning curve for her, as well as Mum, because Mum's going to have to now put a bit of pressure on Eddie to actually say, well, no, you're not the main focus here anymore.
Over in the chimp nursery, animal manager Jeremy is having a physical workout with 3-year-old Brian.
That's all he ever wants to do is fight. He doesn't do any other playing at all. Get out of it. Stop it.
Jeremy hasn't just come in for a fight, he actually needs to check Brian's teeth.
Are you going to let me see your teeth?
It's been a few weeks since Brian had an operation to remove a rotten tooth.
Now, this is going to be very carefully done. You're going to show everybody how your teeth are growing. You've got that great big tombstone in the bottom there.
But baring his teeth is the last thing on Brian's mind.
Go. Oh, no. Oh, oh, oh. Stop it. That's not funny.
Before coming to Monkey World, boisterous Brian lived in Mexico, where he was being trained as a beach photographer's prop.
Good boy, Brian. Good boy.
Whilst there, he had all but 4 of his teeth forcibly removed to stop him biting tourists. Once at the park, wildlife vet John Lewis was called in to see how much damage had been done to Brian's mouth. He discovered a rotten permanent tooth, which had to be removed, and he was worried that more of his adult teeth would be damaged. Luckily, this doesn't seem to be the case.
So John obviously did a good job there, and we took an X-ray and took out all the debris, and now there's no reason why his permanent teeth shouldn't come through normally, which they appear to be doing. And I'm just defending myself from them as we speak.
Brian is the perfect example of why chimps do not make good pets and need to be with their own kind, where rough and tumble is all part of life. At 3 years old, he already has the strength of the average adult human male, and he's definitely putting Jeremy through his paces.
Oh, can I come out now? I've had enough.
Round 1 to Brian. But coming up, Brian's not so cocky when he heads outdoors for the first time.
Oh, without getting too much. Oh, yes, I love you too.
And is woolly monkey Julio brave enough to take his first steps outside? Monkey World in Dorset is home to 10 woolly monkeys. The youngest is 18-month-old Julio. He's been living with his woolly family for more than 6 months now and is comfortable with his inside space. But today, it's a big day for Julio. It's time for him to go outside for the first time. Julio's normally a confident monkey, but the large outside area is a bit scary. The animals at Monkey World are allowed to develop at their own pace, so if Julio isn't quite brave enough right now, there's no rush. The rest of the group are out and about enjoying one of their native fruits, tamarillos. Woolly monkeys have very particular nutritional needs, and tamarillos are perfect for them as they're low in sugar and help boost their immune system. It's the first time the group have tried this fruit, and they seem to be enjoying them. By placing them high in the enclosure, the keepers ensure that the woolies hunt for their food as much as they would do in the wild. Woolly monkeys have a prehensile tail, which acts as a fifth limb. It's adapted for seizing and grasping, and it's strong enough to hold their entire body weight. Julio's still wary of the large outside space, but the hanging fruit is tempting him. In the wild, babies move around on their mothers and get guidance on what to eat. But as Julio was hand-reared, he has to learn for himself. And Julio is learning fast. He's finally been brave enough to get his own tamarillo. But he's not quite brave enough to eat it outside, so he heads back to the safety of his indoor enclosure. The outside encounter may have been brief, but it's a massive step forward for him. And it's not just Julio whose development is progressing. Next door in the chimp nursery, 3-year-old Brian is about to have his first outdoor experience.
I am getting too old for all this, you know. It's official.
Brian really needs somewhere to burn off his excess energy, and the outside area of the chimp nursery is the perfect space, with a helping hand from animal manager Jeremy.
Hello, young man. Come on. Who's that? Shall we have a look round? What do you reckon? There's Andy. You know Sal. There's Lulu.
Brian's definitely lacking in confidence when it comes to being outdoors. It's a big thing for him to take in. To help Brian feel more comfortable, only dominant female Sally and Lulu are outside.
This is much better because it's controlled. You see, now he can have a look round in a nice, comfortable situation. And, you know, he can get an idea of everything. Right, you know, he's obviously calmer while I'm holding him. So he can get an idea of the whole situation without getting too wet. Oh, yes, I love you too. He's a good boy. Here you go, Sal. Sal, look, he wants to say hi. Hello. Here we go. There you go. I'm with you. Yeah, don't worry, this is good. This is good. Because he's nervous, and that's good because then he isn't going to get independent. There you go, Lulu. Hello, sweetheart. There, you can touch her. You can touch.
Brian is just starting to explore his surroundings.
This is not good.
But later, the 3-year-old learns a harsh but important lesson when he encounters the electric fence.
Me, we turn it off.
Luckily, dominant female Sally is on hand to comfort him. At the other side of the park, 2-year-old orangutan Kai is out and about showing off. Kai is totally at ease with his surroundings, even way up on the high ropes. Kai's mum, Xiao Kuai, is now happy to let her confident toddler explore by himself. As far as Kai's concerned, he's all grown up. Having mum around just cramps his style. Last year, Kai wasn't quite so steady on his feet. He was grateful to have mum around then, and she was happy to be right by his side whenever he needed her. But that was then, and this is now. Kai's happy to soak up attention from whomever he can in the group, and he makes sure he gets his fair share of attention. Luckily for Kai, it seems he's just too cute to resist. And his sweet nature actually gives the older females in the group a vital lesson. Orangutans don't always appear to have natural mothering instincts. They learn how to be good mothers from their own mothers. Xiao Lan and the other rescued female orangs were stolen from their mums at a young age, so nobody knows if they'll look after their own babies. Maybe Kai will give them the practice they need. Amazingly, he even works his charms on grumpy Amy. She doesn't do babies and prefers spending time in her own company. But it certainly looks like she's enjoying playtime with little Kai. But Kai's a typical kid, and it's not long before he gets bored of playing. Exploring is much more fun. And now he's got his head for heights, the higher the better. Back in the chimp nursery, Brian is beginning to feel more comfortable with the outside space. For the animals' safety, the enclosures are fitted with an electric fence. This prevents the primates from climbing out and harming themselves or anyone else.
I'm just testing the fence here. Obviously, he's got to learn the electric fence, and I've got the voltage really low because I don't want to hurt him. But he was just touching it a couple of minutes ago, and I'm just checking that it is working. But it is, it's working fine. He's obviously well hard. No, don't touch that while you're on me.
But it is vital that Brian learns not to touch the electric fence, even if he has to learn the hard way.
Come here. Come here. No, come here. Don't touch it. Come here. We didn't off. That's good.
This may seem harsh, but it's the only way Brian will learn.
Good girl, Sally. Come here. Come on. Good boy. There we go. He's learnt now. Touch that again, will you? Hey, good boy. Good boy. He's learnt the electric fence, and he might have to learn it again yet. Some of them have to learn it twice. It knocks him back. It takes the wind out of his sail. You know, he's not quite so cocky now. So, and that's normal. You know, it's bound to happen. He'll get over it.
Chimpanzees are very resilient, but just to make sure Brian is okay, Jeremy will go outside with him a few more times. Brian's intelligent and lively indoors, so he'll soon be just as confident outdoors. Next time, baby orangutan Dinda gets to grips with her outside enclosure.
Good girl.
While stump-tailed macaque Coco has difficulty with hers. And woolly monkey Kuna has her second baby. But a tough decision has to be made.
Whenever Kuna moves around, the baby's legs and tail are hanging.
With the past history of the animal, I'd do it. I'd go for it now and take the baby.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, there's a new baby in the woolly monkey house, but the team are worried for its safety.
If it starts going limp or lolling, we need to make a decision whether or not we take it.
Yeah. Yep.
Baby orangutan Dinda gets to grips with her outside enclosure, and stump-tailed macaque Coco struggles with hers. Monkey World Ape Rescue Center is home to over 160 primates, most of which are subject to their non-breeding policy. But orangutans, golden-cheeked gibbons, and woolly monkeys are all highly endangered and are allowed to breed. Every new baby is crucial. It's morning at Monkey World, and in the woolly monkey house, there's a new arrival. Overnight, 12-year-old Kuna has given birth. Keeper Mike was the first to see mum and baby.
So how long since you've been looking at the baby?
It's 3/4 of an hour now.
Do you have any indication of when it was actually born?
I would think it was probably late last night rather than early this morning. The baby looks quite well dry and nice and
Fluffy,
clean.
yeah. Any suckling?
Not that we've seen yet.
Okay, and no indication on her nipples that the hair's
Can't
been...
even see anything there because she's got the baby in the correct position with the head right up on her chest.
Last year, Kuna gave birth to Julio, but when the keepers found them, all was not well. Monkey World caught on camera the moment the baby was being held by its dad.
Hands know whether she wants the baby or not, and in the end...
And despite everyone's best efforts, Kuna rejected her baby.
Hey! Get in there, get in, hey! Grab the monkey, grab the monkey, grab the monkey. Grab the monkey.
There was no other choice. Julio had to be hand-reared. This time around, the team are observing Kuna closely to check that she is holding the new baby correctly and that it is feeding. It's a tense time.
Oh, it's a nightmare, isn't it?
No, it's great.
No, yeah, but it's just this sort of worrying, is she going to feed it, is she not? And it's so difficult
It
to
is what
see.
it is, so I would propose that exactly 24 hours from now we reassess, assuming that she's still looking after it properly. We do need to keep a close eye that it doesn't start, if it starts going limp or lolling, we also need to make a decision then and whether or not we take it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But later, the team is taking no chances.
At this point, you know, it's now late afternoon, and we need to decide whether the baby's coming away from Kuna.
Maybe she's never going to be a good mum.
And over in Hananya's group, leading ladies Cherry and Peggy better watch out. New girl Johnny is after their position at the top. On the other side of the park, animal manager Jeremy is taking an unusual route into the orangutan nursery.
Hang on.
9-month-old Dinda has been living full-time in the nursery for 2 weeks now. The Primate Care Staff have brought her outside several times, but today, Jeremy is showing her how to get there on her own.
That's how you do it. You know, a couple of times of doing this, and then if she chooses to stay inside still after that, then that's her choice.
The orangutan creche helps orphaned orangs settle amongst their own kind. Dinda was born at the park, but rejected by her mum. She was hand-reared, but had contact with the orangs in the nursery from day one.
It all depends on how you hand-rear them as to how they develop. I mean, I know people have a problem with it, but children are what you make them. And if you let them get on with exploring and discovering things, then they're going to progress a lot quicker than a baby that's very cosseted.
Ning is now 4 years old. When she was a baby, there was no creche at the park, so she spent more time with keeper Mike and the rest of the Primate Care Staff.
Ning here, because we didn't have anywhere for her to go with other orangs like we've got now with Dinda, she was much slower in her development. It's not, I mean, she soon caught up, as you can see. But Dinda, we were lucky that we've created the nursery since then. So Dinda's been part of the whole orang social scene from a very early age. Therefore, it's going to become more natural to her.
The outside enclosure is designed to help the babies learn to climb. Dinda is confident enough around her housemates to explore on her own, but strictly at ground level. She's got a big challenge in front of her.
Oh, you climb on there. It's all right, you climb on there. That's good. It's all right, I'm still here. That's all right. God, what do you like, eh? I'm an orang with vertigo. Terrible.
Orangutans are the largest tree-living mammal in the world, and they have a remarkable ability to swing through the treetops. As orangs spend the majority of their day living up high, Dinda best develop her head for heights.
You big wuss. If you were an orangutan, this net is a very attractive thing to climb on, so hopefully she'll get over this vertigo thing she's got. Goodness me, it's so attractive, that net. No, it isn't, she says.
But Jeremy's got one more trick up his sleeve. Show Dinda how it's done. This is bound to work, isn't it?
Right. If this doesn't work, I'm going to give in. Right, now just go and play. I'm not holding you. You're not holding me. Nah, I think little girl's getting tired now, so I think we'll call this soon. She's nodding off. So now I've got to make the decision, do I stay here and have a kip with her, or do I come down and do some work? Could somebody call the fire brigade for me, because I'm stuck? Help!
Back with the woolly monkeys, new mum Kuna is still holding on to her baby, which is good news, but no one has seen it feed yet. Kuna rejected her last baby, Julio. Thanks to Alison and Mike, he became only the second woolly monkey in the world to survive being hand-reared.
You feel happier now, do you? I can hear you snuffling in the ear.
The team haven't decided whether or not they should take this baby away to be hand-reared, but they want to be prepared.
So we're getting ready for all eventualities. Everything that I used and Mike used with Julio, we've boxed up and we've got here. So now we just need to make best plan, because I think at this point, you know, it's now late afternoon and we need to decide whether the baby's coming away from Kuna. What do you think?
Oh, God.
That says it all.
I think, knowing her past record with the other one, I think we ought to probably err and be a bit cautious and take it away. Maybe she's never going to be a good mum. You know, some primates just will never entertain the idea of having a baby and holding it even. It's just this crucial thing of trying to find the baby to suckle. And the nipples are so far under the armpit, it's covered in hair. It's like even a mother that rears a baby, you don't hardly ever see it suckling. There's so many things to... So rather than have another disaster, you know, hopefully if we take it, you know, as Alison did with little Julio, you know, we can make this one survive. And Julio's gone back in that group. I mean, he's a total little sweetheart.
Kuna's doing much better than she did with Julio, and the park really want her to bring up the baby. But if it's not feeding, the team can't take any chances. They're going to have to make their decision soon.
It's a huge lottery, isn't it? It's not, we were just talking going up the road. This is just such an awful thing to have to decide.
Coming up, decision time. Will the team take drastic measures with the new woolly monkey baby?
If this was a first-time baby, you'd think maybe give it the benefit of the doubt. With the past history of the animal, I'd do it. I'd go for it now and take the baby.
And Johnny shows just how ambitious a chimp can be when she starts making a play for top man, Hananya.
So he obviously thinks that she's going to be somebody significant, and I'm sure she agrees.
At Monkey World in Dorset, the park's 11 woolly monkeys are part of the European Endangered Species breeding programme. In the early hours of the morning, 12-year-old Kuna gave birth to her second baby. The team have been watching them closely. But the infant hasn't suckled and Mum isn't holding the baby properly. If the baby doesn't feed, it'll become weak and dehydrated, and this could prove fatal.
It's now the end of the first day, and baby hasn't suckled yet, that's for sure. So that's not good. But more concerning to us right now, actually, is the fact that whenever Kuna moves around, the baby's legs and tail are hanging. So she's supporting it behind the back of the neck and at maybe the top of the back. But the rest, you know, the baby's holding on with its hands, but it's not holding tight with its legs and tail, which it should be. It really doesn't look too good. I mean, it just really is the most terrible thing in the world. I really don't want to take it from her because she's trying. But the baby's not thriving. There is no obvious answer for this. We need to make a team decision on this, and everybody really does need to have a bit of an opinion. I don't like watching her fly around with it. It looks downright almost dangerous for the baby when she's moving quickly.
The rest of the Primate Care Staff come to observe Kuna and her infant before making the final decision.
The legs and the tail still aren't tight. It doesn't appear to be improving per se. We can leave it until tomorrow morning, but...
If this was a first-time baby, you'd think maybe give it the benefit of the doubt. With the past history of the animal, I'd do it. I'd go for it now and take the baby.
Yeah, me too, actually.
Ooh, that's really hanging. Okay, that last image did it for me, I think, unless anybody has any other opinion. So. The baby's hanging limp from its back end. Yeah? You guys happy with that? Yeah?
I think so, yeah.
Okay,
certainly.
Let's do the deed.
Kuna is going to have to be sedated. Animal manager Jeremy uses a blowpipe to administer the anaesthetic. The newborn has been taken away, and it's another boy for Kuna. The priority now is to keep it warm and hydrated. It's not fed for up to 20 hours. Later, it's touch and go. Can the team get fluids into the baby woolly monkey in time?
Very slow. The nutrition is not the issue, it's the dehydration that when you're this size that's the big worry.
And female stump-tailed macaque Coco also clings on for dear life. Over in Hananya's chimp group, newcomer Johnny is busy proving that behind every good man, there's an even better woman. Johnny came to the troop from the chimp nursery only 4 months ago, but she was quick to grasp the complex hierarchy of the group. She settled in quickly, but she has a higher aim in mind than simply being popular with her peers. It seems likely that one day, Johnny will be one of the dominant ladies in the group.
I do think Johnny's going to be a very high-ranking female. Hananya seems to be very keen on Johnny. He spends a lot of time grooming her. So he obviously thinks that she's going to be somebody significant, and I'm sure she agrees.
For now, the position is already taken. Cherry and Peggy are the dominant females. This is made clear from the amount of attention they receive from the rest of the group. Grooming isn't just a way of relaxing and bonding, it's also how the chimpanzees establish their hierarchy. The more important you are, the more pampering you receive, and Cherry and Peggy get more than their fair share. Establishing the dominant females in the group is vital, because they are, after all, the powers behind the throne. 3 years ago, when the transfer of power in the troop shifted from Rodney to Hananya, the high-ranking females gave Hananya their seal of approval by grooming him from head to toe. Without the support of the ladies, none of the boys become the alpha male of the group. So being a high-ranking female is an important and much sought-after job. It's extremely unusual for a chimp to enter a group from the nursery and have the effect that Johnny's having on Hananya's group. At 8 years old, she has become a big female, confident with both dominant males and females in the group. And she's very much the boys' centre of attention at the moment. But Johnny's no fool. She's made the right friends, but she's focused on a much bigger prize, the boss man himself, Hananya. It certainly looks like Johnny's going places. Over in the stump-tailed macaque house, new girl Coco heads outdoors every day. She's very cautious, but she seems to be getting fitter.
Now, her movement's improved a lot since she got here. She still struggles with round objects, especially on moist days like today, where she will slip off poles and things. She has improved. If she loses her balance slightly, she can normally regain it, as long as the poles aren't actually slippy.
When Coco arrived at the park, she was overweight and unfit. The park put her on a diet and began to work at making her more active and healthy.
Now, she actually lost a third of her weight in the first 6 months she was here, and she's still losing weight.
She is 11 kilos.
The park encourages the primates to live together as naturally as possible. Now Coco is healthier, the staff have stopped going in to weigh her or handle her. Coco now lives with the geriatric boys, Roland and Gerald. Their enclosure is designed differently to the boys next door because of their mobility problems, and even these designs present challenges. Coco shakes off the fall and stays determined. After 2 slips, Coco works out a better way to get where she wants to go.
Oh, she's very stubborn. She slipped down the first pole, so she then chose another path round. So she's got the intelligence to do that and the mobility to do that now. She's doing incredibly well today. She's right round at a point that we haven't had her before. If she wants to do something, she'll do it. If there's anything in her way, she'll generally push it out the way unless she can't. And then she'll keep going until she gets bored, and then she'll find an alternative route.
Coco's rehabilitation is going very well, and life for her has certainly improved. It's the end of the day, and over in the office, Kuna's new baby boy has been safely removed. Kuna wasn't holding him properly, and he wasn't feeding, so the team had to take action.
Yep, he's already sort of making little suckling moves, so we'll need to get some fluid into him and weigh him. 410, 410, 410 grams.
The team didn't see the baby suckle throughout the day. Alison's worried that he's dehydrated.
If I pinch his skin on his arm, it stays peaked. You see that peak right there? That's an indicator. If you normally pinch your skin, if you're not dehydrated, it springs right back. The fact that it holds a peak at all means that he's dehydrated. So first order of business is just getting a bit of fluid into him and something that isn't gonna necessarily cause diarrhea. Now, the first time that he takes the milk, it might actually cause him a little bit of diarrhea because his stomach and his gut isn't used to it. Very slow. And so you just want to get the fluid into him before you start. The nutrition is not the issue, it's the dehydration that when you're this size that's the big worry.
18 months ago, Alison hand-reared the newborn's brother, Julio, and discovered baby woolly monkeys thrive on constant contact. She needs to do the same for the latest arrival.
Such a good boy, I know. And as soon as I move away, even just from this distance, he wants to be right here looking at me and tucked up. And I believe that's why these don't thrive in an incubator. If you were to take him and set him down, all of that interest in moving around would just disappear and he would end up just laying in the incubator. So once again, we'll go through the deal of carrying him around just like his mum would.
Woolly monkey babies are extremely fragile and are notoriously difficult to hand-rear. So Alison has her work cut out if this little one is going to make it and become only the third to survive this treatment in the world. Next time, the new woolly monkey baby is 24 hours old, but his survival hangs in the balance.
It's still way too early to say whether or not, this little guy is gonna make it or not.
In the chimp nursery, young Brian gets hassle from bully boy Sheamus. And the team are concerned that chimp Charlie is being picked on. They need to decide if he can stay living with the Bachelor group.
Charlie's always been a loner. I don't think he sees any point in chimpanzees whatsoever.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Just 24 hours old and life hangs in the balance for the new woolly monkey arrival.
It's still way too early to say whether or not, this little guy is gonna make it or not.
In the chimp nursery, young Brian gets hassle from lovable hooligan Sheamus. And chimp Charlie is being picked on. Are his days living with the Bachelor group numbered?
Charlie's always been a loner. I don't think he sees any point in chimpanzees whatsoever.
Monkey World Ape Rescue Center operates a non-breeding policy with most of its 15 species of primates, but the orangutans, golden cheek gibbons, and woolly monkeys are all endangered species, and every new arrival is precious. Woolly monkey babies rarely survive in captivity. They're extremely difficult to keep healthy as they suffer from social stress and high blood pressure. But 5 healthy woolly babies have been born at the park, and yesterday marked the birth of the latest arrival. And he's being hand-reared by park director Alison.
It was a long night, but actually we did pretty well. I came home with the intention of having to feed him every single hour, but it became clear from the start that he didn't want to be fed every hour. So I backed off, and really we sort of went every 2 hours last night. And, we're just taking it easy and relaxing, and I think he's, slowly but surely getting hydrated again. He was a little bit dehydrated yesterday, and that's better now. Good boy.
Alison's an old hand at playing mum to woolly babies.
Yes, I know. Oh, yes, you're such a good boy.
18 months ago, she hand-reared Julio. He now lives with his woolly family and he's looking good. Hopefully, Alison can give this little one the same start in life.
There have been a few shocks and surprises along the way. You know, I've done Julio before, so I sort of knew what to expect. But this little guy, I mean, I guess it isn't surprising, is quite a bit different than Julio. To begin with, I mean, he was born not a third again more, but almost a third again more in weight. Julio was 313 grams. This little guy was 410 yesterday. I think he's a little more together and alert in terms of looking around and the eyes focusing. But the biggest and most shocking thing is that, you know, he's been a bit grizzly and he wasn't on for sort of taking feeds every hour. And so I sort of started checking him out, and at one point in time he did latch onto my finger, and what I found is that he's already cut his first 3 teeth. And he's got, if I can get his lips open there, you can see the 2 top teeth and the 2 top incisors poking through, and his canine tooth on the top left has also come through and is quite pointy and sharp. So this poor little guy, within the first 24 hours of his life, is already teething. Julio was day 11 for the teeth.
But even though he looks fit and healthy, this little woolly is not out of danger yet.
Within the first 24 hours, it's still way too early to say whether or not, you know, this little guy is gonna make it or not. I mean, he's cute as a button, and we're gonna do everything we can to ensure that, you know, like Julio, he gets the very best start in life. But it is very early days yet, you know, and really anything could happen. I'm feeding him with the dropper, and because of the teething thing, you know, it's not exactly a good eater at the moment. But, you know, he's getting there, but we still have to be very cautious about him inhaling any of the milks. Just one little drop of milk into his lungs, which aren't fully inflated and developed yet, would be bad, and he could get a lung infection. There's also any, you know, colds, flus, bacteria in the world. There was a little sneeze. But, you know, you can't panic about things. You have to sort of remain calm, not worry about necessarily sort of how much he's eating, just to make sure that he's not dehydrating, and let him lead the way.
Later, Alison's mothering duties become distinctly less glamorous.
Hey, we've had a huge pee. That's excellent news.
And stump-tailed macaque Jonathan's losing his hair. It's not a pretty sight. Living in the chimp bachelor pad is one of the park's most lovable characters, Charlie. Charlie's weathered face is a reminder of his upsetting past, which has left him looking much older than his 27 years. When he arrived at the park, he was a drug addict with cataracts, fractured feet, and a broken jaw. 18 years of rehabilitation saw him improve and enjoy life in the group. But Charlie is a placid chimp who doesn't like conflict, and recently he struggled with life as one of the boys. They don't share their food with him, and he finds playtime too rough. Food is Charlie's biggest passion, and today he's looking forward to being given an alternative treat: tree branches. As well as fruit, vegetables, and healthy snacks, leafy branches are a regular part of a chimpanzee's diet.
Come on, Charlie.
The group enjoy the branches, but Charlie's been left out again. He's finding it increasingly difficult to compete with the others. Charlie doesn't have a best friend. He moves in on Buxom to see if he will share, but Buxom can be aggressive. Over the last few months, Charlie has been getting more nervous around the big guys. He only has 3 teeth to protect him, and his position in the group hierarchy is sliding. But Charlie's love of food is stronger than his fear. While Buxom's polishing off the leaves as quickly as he can strip them from the branches, Charlie plucks up the courage to grab a few sneaky bits. It's good to see Charlie's finally getting a taste, and although it's not in a chimp's nature to share, Buxom tolerates Charlie, for now. Charlie's health and happiness are very important to the Monkey World team. They're beginning to wonder if the Bachelor pad is the best place for him. The chimpanzee nursery is currently home to 8 chimps. The newest is 3-year-old Brian. He's been living with the group for a few months and has only recently plucked up enough courage to go outside.
Can we have a look round? What do you reckon? There's Andy. You know Sal.
Foster mum, Sally, keeps a close eye on all the youngsters. She's a wonderful mother, and Brian follows her everywhere, but their closeness hasn't gone unnoticed. Lovable hooligan Sheamus is jealous. After all, Sally's his adoptive mum too. And when Brian strays too far from Sally, Sheamus is waiting for him. Sally has always spoilt Sheamus rotten. It's one of the reasons he's so naughty. But even she is getting tired of him right now. Little Brian needs her more than Sheamus does. Brian is clearly wary of Sheamus, but he's also smart and has worked out a way to avoid conflict with him. He knows if he stays near Sally, Sheamus will leave him alone. Sally loves little boys, and once again, she's faultless in her mothering role with Brian. She's happy to give him all the support he needs to settle into his new home. Still to come, the team has to make an important decision about Charlie's future.
Charlie's always been a loner. I don't think he sees any point in chimpanzees whatsoever.
And it's all too much for the new baby woolly monkey. Back with Alison and the woolly baby, it's time for the unglamorous side of motherhood.
Hey, we've had a huge pee. That's excellent news. Excellent news. I just need to see him sort of defecate and know that his guts are moving. I can see that he's starting to consider it. There's a little bit. A lot of the time with baby animals, you can actually encourage their bowels with a warm, damp cloth if you just touch it to their sort of backside, which is sort of a similar thing that his mother would be doing. She'd be lifting up his tail, checking out his backside, and cleaning him up a bit, which just encourages the gut action. And we got a little bit there, so that's a start, little man. There you go. Oh, it looks... And I think it's time for a break now. I think we're a bit tired. Oh, it's a tough day. Yeah.
This baby woolly's brother, Julio, was only the second woolly monkey in the world to survive being hand-reared. Alison's hopeful this little one will be the third.
Yeah, I think I am feeling quite comfortable and perhaps confident with this little one, because you know what to expect this time, and I know that he's not like a little China doll, and that he is quite robust, and that actually it's very good for me to move him around in a fairly rough way. I mean, it's funny, people sort of come in and see him for the first time, and when they touch him, they touch him like he was porcelain, or, like he might break and stuff, and really he's quite roughy-tufty, and keep in mind that he should be sort of clinging to his mum and holding on as she's flying around the enclosure. So, I mean, this tail is quite strong and can hold his weight. And right now he's gripping on strong with his hands. He can support himself. And really we want him to be doing a lot of that, because that is what will help encourage his appetite and also encourage his guts to move and get the feces moving through. Yeah, so it's all action stations.
Just like a human newborn baby, woolly monkey young need constant care and attention, And Alison's going to be providing it for the next 7 months before this little one will be ready to join his woolly monkey family.
Yeah, pretty much the first week or so, drinking, sleeping, and pooping, and that's about it. And really, you don't want anything more exciting than that. That's good for me right now.
Later, the stump-tailed macaque enclosure gets a makeover, but will it distract them long enough for Jonathan's hair to grow back? Over in the Bachelor pad, there's concern for Chimp Charlie. Recently, he's been struggling. The boys don't always share food with him, and their play can be too rough. To make matters worse, Charlie doesn't have a best friend within the group. So the team have come to a decision. He's to be separated off from the rest of the group for a short time every day, and animal manager Jeremy is going in to cheer him up.
2 things, really. I want to keep a very close eye on him so that nothing slips us by, or is less likely to slip us by. And 2, I need cheering up, and I want to go and play with Charlie. I mean, I'm not going to try and make something out of this that it isn't. It's my bit of time for me and Charlie. We're just going to go and hang out.
Jeremy's aim is to give Charlie a little extra food and attention every day. The other chimps are kept occupied with treats, so they don't notice his absence. If they did, they might pick on him when he returns. Jeremy has known Charlie for 19 years, and they share a close bond.
Hello, my man. Hang on a minute. Hold my hand. Good boy. Yes, it's good to see you too. Come on. Good boy. Come on.
But as happy as Charlie is to see Jeremy, he's clearly more excited by the goodies his old friend has brought him.
What? What, the bag? What we got today? Hey, what we got today? This is the tricky bit. Albert Einstein, eat your heart out. Every day, he will be separated at this time and get a treat of some description, so that the routine this time of the day will be carved in stone, that every day something nice will happen and he will be separated, and then the Primate Care Staff can have a look at him and, you know, check him over and make sure he's okay. He does wonder why he can't just have all this food on a plate and just eat it. Well, we've got to go through this stupid ritual. As you can see, I might as well not be here at the moment, because we've got treasure. What we got today? Look, there's something in here. You're not. It's so silly. Look, there's stuff wrapped up in. What's that? What's in there?
Charlie's life revolves around food. But he arrived at the park with only 5 teeth, so eating has always been a challenge for him. Last year, he had to have another removed, but somehow, Charlie always gets by.
We've tried him on lots of things to try and get the emphasis off of food, but Charlie just doesn't care. If he's not got food, he's just not interested. Look at this toy. Yeah, OK. That's a piece of string. It's not a toy, you know. Whereas if he's got food, and so what the heck? He's special. Is that good? Hey? Is it good? What you got in there? Let's have a look. Let me see what you've got. You've eaten it all. It's all gone. What's that all about? What's in that one? There's another one there. See? We don't get to share it very much, do we? That was mine. But I do nick some.
There are 11 stump-tailed macaques at the park, living in 2 groups. They're affectionately nicknamed the Ugly Monkeys. Today, the boys' inside enclosure is having a makeover. It's being kitted out with large logs. The keepers want to distract the uglies from some behaviour which has been making them look even more ugly. Over-grooming.
A couple of years ago, Jonathan was looking really, really bald. Now, at that time, we put it down to over-grooming, because obviously these are ex-lab animals, so they've never had intimate contact or even any contact with each other apart from vocalisation, so they never learnt how to groom.
Grooming plays an important part in all primate societies. Low-ranking members want to be accepted by the high rankers and offer themselves to be groomed by everyone. But the Stumpies have been taking their grooming a little too far. The team have noticed that if the weather's too hot or cold, they stay inside and groom. And groom. And groom. And that's why Jonathan's going bald. Over-grooming isn't harmful, but the park does try to distract the group from doing it. Hopefully the logs will do the trick.
The reason we prefer the real trees as opposed to nice round poles is it gives them multiple levels to climb over. Instead of a nice smooth texture, they have to actually grip onto it, and this will build up their muscle tone, as well as giving them that bit more of entertainment.
Sam is first to investigate. But the rest of the uglies have got something more important in mind: breakfast. In the wild, Stumpies can venture up to 3 kilometres a day foraging for food, but these 8 prefer a slower pace of life. Primates, like most animals, love to eat, and new stuff in the enclosure can only mean one thing: food. These guys are on a diet, so it's important they're kept active. And these large branches are a perfect way to do this, as they're encouraging them to climb, which will improve their flexibility and muscle tone. The logs are bringing out the Stumpies' natural foraging behaviour. And, as an added bonus, it's saving the hair on Jonathan's back. Back with Charlie and animal manager Jeremy, it's playtime.
Charlie.
But the remnants of honey stuck on Charlie's nose are far too distracting.
Charlie, pick your nose. Hey, you gonna do that all day?
Charlie definitely enjoys a slow pace of life, but Jeremy wants him to have some fun.
Wait, stop it. Come here. Wait, come here. Charlie's always been a loner. I don't think he sees any point in chimpanzees whatsoever, to be honest with you. I mean, he's okay with them, and he'll hang out with them a bit, but he's not. You know, I don't think he's got much value for chimpanzees, to be honest with you. They're more of a nuisance to him than a value. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are we doing? I can't climb about like that.
The other bachelor chimps play too rough for Charlie.
I'm gonna jump on you in a minute.
Jeremy's much more gentle. He keeps Charlie happy and active.
You're not supposed to laugh when I'm beating you up. I'm gonna bite your ribs in a minute.
If Charlie continues to have problems in the group, the team would consider moving him.
You know, we've got 1 or 2 contingency plans and basic, you know, plans for the future. Maybe an old-timers group. You know, there's lots of options that we talk about. No, nothing specific, but it'd be nice to have a group for the old codgers. That'd be great fun. And I want to look after them. Grumpy old men together, you know. Poor old lad, aren't you? Eh?
Next time. The path of true love never did run smooth, not even for golden-cheeked gibbons.
We're going to give them the best option that we can by offering her another male and by offering him a lady who won't be quite so nasty to him.
Naughty Sheamus is being nice to young Brian for a change, but how long will it last? And there comes a point in every young orangutan's life when it's time to move on.
Aris can be a little bit boisterous with the youngsters sometimes, and he's growing up a little bit now, he's getting a bit older, so maybe it's time to be with the older guys.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, chimp toddler Brian finally makes friends with bad boy Sheamus. But later, they fall out again. And it's moving day for the Gibbons as the park arranges an ape wife swap.
We're going to give them the best option that we can by offering her another male and by offering him a lady who won't be quite so nasty to him.
Monkey World is home to the largest collection of golden-cheeked gibbons outside Asia. They're an endangered species, so breeding them in captivity is vitally important. In an effort to get the gibbons to mate, the park has decided to change some of their domestic arrangements. That's going to mean moving some gibbons, and here's how they're going to do it. Now pay attention. Raphael's moving in with Alex, and Jake's going over to Zoe. Because of this, they've got to shift Pungyo, Peanut and Tian to a new enclosure. In the wild, gibbons swing at speeds of up to 35 miles an hour. It's never easy moving one gibbon, never mind 7.
Bit of a big day with the gibbon section today. We're doing a bit of a swap round, so a lot going on. A lot of timings to be calculated and animals to be moved and all got to be done in the right order. So it's, hopefully, fingers crossed, it'll all go really smoothly.
First up, it's Raphael and Zoe. They've lived together for some time, but their relationship is just not going anywhere.
Gibbons do pair for life, but we have to remember that our gibbons have had very unnatural, disturbed backgrounds. We don't know why Zoe has lived with Raphael for 2 years and suddenly rejected him. But it was a very energetic and violent rejection. She did not want him at all. And if we were to keep them together, we would have had very badly injured gibbons. So we're going to give them the best option that we can by offering her another male and by offering him a lady who won't be quite so nasty to him.
And it just so happens that Jake and Alex haven't been getting along too well either.
Jake and Alex don't so much have issues, but they're not a great pair. Alex is a little bit dogged by Jake, to be honest with you. He's a little bit like a love-sick puppy following around, and I think she quite likes some space. I actually think that Raphael might be a slightly better match. He's got a slightly more playful side to him, and Alex does like a little bit of a game. So hopefully that'll bring out her playful nature too.
So the park has come up with a practical solution, a wife swap.
We're trying to do it as much as possible without any sedation, which can be tricky. Obviously, trying to get a gibbon to walk into a box when he doesn't know what's happening to him is a little bit much to ask, but so far it's going really well. It's plan, absolute perfect. We couldn't have asked for any better.
Raphael gets this complex moving day off to a flying start by just walking into his transport crate. But will all the movers prove to be as accommodating?
Open. Open that. Are you ready?
Worldwide, all 9 species of gibbons are being forced to the brink of extinction. Hopefully the park's efforts will result in some new gibbon babies.
How well they go and how quickly their pair bond, how long's a piece of string? We can't tell. Babies, yeah, of course, we want them, but just give them time. We'll just give them time. She'll get pregnant when she's ready.
With one couple moved, there's one couple to go. But there's a problem. For this last pair to move, Peanut and her family has to move first. Over in the Orangutan nursery, Aris is being trained to be as relaxed around transport boxes as Gibbon Raphael. It'll be less stressful for him if he learns to walk into his travel box by himself without the need for anaesthetic.
Aris! Great!
While one keeper tempts Aris into the box with treats, a second stays by the sliding door.
I'm going to be on the slide, obviously, so he's got to be used that someone's always going to be on the slide because eventually we will shut it. And Kate's just going to encourage him in with nice little treats, really, just to encourage him in, make it really, really exciting place to be in that box.
Good boy, Aris. He's coming out in and out of the box quite happily, but we're now starting to work on duration. Good boy. So once he's been in there for a longer period of time, I'll click him for that and then give him a reward.
At 4 years old, Aris is outgrowing the nursery, and the team are preparing him for a move to the larger enclosure.
Aris can be a little bit boisterous with the youngsters sometimes, and he's, you know, he's growing up a little bit now, he's getting a bit older, so maybe it's time to be with the older guys.
For Aris, this is simply a great game, and it's played in stages.
Taking it very, very slowly, and then eventually we'll get to the stage when we can shut it completely, and we'll click and reward him, and then we'll open it straight away, and then we'll extend that period of time. It's just to make him feel comfortable that he's not going to be stuck in that box forever.
Good boy, Aris.
It's gone really, really well. He's done absolutely brilliantly today. We've managed to shut the slide quite a lot, and he's not reacted or negatively anyway, so it's gone really, really well.
Aris will be moving in a couple of weeks' time, when everybody hopes he will happily go in and out of the box.
Good boy, Aris. Good boy.
Over in the chimp nursery, newest recruit Brian is flourishing under the watchful eye of foster mum Sally. And he seems to have found a new way of getting around the enclosure. When Brian first arrived, bad boy Sheamus was jealous of the new arrival. And foster mum Sally often had to intervene. But now the pair are friends, and thanks to Sheamus's mischievous influence, Brian is becoming more adventurous. Just like humans, chimpanzee toddlers develop and grow stronger by playing and exploring, and Sheamus is helping Brian do just that. But best of all, could it be that Brian is actually helping Sheamus learn to play nicely? Later, Brian learns some harsh lessons about chimp etiquette. Back with the Gibbon wife swap, Raphael's moving in with Alex and Jake's joining Zoe. But their new home is currently occupied by Peanut and her family, so there are yet more Gibbons to move.
We're going to bring Peanut, Pungyo and Tien down here to the bottom Gibbon house, where they will live as a family unit. They're growing in every way, numbers as well as size. Tien's growing up hugely now, and he's going to have this amazing space out here with trees and everything to run about in. So we're hoping that the family will live down here quite happily, and we'll sort everybody else out with their new accommodation too.
Raphael's move was textbook, but Peanut hasn't been trained to walk into a transport crate. Peanut's baby Tien is only a year old, and it's still natural for him to cling to his mum. To reduce his stress, they will move together, but Peanut is going to have to be sedated.
Sedation can be dangerous. Anaesthetic, any anaesthetic, is a worry and a risk. So if we can avoid it, we avoid it. But if we can't, we have to go for it.
For the animal manager, Jeremy, it's not going to be easy. he needs to wait until Tian moves a safe distance away from his mum.
I'm not going to try and dart Mum when she's holding a baby. So, you know, there's lots of this. They will be difficult. Gibbons are always a nightmare.
Meanwhile, the park's vet Femke prepares the dart.
They're quite difficult to dart. They move around a lot, and then the moment you hold your breath, they just move up and you just miss.
The thing with any darting is you've got to be patient. You know, if you miss 2 or 3 times or have a dart failure, you've got to live with it. Just, if you start getting wound up about it, then you have to walk away and come back tomorrow.
Wendy waits nervously. But Jeremy manages to sedate Peanut. And then it's a quick trip to get Mum and baby over to the other side of the park and into their new home. Peanut is gently placed into the bedroom, with Tien firmly attached. The team now has to wait for her to come round from her anaesthetic. It's a tense time waiting for any primate to wake up, but especially with these apes that are so rare and endangered. Coming up, Jake is proof that no 2 gibbons ever get in a box the same way.
Jake, come here.
No. No.
And toddler Brian gets a lesson in chimp manners. At Monkey World in Dorset, the atmosphere is tense in the new gibbon house. Golden-cheeked gibbons are an endangered primate species. The staff are waiting anxiously for Peanut to come round from her anaesthetic. She's been sedated to move her and her family across the park to a much larger enclosure. Her baby, Tien, clings on tightly to her.
Peanut has been darted, Chen obviously not. He's still awake, he's even drinking from her now. I have to wait again to give her the reversal, because one of the 2 ingredients we gave her should wear off first, because it will make her hallucinate if she still has that in her and she wakes up a little bit. So we wait another 10 minutes and I reverse the 1 agent, and then she'll wake up slowly and Chen hopefully will be fine. But she's breathing steady and she looks all right. She's in a recovery position now.
Satisfied that enough time has passed, Femke can give Peanut the anaesthetic reversal injection. Now, all they can do is wait.
Peanut.
3 gibbons down, 3 to go. Zoe and Jake should be a simple prospect. They've both been well trained, so they will not need to be anaesthetised.
They both walk into the box really, really well and give us enough time to shut the slide. We haven't as yet shut the slides on them while they're in the box. We didn't want to scare them or put them off. We've actually only had a very short period of time to do this training with them, so we didn't want any negative at all. So today will be the first day that slide is shut behind them.
First up, Zoe.
Perfectly walked into the box for us. No stress, no worries. Walked into the box, got rewarded for it, and now we're going to take her to her new home. Without any stress, no anaesthetic. Ideal, absolutely perfect. Right. Such a good girl in there, aren't you? Such a good girl, Zoe. Where are you going?
Ready?
Yep. Good girl, Zoe. Good girl. Straight in and shut the slide.
Didn't seem very worried, did you?
No.
Good job. Go well?
Perfect. Couldn't have planned it any better. Out of a box, up a chute, into the new bedroom.
And now for Jake. This should be simple.
Come on then.
Not fully in. Not fully in. No. No.
Get your foot in, I can see you. Come on.
No.
Or not.
Jake, come here. Come here.
Come on, Jake.
No. No.
But after a few words of encouragement and the lure of some tasty grapes, Jake gives in.
No. Got him.
Good job. Good job.
Boy, Jake. Well done, Holly.
With Jake in the box, it's a quick trip over to the other side of the park. And before he knows it, he's well on his way to joining new mate Zoe.
You ready?
He's on his way.
Here we go.
Everybody hopes that Zoe and Jake will make a perfect couple. But before they're introduced, they'll be given a few days to get used to their new surroundings. Coming up, baby TN is still clinging to his mother. Will she wake up safely from the anaesthetic? This afternoon, the Chimp Nursery have been given one of their favourite treats. Fruit-flavoured ice lollies. And they're about to test the newfound friendship between Brian and Sheamus. Some of the ices have been placed in the pond, so the chimps have to work harder at getting them. But they don't like water. This is no problem for clever Sheamus. There's no way new recruit Brian will brave the water. But Sally is willing to chance a wet leg in order to get hold of one. At last, Brian decides to grab a lolly for himself. They've all gone. Upset, he heads over to Sally. But Sally firmly lets him know it's her lolly and it's staying that way. Plan B. Brian sidles up to his new buddy, Sheamus. But Sheamus lets Brian know exactly how things are. Chimps can be extremely persistent. It's time for Plan C. Lulu. No chance. And her nip comes as a nasty shock. For the youngsters, the nursery is usually all about playtime, but it also helps develop social skills. And it seems Brian hasn't quite got the idea that you don't take things that don't belong to you. But finally, Sally shows the soft side he was hoping for. Now she's on her second ice lolly, she doesn't mind sharing a bit with Brian. Unlike Sheamus, who's not about to share his monster stash with anybody. At last, Brian manages to get an ice to himself. And it looks like he's now grasped chimp lesson number 1. If you've got something worth keeping, then stay out of everyone's way. Back with golden-cheeked Gibbon Peanut, her anaesthetic reversal injection should be working.
Peanut. How long since she's had the reversal?
4 minutes.
At last, Peanut starts to come round.
Hello, sweetie. Good morning.
Hey, Peanutter. Not the horrid people around. Come and say hello to me. You've still got TN. Yes,
And Wendy is relieved.
Come on, sweetheart. Come on.
Every time you put an animal under sedation, they need to be able to hear their keepers or someone they trust, their voice. Just like you would come around for an anaesthetic, you want to hear a voice telling you everything's all right and everything's fine and you've done well and you're still there and you want to be able to recognise that voice. So I'm a known factor. I'm not like Jeremy or the vet who does the darting. I'm not the nasty one, as it were. I'm the good guy, or at least I'm supposed to be the good guy. So hopefully she'll forgive me.
Hello, sweet pea. You gonna come and say hello? Come and say hello. Too scary.
Tien's happy because Mum's sitting up. I just wanted to come over to me just to say hello. There's my sweetheart. Oh, you are still very wobbly, aren't you? Still very wobbly. Hello, darling. Hello, sweetheart.
Now Mum and Baby are safely settled in, it's time for Dad, Pongyo, to rejoin his family. This family's new enclosure has more space and a natural tree-filled environment in which Tien can grow up. Pongyo is straight out of his travel box as if nothing has happened and is soon exploring the new space.
The family are back together and I couldn't be more delighted, to be honest with you. Pungyo doesn't like being away from Peanut. Peanut doesn't like being away from Pungyo. Baby's all sorted out. Tien's got Mum and Dad back again. I'm happy. They're happy. Relax. Really good to see them back together.
Next time, join us for a Monkey Life special. It's been 5 years in the planning and an exciting new project for Park Director Alison. Monkey World's first foreign sanctuary for endangered primates is finally a reality, as the team breaks ground on their Gibbon Rescue Center in Vietnam.
Perhaps this is something that actually we could do, that Monkey World and the Vietnamese government could grab hold of and actually do something significant for an endangered species before it faces extinction.
We track through dense jungle trying to find wild golden-cheeked gibbons. But will the team see more than just a glimpse of these elusive creatures? And from gibbons in the wild to those at Monkey World, Peanut and her family experience life in the treetops for the very first time in their new home. This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today's programme is a Monkey Life special. In Vietnam. Monkey World is embarking on an exciting new project, their first foreign sanctuary for endangered primates, a new Gibbon Rescue Center, protecting these rare animals for the future.
Monkey World as a rescue centre has taken 20 years to build up. We're trying to put a rescue centre here in just a few months.
We trek through dense jungle in a search for golden-cheeked gibbons in the wild.
Ow, ow, it's the gibbons.
But will the team catch more than just a glimpse of these elusive creatures? And at Monkey World, Peanut and her family experience life in the treetops for the very first time in their new home. In the past 20 years, Monkey World has rescued and rehabilitated 185 apes and monkeys from all corners of the globe. But their latest project means that many rescued primates can remain in their native country. "6,000 miles away in Vietnam. The Monkey World team is breaking ground on their biggest international project to date. A rescue centre for golden-cheeked gibbons. Vietnam is home to some of the rarest wildlife in the world. Poverty in rural communities has led to endangered wildlife being the target of the illegal poaching and smuggling trades. Without help, golden-cheeked gibbons could face extinction.
We knew that there was a big demand and trade in them illegally on the black market, and yet nobody knew anything about them in the wild, except for most conservationists were saying, actually, there are other species that are more critical. Well, it was a very sort of grand statement to make when you don't actually know anything about the golden sheet gibbon. So I guess at that point in time, which was about 4 or 5 years ago, we decided, well, perhaps this is something that actually we could do, that Monkey World Ping Tung Rescue Center and the Vietnamese government could grab hold of and actually do something significant for an endangered species before it faces extinction.
5 years in the planning, the new sanctuary will be run by Monkey World and Taiwan's Ping Tung Rescue Center. Joining forces with the Vietnamese, the three nations will build the first official rescue center of its kind in this country.
So I'm very pleased to be here today to break ground for this rescue center, but really this is only a small part of the overall project where we are trying to aim to create the highest level of scientific work for conservation, for welfare, and to get the gibbons back out into the forest. So thank you very much and all the best for a successful future. Thank you.
The centre will be built in Vietnam's largest and most diverse conservation zone, Cat Tien National Park. Covering almost 80,000 hectares, Cat Tien has been called the Amazon of Asia. At the entrance to the park is Tien Island, which will house the rescue centre.
Much bigger area than we had ever dreamed of or even considered, and that's how the whole process got started. We came across to the island and did an initial survey and scout through, and it was perfect. There are primary trees growing here. It's mostly secondary forest, but it's just beautiful. It's an island, it's isolated, yet it's right alongside of the national park, so very easy to bring utilities and labor in to look after a rescue center. And with careful design and management, it wouldn't have to have a big impact upon the island. And it was all agreed. Everybody was unanimous, including the government. Everybody was very happy for an endangered primate rescue center to be set up on Tien Island at Cat Tien National Park.
Monkey World's operations director, Jez Hermer, has joined Alison in Vietnam, and they're surveying the site.
Just simply amazing. In 24 hours, our road has been cleared effectively, and it's all been done by hand, so they've just thrown manpower at this and done the deed, which is really nice to see. Actually, is looking around, they've left quite a few of the big trees that might have sort of encroached upon what is going to be our central road, so they are being quite sensitive to what's out here and not just mowing everything down. And now we can get a better look heading into the middle of the island and where the primate center is going to be.
The rescue centre will be home to 20 gibbons at a time. They will be rehabilitated and, where possible, returned to the wild, making way for more gibbons that need help. It'll be a continuous process.
We've got to start recruiting staff, training staff, we've got to start getting equipment in and just preparing the whole thing ready for the first animals to move in here sometime next year. If you think about Monkey World as a rescue centre, it's taken 20 years to build up. We're trying to put a rescue centre here in just a few months. There's a whole raft of stuff that's got to be organised, and so it's going to take quite a bit of focus from us back in the UK to make sure this is on track.
Later at Monkey World, one gibbon family gets to experience life as it should be, high up in the treetops. It's 4 a.m. in Vietnam. The team are heading deep into the jungle. They're hoping to catch a glimpse of golden cheek gibbons in their natural habitat. Monitoring the wild population of the gibbons will help everyone understand more about the needs of the rescued primates when they're brought to the new centre, and when they're re-released back into the wild. But in order to find the gibbons, they need to hear them call. It's a waiting game.
They normally call an hour after dawn, so we've still got some time. But the thing is, you know that they're really close, you know they're within 500 metres of you. But without that trigger of a call, and they're so silent otherwise.
Monkey World keeper Marina has been studying Cat Tienne's wild golden-cheeked gibbons for the last 4 years. The group she's hoping to show Alison is known as How Family.
It's been about an hour since sunup. We haven't heard him. We heard a neighboring group, but not this group. So I think we're going to head back towards the center and we'll take it slowly and see if we can eventually catch up with How Family.
Very little is known about the golden-cheeked gibbons, as they're incredibly difficult to follow through the dense jungle they occupy. Poaching has also made them extremely shy of people.
The seasons make a huge difference here, and it's coming into dry season now, so every step is a crunch and a crack and a break of a branch or leaf litter. And there's just really, it's really difficult to move quietly through the forest right now.
At last, the team hear familiar calls.
They called for 12 minutes, which is their average time, which wasn't enough to get to them. But they're probably within 150 metres of here. Hopefully at a fruit tree. So just waiting for some kind of sign to find out exactly where they are.
Marina has been living in Vietnam for the last 2.5 years. She's endured the jungle for up to 2 weeks at a time, and her findings are going to be crucial for the new rescue centre. Alison wants to ensure the environment and conditions they build at the centre are perfect for the rehabilitation of the rescued gibbons.
Marina's just done an absolutely fantastic job for 2 years studying the ecology and biology of the golden-cheeked gibbons. Most people say, well, what does that really mean? The ecology means how does the animal impact and interact with its environment. So that basically covers everything about your life history. Marina's work in Cat Tienne National Park has been unparalleled. It will be probably the definitive work on golden-cheeked gibbons in the wild. Indeed, many people have failed where Marina has succeeded.
Mr. Bing is a forest ranger and tracker. He's been working with Marina since she arrived in Vietnam. Unfortunately, the gibbons are not Marina's study group.
I'm gutted.
Marina may be disappointed she didn't get to see her gibbons, but catching a glimpse of these shy creatures is fantastic for the team.
It is really difficult. It's secondary forest, which means there's a lot of low-level shrubbery, so you can't go easily. Like in primary forest, the ground's all clear and you can just fly. And other gibbon species, some of them call for 40 minutes, for an hour and a half, and they call 2-3 times per day. But golden-cheeked gibbons here call within the hour after dawn, sometimes just like 4 minutes, on average 12. And if there's a young male in the group, that's when it can go longer, up to 40 minutes. And it's just once per day, that's it. The only other time you'll hear a peep after them if there's a boundary battle or they're scared, and that's just females alarm calling. So they don't give you much chance to find them.
Coming up, the team discover snares and traps.
This is less than 72 hours, definitely.
It's a chilling reminder that illegal poaching still exists in the national park. And, even worse, they see the full extent of the damage a snare can cause. In Vietnam, the Monkey World team are back in the forest of Cat Tienne National Park. Marina wants to find How Family, one of her golden-cheeked gibbon study groups. Before Marina's 4-year-long research into Cat Tienne's golden-cheeked gibbons, very little was known about them. But in order to stand the best chance of releasing them back to the wild, it's vital to know as much as possible. The team aren't having much luck. Spotting the reticent gibbons in this large forest is proving extremely difficult. But they do spot another rare primate. Langurs are classified as critically endangered. They too fall victim to the illegal wildlife and smuggling trades, so the new rescue centre will also offer sanctuary to them. The Vietnamese government and forest rangers known as the Kim Lam work hard to preserve its wildlife. But despite international treaties and domestic laws, the trade continues. Further into their trek, the team finds snares and traps that have been laid just hours ago.
This is less than 72 hours, definitely. Look at that.
Look, this is...
as fresh as anything.
It's brand new.
This is totally illegal. There's Mr. Bing and his Kim Lam, his rangers, patrol the forest, trying to keep the people out. But it's quite a small area. There's a lot of poor people surrounding Cat Tienne, and they just keep coming in.
They have found laid branches and leaves. This is the snare line. The animal is forced to find an opening, which leads straight to the trap.
So if you were an animal and you came along here, that's what's going to happen to you. And it cuts in, and you turn your leg off.
But what generally happens is it doesn't kill them. So it will just leave them to sit there for days, weeks on end sometimes, just dying a slow, lingering death, which is a great shame.
When I was here 2 years ago, I never saw any snare lines, because this is very close to the headquarters. It's right next to the headquarters of the Kim Lam. Yeah, it's just saying lots of people are liking it at the moment, and more are coming in. And this was the best protected area within the park, so hunters are here, it means the other areas maybe are getting worse.
The national park is now having to employ more forest rangers to keep the poachers out.
Now, people have been hunting like this around here for years and years, but, you know, the forest is getting smaller, the concentration of hunting is getting much tighter, the effect upon the natural environment is getting much more severe, and it's an issue of education, essentially. The local hunters don't necessarily need to come in here anymore and hunt these small mammals. It's not essential for their survival, but they do come in as part of their cultural heritage, and until somebody can get the educational points across that actually this is damaging the forest irreparably, you know, this is never going to stop.
Sadly, in just one day, the team find many different traps that they need to dismantle. And later, they come face to face with the reality of what happens to an animal that's been caught by a snare. It's a Duke Lingga, one of the rarest primates in the world.
And, you know, you see these little signs all over his body of what his previous life was. And now that's tragically over.
Over the last 7 years, Monkey World has rehabilitated 8 golden-cheeked gibbons at the park in England. It was the only suitable place for them to go. One family Pungyo, Peanut and their young son Tien are about to experience something new. Attempting to make life as natural as possible for their resident gibbons, the team has created a new 2-acre enclosure, including a large wooded area. This will enable the gibbons to behave as they would in the wild. Dad Pungyo is first on the scene. But Mum Peanut has her youngster to think of, so she's more cautious. But not for long. The lure of the forest is just too tempting. It's a great moment for the Primate Care Staff.
It's the most wonderful thing to see these gibbons in the trees. They've been stolen from the wild as infants, taken into the illegal pet trade, and they're using their trees like they've never been away. Just really goes to show that the natural instinct is there. They know how to handle those trees. It's so often said that you can't put these animals back into a natural environment because they won't know how to do it. Peanut and Pungyo know exactly what trees are for. They know how to use them. They're there. They're using a forest.
Tien is now 11 months old and a confident young gibbon. This is his first tree climbing experience and he clearly loves it. Gibbons move at great speeds and can jump around 40 feet. In the wild, they spend their lives living high in the tree canopy, and it seems that's just what this family are going to do. Peanut and Pungyo were stolen from the forests of Vietnam. Their son, Tien, is actually named after Tien Island, and one day it's hoped they can return to where they belong. Back in Vietnam, in Cat Tien's headquarters, Alison and Marina are about to see firsthand the damage a snare can cause to an animal. This is a black-shanked Lingga, one of the most endangered primates in the world. He's lost his leg and would have endured a slow and painful death. Just a few hours ago, the team were lucky enough to see a wild troop on their trek through the jungle.
You try not to get too emotional about these things and just deal with the practicalities. But when you start looking at him, it's just really difficult because you see signs of his previous life. He's got a cut on his face and a torn ear. He's sort of coming up to adulthood, coming to be a mature male. He was probably challenging the adult male in the group to become the dominant male. And, you know, you see these little signs all over his body of what his previous life was. And now that's tragically over.
Marina is taking hair samples and the vet is gathering information. Hopefully they can learn something about this species from this incredibly sad situation. Cat Tien is the most protected national park in Vietnam, and law enforcement is taken very seriously. At the ranger station, the poachers of the Lingga have been caught and are in handcuffs. They will certainly receive a prison sentence for this crime.
Once word gets out that the authorities are going to seize the animals and prosecute the smugglers, the trade will stop because nobody will want to spend the money on trying to steal langurs or gibbons from the wild, especially if they know they're going to get thrown in jail for it.
Next time. In Vietnam, the team find gibbons living as pets, but will they be able to come to the new rescue center?
Would he be happy to consider her future if she were able to go back to the forest in the next couple of years, if that were possible? Would he consider that for her?
At Monkey World, young orangutan Kai discovers, when it comes to food, being cute means nothing. And in Paddy's chimp group, Suzie gives birth to her second baby.
She's looking after the baby, she's holding the baby. We've actually seen it suckle now, so things are looking very positive for everything to go well.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. In Paddy's chimp group, there's the patter of tiny chimp feet. It's a free-for-all amongst the Bachelor boys as they fail, once again, to learn to share. And in Vietnam, the team begin work at their new Gibbon Rescue Center. Primates have already started to arrive for rehabilitation back into the wild.
So at the moment we know about 20 different foods that they eat in the forest, so we can slowly get better and better and better. So when they do go back into the forest, they're going to survive.
Monkey World is primarily a rescue centre, so it doesn't usually let its chimpanzees breed. But as babies bring family groups closer together, they do occasionally allow it. It's always exciting when there's news of a pregnancy. And 8.5 months later, there's even better news. Chimpanzee Suzie has given birth in Paddy's group.
Came in first thing this morning, and when we arrived, we found Suzie had given birth overnight, probably very soon just before we arrived. Luckily, everything seems to have gone very well. She's looking after the baby, she's holding the baby. We've actually seen it suckle now, so things are looking very positive for everything to go well.
6 years ago, Suzie gave birth to her daughter, Eddie. So far, Eddie is the only chimp at the park to be successfully reared in a family group. Everybody hopes that the chimps will look after this new arrival just as well.
Well, because Suzie had given birth before and looked after Eddie so well, we were quite hopeful that this would be the case again. She actually gave birth overnight, so that meant she was with the group when it happened. So obviously everything had gone well. The whole group were behaving really well towards Suzie and the baby, so there was no need to separate them off. And hopefully, you know, that means she would become a member of the group quicker.
Top priority for the baby is getting fed, and Suzie has settled into breastfeeding perfectly. But the nest that she has built is hiding the answer to that all-important question.
We're not too sure of the sex of the baby yet. We've had a couple of glimpses. We think it might be a boy, but it's a bit too early to tell. We'll have to wait until Susie's a bit happier for us to have a better look.
Dad, Paddy, has shown an interest in the new baby, and now he's giving Suzie some space by keeping the rest of his troop out of her way. And the staff are on hand to give the new mum some TLC, not forgetting a little bit for Susie's first child, Eddie, just to make sure she doesn't get jealous of her new brother or sister.
We're just in the tunnel between the pavilions, inside and outside enclosures. Just been giving Suzie and Eddie a bit of a drink. Susie's pretty tired, she keeps nodding off. She's also quite thirsty, so we're giving her lots of juice drinks just to try and keep her happy. We've also turned the heating up a bit. She was shivering a bit just after she gave birth. So basically we're just keeping her happy and calm, making sure Eddie's contented by giving her the occasional banana, so she doesn't get pestered too much. But other than that, I think she's doing really well.
With all the support in place that Suzie and her baby need, it's fingers crossed that the latest addition to Paddy's group will flourish. Monkey World has rescued primates from all corners of the globe and brought them back to the park here in Dorset. But their latest project means that many rescued primates can remain in their native country. "6,000 miles away in southern Vietnam. Construction is underway on Monkey World's exciting new project, an ape rescue centre specifically for gibbons. It'll be based in 56 hectares of jungle on an island at the entrance of Cat Tien National Park. The pressure's on to complete the centre because new residents have already arrived. 4 golden-cheeked gibbons are in holding cages. For these endangered primates to have a hope of returning to the wild, they'll need to be rehabilitated. And this means learning how to behave like wild gibbons. This is the job of Monkey World's gibbon expert, Marina.
These gibbons were pets in Binh Hoa City, which is very close to Saigon. I think this is the mother and father. and they've been pets for over 15 years, so a long time. And I think they're a breeding pair, and they've had youngsters. And as far as we're aware, this female and the little one, who's only around 2, they're the offspring of this pair.
Full health checks were done on the gibbons, and DNA samples show that they were stolen from this region. This makes them perfect candidates for rehabilitation and eventual re-release back into the jungle here. Step 1 is to get these domesticated primates used to eating the sort of food they would find in the wild.
This is a leaf that I know they eat in the forest. This forest is actually dominated by this tree, and they eat the leaf, the fruit, the flower. So and he's eating it. God, good on you. And the other thing is jackfruit. This is actually domesticated jackfruit, but this is also found in the forest. So if they can start to eat this, there's a chance that they might make it back into the forest one day. So over the months, we'll slowly introduce more and more forest fruits, so we can slowly get better and better and better. So when they do go back into the forest, they're going to survive.
The next step will be to move these gibbons into a semi-wild environment.
And that's where the serious rehabilitation comes alive, where they're going to learn how to move in trees, and they're going to get lots of forest foods. But more importantly, the human contact is going to be reduced. We have to back off fully. They have to, you can't wander in the forest and see a human and want to go and ask for food. So it's very, very important at that stage that we back off and they become wild gibbons who don't see a human and think food or think attention or think anything. They see a human and ignore them.
Numbers of golden-cheeked gibbons in the wild are at an all-time low. Poverty in rural areas has led to endangered wildlife being illegally caught and sold. And on the black market, these animals are worth thousands of pounds. Without help, rare species, such as the golden-cheeked gibbon, face extinction. Later, the team continues its mission to find more gibbons to join the new rescue centre.
Would he be happy to consider her future if she were able to go back to the forest? Would he consider that for her?
And at Monkey World, young orangutans, Kai and Gordon, rough and tumble. But it's all part of growing up. The primates at Monkey World eat several times a day, with some snacks in between. On this morning's menu are figs. Boss man Paddy's got a sweet tooth, so he comes running when he gets wind of the snacks. But with so many figs to go round, even youngster Eddie has managed to get her mitts on some. There's a peaceful air in the troop as they settle down to enjoy their snack. And they show that there are many different ways to eat a fig. Some are delicate and careful, and others are just plain messy. The park encourages the primates to forage for food as they would in the wild. The figs are ideal for this as they're hard to find in the grass. Some will always win the prize, but for those who find it a little more difficult, it could lead to squabbles. In the enclosure next door, the Bachelor boys have noticed that their neighbours are happily enjoying a treat, and they aren't. It's not long before figs start falling into their enclosure too, but the Bachelors aren't quite as calm and peaceful as Paddy's group. As always, when it comes to food, Charlie can't contain his excitement. But he'd better watch out. High-ranking Jester is on the food prowl. Having to forage for the figs is confusing Charlie, giving Jester all the opportunity he needs. And once they've scored a fig, the Bachelor boys aren't going to lose it to anyone. There's definitely enough fruit to go round, but Charlie's luck seems out today, as Jester hits the jackpot with more than his fair share. And Jester is not about to share, however much the other chimps want to. Could a classic Bachelor boy squabble be brewing? Charlie is staying out of it and has given up on the figs, finding some leftovers from lunch instead. He settles on a platform on his own to enjoy the food. while down below, all hell breaks loose amongst the rest of the group over the figs. Over in Paddy's group, it's a very different story. They're clearly far more peaceful than the boisterous bachelors as they happily search for any figs they may have missed. Coming up, the team are shocked at some of the conditions in which they discover captive gibbons.
The cages are terrible and appalling, and the conditions with all of the noise and the workmen are just very upsetting for what is a canopy, quiet forest species.
And at the park, could cheeky orangutan Gordon actually be becoming a role model for Kai? In Vietnam, the Monkey World team is on a mission to find captive golden-cheeked gibbons that could join their new rescue centre. In the wild, gibbons swing freely through the forest canopy. But these critically endangered primates are often stolen from their native habitat and end up living in very different environments.
We've been getting reports from tourists, British tourists who come and visit Vietnam and are traveling around, and then they send us reports. So I had actually just gotten an email right before we came out on this trip from somebody saying that they had come on holiday and they had seen 3 gibbons outside a restaurant in Ho Chi Minh from London. Yeah, the tourists were from London. So we always follow up on all of the reports and all of the sightings.
The team's aim is to rescue gibbons that have been stolen from the wild and to rehabilitate them at the new Gibbon Rescue Center. So first, they must make sure that these gibbons originate from this region.
So we'll see if we can get some hair samples. We'll test them, make sure that indeed they are southern Vietnamese gibbons, and that's the first step to getting them back to the rescue center.
The team will have to work with the authorities to get the gibbons confiscated and taken to the new rescue centre. The Vietnamese government enforces strict laws to protect its wildlife, but previously, even when primates were confiscated, there was nowhere to put them. Until now.
Certainly all of the gibbons in southern Vietnam that people report to us will be going after now, because we have a brand new rescue center on Tien Island who will be able to take these individuals, rehabilitate them, and hopefully put them back to the forest, because it's very likely that all 3 of these were poached from Cat Tien National Park.
In the wild, these primates live in a quiet forest environment, but these cages are on display in a restaurant which is under refurbishment, so the conditions are completely unsuitable for them.
But having said that, their eyes are clear. They're actually in pretty good nick. They're not too skinny. Their coats are good. They look overall pretty healthy to me. You're okay, mister. You're okay.
This is a good sign, which makes the gibbons ideal candidates for a new life at the rescue centre. Later on, the team discover a gibbon living as a pet, and they are shocked to find out how long she's been there.
Bao nhiêu năm ở đấy?
Nó là 24, 25 năm rồi.
24 years, 21 now.
Back at Monkey World, the afternoon is getting off to a tasty start. The orangutans are getting fresh browse. These are tree branches with the leaves still on them. Xiao Kuai is a real food lover, and she's quick off the mark, closely followed by thieving Gordon. Xiao Kuai's 2-year-old son, Kai, is right behind her. He's naturally curious and popular in the group, keeping his mum company while she eats her greens. It's Xiao Kuai's role to teach her infant how to behave, but in her haste to get through as much of the browse in as little time as possible, it looks like she's forgotten the lessons on how to share. Orangutans are the slowest movers of the great apes. But Kai doesn't seem to like this label. He is constantly exploring the enclosure. And just now, whilst his mum is preoccupied with not sharing her browse, Kai heads over to his pal Gordon in the hope that he might let him try a bit. But Gordon's not in the sharing mood either. Kai, however, is nothing if not tenacious. His mum has found some more browse, so he sneaks up to her. And with this much to go around, even she can't quibble over sharing a few leaves. In Vietnam, the Monkey World team continues its search to find captive gibbons stolen from the wild. Their aim is to bring them to the new rescue center in Cat Tien National Park to teach them how to live in the wild again. They have reports of up to 10 wild-caught gibbons in the nearby area. One of these is female golden-cheeked gibbon Gwyn Lee. She was poached from the wild as a baby by this man and kept as a pet by his family.
Ăn đi, ăn ngon là ăn đi. Đây, Gwyn Lee. Gwyn Lee.
How long has the gibbon been inside the cage now?
Bao nhiêu năm ở đây? Bao nhiêu năm con vẫn ở đây?
Nó là 24, 25 năm rồi.
24 years, 24 năm.
24, 25 năm rồi.
It would be illegal if this family took the gibbon from the wild today, but over 20 years ago, the laws here were very different.
This gentleman was a soldier, and during that time he hunted and killed this gibbon's mother and has kept her as a pet since she was a baby, and she's lived with his family. So whether or not we could ever force the issue to say, you know, she must come to a center or not, or whether that would even be the appropriate thing to do politically in the local area for this individual and to create bad feelings towards the whole project, it's hard to say. We'll have to consider that.
This pet gibbon is seen as part of the family. They even sing along with her.
Cái nữa. Nó đen xong rồi bây giờ nó...
It will be very difficult for the family to lose their beloved pet, but Alison really wants to improve the gibbon's future.
Would he like to see Gwyn Lee go back to the forest someday?
Someday, yeah.
He has talked about her future and whether or not it would be nice for her ever to go back to the forest, and he thinks it would be possible. So that's interesting that he's even considered that option, because she's been here for a long time with the family. She's part of the family, and you can see how they interact with her. She knows them quite well. But you can see that she is quite old. I mean, the feet are quite arthritic and the joints are sort of bent. And it isn't because they're broken, they're just old. And you can sort of see it in her face that she's old. Her teeth are perfect, but then, of course, she's being fed soft fruits and things, so she's in good condition, but older. Obviously, what would be best for her is to go back to the island and to be rehabilitated to whatever degree we think we could. But, you know, if in the end that's not possible, then maybe we can at least come back here and try and help them out to make her conditions better in this situation, because she is an old dear.
It's been a busy week for the team in Vietnam. But with the new Gibbon Rescue Center project well underway, there's an even busier year to come. Back at Monkey World in Dorset, it's the end of the day, and in the orangutan enclosure, Xiao Kuai is taking a well-earned rest. Her son, Kai, was the park's first orangutan to be successfully raised by his mum, and he's settled in perfectly around the other adult orangutans. Like all boys, Kai loves nothing better than swinging about and playing. And his partner in crime, Gordon, feels the same way. These two are best buddies, and wherever you see Gordon, you'll find Kai. Just a few baby steps behind. In the wild, young orangs are more sociable than their elders and play in groups when they meet. They wrestle and chase each other and enjoy practicing acrobatic feats in the treetops. They learn their behaviour from their parents. When he was young, Gordon lacked a father figure until family man Twan arrived at the park. He may be as strong as several men, but Twan is a big softie, and the two of them hit it off. Just like Gordon, Kai also needs a role model, and it looks like Gordon's just the orang for the job. Gordon and Kai will probably not live with each other forever, as large males don't like each other's company. It's amazing to think that one day they will both look like Twan. Gordon's cheeks, known as flanges, are starting to develop, but orangs grow at a very slow rate, so hopefully there'll be many more years of play to come until Gordon and Kai have to be separated. And right now, life for these two doesn't get much better. Next time, it's a day of introductions as alpha male Hananya is reunited with an old flame. Will he and Patricia patch up their differences?
Hananya!
And from old flames to a new relationship. Zoe the Gibbon meets Jake for the first time.
You never know what's going to happen with Gibbon introductions. We'll just see how this one goes.
And there's exciting news as the park begins work on its biggest rescue ever. But a tough decision has to be made.
Now I'm confronted with the fact that there are 100 monkeys sitting in fairly barren lab cages, and I have to pick out 35.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, it's a day of introductions as alpha male Hananya is reunited with an old flame. Will he and Patricia patch up their differences? It's a tense time for the team as Zoe the Gibbon meets her new partner Jake for the first time.
You never know what's going to happen with Gibbon introductions. We'll just see how this one goes.
And the park begins working on its biggest rescue ever. And it's decision time for Alison.
I'm confronted with the fact that there are 100 monkeys sitting in fairly barren lab cages, and I have to pick out 35.
Monkey World is home to 4 capuchin monkeys. They are Tom, TJ, Gizmo, and Terry. In the wild, capuchins are native to South America, but these 4 primates were rescued from the British pet trade.
Good girl.
Many people keep exotic wild animals as pets without knowing enough about their needs, and current British law does not give the primates enough protection. They have been discovered in appalling conditions. Monkey World's 4 capuchins were all rescued from solitary confinement, and for them, life today couldn't be more different. They live happily together in a family group. But they're soon to be joined by more capuchins, a lot more, as the park prepare for their biggest rescue mission ever.
Last year, Jim and I were actually approached by a laboratory in Chile that was home to 100 capuchin monkeys. And we were asked basically if we could rehome all of them, which was quite a daunting task.
Previously, the park's largest rescue was of 19 stump-tailed macaques from a laboratory in Britain. The prospect of now rescuing 100 capuchin monkeys all at once from South America is a daunting challenge.
So I've got in touch with the laboratory last week. I told them that we would be moving ahead as soon as possible so that we could take on half of them, or up to 35, probably individuals, I guess, and then get back to them, let them know how we've done, and consider the future of the rest of them thereafter.
The capuchins have been used for contraceptive and other medical research, but with tests completed, they are now free to be retired.
It's a sensitive issue. The politics with laboratory animals are quite harsh and severe, and I believe that the lab has come under fire in Chile already, and they know that monkey world will not enter the realms of the politics involved on whether or not the monkeys should be there in the first place or not, but we're there to sort out the problem and to help the monkeys.
The park has a mammoth task ahead. They have to plan the move and build the new capuchins' homes, and nobody is sure what the monkeys' physical and mental condition will be like.
I suspect that some of these individuals will be quite traumatized and institutionalized in their behavior, and that's something we'll have to be very cautious about.
Later, there's a difficult decision ahead, as Alison has to choose who's coming first.
All of the little faces staring back at me are making the task very difficult indeed.
Monkey World provides a stable home for abused primates that have been rescued from around the world. The rehabilitation process differs for each animal, and for chimp Patricia, it's taking quite a while. She lives in Hananya's troop of 18 and gets along with everyone apart from the boss himself. Hananya has been leader of the group for 3.5 years now and is respected by his females. They show their admiration for him through a variety of submissive gestures. But while the majority of the females pander to their boss, Patricia doesn't. Hananya finds her very attractive, but she's been playing hard to get. To ease the tension between them, they were separated.
The problem with her is she's got no idea of the social workings of being a chimpanzee. You know, she's obviously been on her own as a pet for a long, long time and always had her own way. Well, she didn't get any comprehension of that you got to give to receive. You know, this whole thing, it's a bit of give and take, and the penny hasn't dropped as far as that's concerned yet.
Today, the two chimps are going to meet face to face once again. Patricia spots Hananya straight away as he makes his entrance. She heads up high. Hananya is entirely focused on Patricia, but she just doesn't know how to handle him. Animal manager Jeremy is concerned. All Hananya wants is her attention, but even though she likes him, Patricia doesn't understand how to show it, and he's just making her nervous. Hananya's frustration is starting to show, and all Patricia's screaming just serves to wind him up further.
Hananya!
The big male is still too daunting for Patricia, and she heads indoors.
There's no reason to give up yet, because this is the best place for her. We're going to persevere with this for at least a bit longer, because it is her best option. You know, when we think of all the other groups of chimps that we have in the park, you know, this really is where she ought to be. You know, we can only hope that at some stage she will get the idea that upsetting Hananya ain't a good plan. You know, and he's bigger than you and you're going to get a thumb.
Later, Jeremy checks on Patricia, and it seems her lack of interest in Hananya has pushed things too far.
He's bound to wound him up. You know, I don't blame him for thumping her, to be honest with you.
Monkey World is home to the largest collection of captive golden-cheeked gibbons outside of Asia. They are an endangered species, so breeding is vitally important. Gibbons pair bond for life, but for two couples, this wasn't the case. Raphael and Zoe, and Jake and Alex weren't getting along, so the park arranged an ape-wife swap. Today's a big day. Zoe is soon going to meet her new partner, Jake. But before this can happen, keeper Wendy needs to check on Alex. A couple of weeks ago, she met her new partner, Raphael. But things didn't go according to plan.
Gibbons cannot be left on their own and be mentally happy. They pair for life. That instinct, that need to pair bond is so, so strong. So we have to get somebody a partner. The only way of doing it is with these series of introductions. Unfortunately, my choice for her was not the right one.
During the meeting, there was a scuffle, and it was Alex who was on the receiving end.
These things are never predictable. They don't come with a booklet and tell you how to do these things. We went through our normal procedures with the introduction. Everything was looking good, everything was positive, until unfortunately the day we opened the slide up, he decided that he was felt under threat, and unfortunately he did a lot of damage to her arm. Gibbon canine teeth are very large and they're very dangerous. So one reason why we need to stay away from them. He literally, freak accident, managed to get both canines in the right place, and sadly he did so much damage that Alex has actually had her arm amputated.
The park's medical team did try to save Alex's arm, but the injury was too severe. It's now been a couple of weeks since the operation, and she seems to be coping well.
She was nursed fairly intensely for the first couple of days, but she is such a strong girl. She's done so immensely well. She's carried on. She's got to build up the strength in her arm. She's got just the one arm to swing on. She's got to get that strength up in that arm, but also to learn how to move her body, how to balance. How does she get around? But also I need to see whether or not she's capable. Do I need to make any changes to her enclosure? I haven't had to do that. She's just brilliant. She has progressed superbly well. Good idea just to give her some time on her own, let her settle down, we can assess her and watch her. She's quite happy at the minute. What we plan to do is move Raphael back down towards her, and if it was just a freak accident, maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but they will let us know instantly. If I put him next to her for a day, I'll be able to tell, is there any aggression, is there lots of aggression, right, away again, and we look for a new man.
Next stop for Wendy will be the meeting between Zoe and Jake, and it looks like love is in the air.
The best result we've ever had. Instant attraction to these two.
And chimpanzee Jimmy heads outside for the first time since his knee injury. Monkey World in Dorset is home to over 160 rescued primates, from beach photographers' props to lab chimps. Today, major planning has started on what will be Monkey World's biggest primate rescue mission.
I mean, these guys are used to tiny boxes, so, I mean, you know, dividing a 6x6 bedroom in two is, like, absolutely no problem. Yeah.
The park has agreed to rehome almost 100 capuchin monkeys, being retired from a research laboratory in Chile, South America. The plan is for them to arrive in stages and eventually live together in family groups. So now, Alison must decide which they want to take first.
And now I'm confronted with the fact that there are 100 monkeys sitting in fairly barren lab cages, and I have to pick out 35. And all of the little faces staring back at me are making the task very difficult indeed. My first gut instinct would be to say, okay, so if we're going to take 35, first of all, women and children first. Sinking ship, off they come. And of course, with the youngsters as well, the sooner you get them out of the lab, the less damage is done to them long term. So I think we're probably going to head for women and children first and see how we go with that.
The park is already home to 4 capuchins, rescued from the British pet trade. They live as a family group in a large house with an outside enclosure. But for the new arrivals, Operations Director Jez is overseeing the build of a new house and an extensive outdoor area.
For the first time in their lives, they're going to be able to actually come out of a solitary confinement situation into real natural trees, just really getting used to actually having that freedom, which they've never had. They're going to be able to forage for insects and just basically be primates for the first times in their lives. It's going to be fantastic.
The design and manufacture of the monkeys' transport boxes also has to be carefully considered for the 7,000-mile journey to Monkey World.
That's going to be stressful for a lot of them, so we need to make sure that we design the boxes extra special so that they feel as comfortable as possible. The one good thing about that is that they are used to small spaces.
The Capuchin's transport and arrival will be just the first of many new experiences for these primates.
When we get them here to the park, we'll try and start socializing them instantly. And, you know, we're never going to give them a wild existence back. And let's face it, these guys are going to be so messed up in their heads anyway that that wouldn't be appropriate for them going back to the wild. But what we can give them is companionship, a healthy life, better fitness, fresh air, and, you know, a nice, relaxing retirement. And for the most part, I expect these little capuchin monkeys will be over the moon to hear, feel, touch, play, groom, and hang out with their own kind. And once they get together, they won't want to be apart.
It's going to be a busy few weeks for Alison and the team as they prepare for these new arrivals.
So the ideal would be to get as many of these all together in one group.
Coming up, golden-cheeked Gibbon Zoe knows just how to charm her new man.
Zoe is such a tart at times, just making herself look as beautiful and as playful and as lovely as she possibly could.
Monkey World's Primate Care Staff are experts in rehabilitating rescued chimps back into social groups. But their efforts with introducing Patricia into Hananya's group have not been going so well. Chimp life is a volatile one, and scuffles do break out regularly. At some point during their last meeting, frustration got the better of Hananya, and the big male bit Patricia. So vets Femke and John Lewis and the animal manager Jeremy have come to see if she's okay.
Will she show it to you? Or you, Jeremy?
Come here. Come here.
Jeremy tempts her over with some grapes so the team can get a closer look at the wound.
Show me your neck. Look at your neck.
Let's have a look.
See your neck.
Shall I come with you?
Yeah, of course. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Come down.
Have you seen any sort of problems with her moving her head, her neck, or whatever?
Not at all.
It looks quite nasty, but chimps are tough animals, and Jeremy is more concerned about Patricia's introduction into the group.
He's being a prat, but he's not nasty. He's not really bright enough for the role that he's got. To a point, you can sympathise with Hananya, because she absolutely loves him, and he loves her, and she'll let him sort of get so close, and then when he wants to get a bit closer, she plays hard to get. She's a flirt. He's bound to wound him up. You know, I don't blame him for thumping her, to be honest with you. No, I don't, because it's dreadful what she does to him. She's all over it. She won't leave him alone. But then, no, I don't want you now. Well, you can't do that to people. You shouldn't do that to people. So I'm really not surprised we've got this situation.
Park vet Femke has put Patricia on a course of antibiotics, and although it's an open wound, John seems happy with everything.
They're very good at healing, but, occasionally one will go wrong. So, yes, you have to go through the appropriate steps. She's having a painkiller and something to reduce the irritation. I can't do any more.
The team will not give up on Patricia, and they hope that she will soon relax around Hananya and settle into his group. Another chimp on the recovery list is Jimmy. He's going outside for the first time since the care staff noticed a wound to his leg. It's taken 2 months of intensive hands-on treatment by the Primate Care Staff to heal Jimmy's wound. If they weren't so dedicated, Jimmy could have lost his leg.
It's all pretty delicate when people do that.
It's hoped a bit of fresh air and exercise will help the last stages of the healing process. Jimmy's lived with Paddy's chimp group for almost 20 years, but he was involved in a major dispute that resulted in the troop ousting him. So, for his own safety, he's moving next door to the Bachelor pad. Jimmy has already met 5 of his rowdy new housemates, and today it's time for the next. He's meeting Spanish Charlie.
All the other introductions we've done inside, but because Spanish Charlie is a bit peculiar, he's a bit unique, I would rather do him outside, because he'll always, no matter what happens, when something abnormal happens, he'll always just sort of have a moment. It's the sort of thing it ought to be done in a large area rather than a small area, and then everybody can just leave him alone while he gets on with his displaying and all that sort of thing. He's a nutter.
Jimmy and Charlie lived together 10 years ago, and they were great friends, so it's hoped they'll pick up where they left off, as long as Charlie doesn't throw a wobbler.
Charlie's just proven me out to be a liar about doing all his displays and stuff, because it's not quite the display I thought he was going to do, but...
All seems calm, and a grooming session between the two is extremely positive. Despite Jeremy's concerns, the pair are getting along like old friends. Back with the Gibbons, it's now time for Zoe to meet her new man, Jake. The park's last Gibbon introduction didn't go well and resulted in Alex losing an arm. Zoe's past history with boys isn't too good either.
Zoe has had a divorce in the past. Raphael was not quite the man that she wanted in the end. She changed her mind, but that's a woman's prerogative. She wants more of a tough man, and Jake's that. But, you know, he's not going to stand for any nonsense from her either.
The pair have been housed closely together indoors for some time, and so far, the signs are good. But as with Raphael and Alex, it's only when they finally meet that the team can tell if they will get along. So Wendy's on tenterhooks as the pair are given access together outside. Neither Jake nor Zoe got on well with their previous partners, so nobody really knows what's going to happen. The initial signs look good, as Zoe immediately starts grooming her new man. And it looks like the two of them have hit it off.
You never know what's going to happen with Gibbon introductions, but I think that has got to be possibly the best result we've ever had. Instant attraction to these two. They have been alongside each other for a little while now. But Zoe is such a tart at times, just making herself look as beautiful and as playful and as lovely as she possibly could. I think she's written the textbook on Gibbon introductions, and Jake has lapped it up in doses, and he's quite happy because she's sitting out there grooming with him, playing with him. He gets everything he wants. A big outside enclosure, a brand spanking new house, and a new woman to go with it too.
Next time, tough nut chimp Sheamus shows he can still play nicely with the youngsters. There's some growing up to be done as orangutan Aris graduates from the nursery and meets bruiser Gordon.
Oh, good boy. No, careful. Careful, that's good. We're good.
And keeper Mike brings the woolly monkey baby down to meet his own kind for the very first time.
There. Is that your little son? He's a handsome boy like you, isn't he?
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. Surprise in the chimp nursery as tough nut Sheamus starts a gentle play session. But can he keep his wild side under control? There's some growing up to be done as orangutan Aris graduates from the nursery and meets bruiser Gordon.
Good boy. No, careful. The thing is, if you can keep it calm, if you can just have some influence on that. Gordon, no. Then hopefully it will make the introduction go that bit more smoothly. No, I'm not doing the rough games, and neither's he.
And keeper Mike brings the woolly monkey baby to meet his own kind for the very first time.
There. Is that your little son? He's a handsome boy like you, isn't he?
When Monkey World rescues a primate, it has a home here for the rest of its life. This means constantly ensuring each ape and monkey is living in the right group. Today, it's all changed for one of the park's orangutans, Aris. He's moving out of the orang nursery and into Gordon's adult group.
You know, he's getting quite old now for the nursery. He's quite focused on some of the little girls. I mean, he's not a big problem, but he likes to play really, really rough, which is great, but some of the younger kids are not quite so impressed with all that. So it's better to do it when he's young, and God will hopefully accept him as a little kid rather than a rival male.
Aris is too big to be carried to his new enclosure. At his age and size, he would normally have to be sedated, but an anaesthetic isn't the healthiest option for him. So, over the past few weeks, the Primate Care Staff have been teaching Aris to walk into a travelling box.
Good boy, Aris.
We don't want to anaesthetise him to move him because he's only a little kid, and the risks outweigh the benefits there. So what we'll do is we'll try and get him in. We have special treats. Penny's gone and got chocolate raisins and cherries and all sorts of stuff like that. So if he doesn't go in today, we just try another day and we just keep trying until he goes in.
Aris has been happy to walk into his box on many occasions. But today is moving day and Aris just isn't playing ball.
Well, last time he took about 5 minutes before he actually went in, didn't he? So he's...
Surely a bribe of his favourite sweets will get him into the box.
Actually, hang on, he's only got one fingertip out. Eat your sweets, right, and get in the box.
Apparently not.
He's gone all the way in now and left one hand out, which he quite often does. So now it's just a case of getting that last hand in and we can close his slide. So it might take another few minutes, but he's doing pretty well at the moment.
Good boy.
Next up, chocolate raisins. Aris is fond of chocolate raisins, but just how fond? Very fond.
Right.
Later, a big challenge awaits Aris as he comes face to face with a large male orang for the first time.
Yes, good boy.
Gordon.
Gordon, no.
And there's a potentially serious medical problem for capuchin monkey Tom.
When a keeper's flagged up that he had a black lump in the mouth, that can be a melanoma and it can be extremely aggressive, very serious. And Tom's chances wouldn't be good under those circumstances.
On the other side of the park, keeper Mike is taking the hand-reared baby woolly monkey to see what other woolies look like for the very first time.
No. Come here. Here's Lavar. Lavar. Oh. There. Is that your little son? He's a handsome boy like you, isn't he? Oh. Oh.
When we do any hand rearing, it's really, really so important that the animal grows up thinking of itself as whatever it is. So what we do with them, provided the baby's healthy and the animals are healthy here, We'll bring them down straight away to the house as soon as possible so that they grow up knowing and hearing the woolly monkeys around them and get used to the noises. He's got to grow up thinking of himself as a woolly monkey. It is very easy when you're hand rearing to totally humanise them.
The baby is just 3 weeks old and is being hand-reared because he didn't feed from his mother. Mike and the park's director, Alison, take it in turns to look after him. This is a challenging job, as only 2 woolly monkeys in the world have survived being hand-reared.
That's 1 mil. Good boy. Here you go. Here you go.
And this baby's brother, Julio, is one of them. While he was being hand-reared, he would be regularly brought down to visit the woolly monkey house.
Are you hiding? Good boy.
After 7 months, he joined his family full-time. This is also the plan for this little one.
Julio went in so well into this group. I mean, it really was unbelievable. Hello, little man. What you doing, eh? You've got yoghurt all over your tummy. You're a messy boy, aren't you? We started off introducing Julio first to Suzie, and Susie's a really kind lady. She's fabulous, you know, she wouldn't hurt a fly. And then we just gradually introduced the rest of the group one by one.
Most of the park's woolies are given South American names, as this is where woolly monkeys come from.
No, we haven't named him yet. We're just in the process of collecting lots of different names from the keepers who work with the woolly monkeys. Then I'm sure Alison will get together with everybody and we'll hit upon a name.
But this baby may end up with something a bit more British.
I think Dave is a popular one. I don't know. I mean, to me, it doesn't really matter what they're called, you know. But, yeah, he needs a name other than Little Man or Little Fella or something, or worse.
Back with orangutan Aris, his big day continues. He's moved out of the orangutan nursery and into Gordon's adult group.
Oh no, we'll push back. There we go.
He's settling well into his new home, so the team have decided he's ready to face his biggest challenge of the day. He's going to meet 10-year-old Gordon. Aris can see Gordon and the other adults opposite him. The noises he's making are different to his usual squeaks.
Easy, small boy.
This is actually a more adult noise he's making now. He's slightly worried, he's slightly angry, he's a little bit stressed out, so that's more of an alarm, more of a slightly aggressive, just kind of what's going on kind of thing, because this was not what he had planned for today. He had today planned running about in the nursery with the little kids.
Although Gordon is 10 years old, in orang years he's already a teenager. And like a lot of teenagers, he can be unpredictable. So before Gordon and Aris make full contact, they'll be introduced to each other through the mesh.
Aris, Gordon.
They're both interested and intrigued. But there are no aggressive signs, so it's decided to let them meet face to face. And, as always, animal manager Jeremy is on hand to try and keep the peace.
Hello, young man.
Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Hello, Gord. What are you doing in there? Come on. Come on. Who's that? Who's that? You be good boy. Hello? What are you doing? You're okay. Well, no, I'm not playing rough. I'm not playing rough games. It's not gonna happen. Okay? No rough games. We're gonna be nice to Aris, okay?
Gordon is used to young males as he lives with 2-year-old Kai. Gordon and Kai get along really well and often play, so hopefully Gordon will welcome Aris into his group.
You have to take... Oh, good boy. That's... No. Careful. Careful. That's good. We're good. That's good. Check him out.
Aris, on the other hand, has no experience with adult males. But as he's an outgoing orang and Jeremy is close by, he should be just fine.
No, I'm not doing the rough games, and neither's he. We don't do rough games. At the moment, I'm just trying to keep Gordon calm. The thing is, if you can keep it calm, if you can just have some influence on that... Gordon, no. Then hopefully it will make the introduction go that bit more smoothly. My control over Gordon is pretty limited. He wants to wrestle me, and I'm not going to play. And if I carry on like that, then you've got about that much control over the situation, which is better than nothing. It's also a distraction from him focusing. If he's focusing too rough on Aris, that's obviously a bad thing. Yes, good boy.
The way to most animals' hearts is through their stomach.
Aris, you're a good boy. See, Aris wants one, and Gordon wants one. That's OK.
And it's also the way to Jeremy's.
We just have a little grape fest. One for you. One for you. One for me. Should have done this with pork scratchings, because they're much nicer.
It's a good sign that Gordon's happy to have Aris this close when food is around. But Jeremy's not ready to leave them alone together just yet.
Come on.
It's time to separate them.
No. If I go through
But Gordon has other ideas.
Well, it's not going to just go through the grape?
I don't think so. It's much more fun to beat me up. You come through for the grapes.
Aris is confident and his first meeting has gone well. But he needs a rest now. Because... later on, Aris meets one of the new ladies in his life, Xiaolan. And the Primate Care Staff have to keep a close eye on Capuchin Tom.
This is a lot of fat.
Yeah, he's really fat.
It isn't funny, amusing, cute, or anything. It's a problem.
This afternoon, in Monkey World's medical room, there's concern for the alpha male capuchin monkey, Tom.
Tom has got some funny little lumps in his mouth that we just want John to have a look at. And he's tried to have a look through the mesh and can't get any decent diagnosis like that, so we're just going to anaesthetise him and have a proper look.
12-year-old Tom lives with 3 other capuchin monkeys rescued from the pet trade. Today in Britain, anyone with the correct licence can own one of these primates. But often people don't know how to look after them properly. The capuchins now at the park were all found in solitary confinement and had been fed the wrong foods. Tom in particular was hugely overweight. He's since been on a diet, but his weight loss has been slow.
I'm going in. Come on, Tom.
Jeremy has a good relationship with Tom, so he wants to get him out of the box by hand rather than injecting him.
Come on, Tom.
Tom's not happy about it, but it's healthier for him. Although he will still need anaesthetic gas for John to be able to examine him. But gas is not as risky as an injection.
If you can use gas, it induces them very quickly. In other words, they go to sleep very quickly. Conversely, they wake up very quickly. It doesn't rely on any drug having to be metabolised or broken down in the body. We don't have to use other drugs to reverse them. This animal's overweight. He's relatively old. So there is a possibility that his liver and his kidneys won't be functioning at 100%. Now, you need those 2 organs functioning well to metabolise or eliminate injectable anaesthetic drugs. So in his case, if we can mask him down, we're reducing the risks for him. We'll get a quicker recovery for him, but he is overweight, and that can be a risk factor for some injectables.
Now Tom is fully sedated, John and Monkey World's vet Femke can check on the mysterious lumps in his mouth.
Are you talking about these little black tips to the comb under the tongue?
Yeah, that's what she was talking about, and there was some on the top of there. She was concerned there was some lumps down there as well.
Well, they're normal. That's all normal. When the keeper's flagged up that he had a black lump in the mouth, that can be a melanoma and it can be extremely aggressive, very serious. And Tom's chances wouldn't be good under those circumstances. As it happens, we've had a good look under the tongue and it's just normal pigmentation that they've seen. And presumably they've seen it for the first time a few weeks ago, hadn't an opportunity to see it before. That worried them, so we've checked him out. But there's not a suggestion of it in the mouth. He has a normal mouth, so no, that's good. And in the meantime, we got a blood sample from him, so we can check his kidneys and liver function and general health as well. So we'll take the opportunity to do that.
It's good news for Tom, but he does have a more serious ongoing problem.
This is a lot of fat on it.
Yeah, he's really fat. But the problem is he's the dominant male, so he grabs everyone's food. And if you separate them for a long time, that's also not very nice for the group.
Okay, I'll
just put him onto pure oxygen now, and then we can put him into his box.
Absolutely.
Could the box come here, please?
Right.
There you go, my man.
There's a great big tie around his neck, which is a problem. You know, you get an animal this weight, you've got a problem. It isn't funny, amusing, cute, or anything. It's a problem.
The Primate Care Staff will have to carefully consider Tom's diet and feeding habits.
Have a look at what you're feeding. Are you feeding lots of nuts, for example?
No, I mean, because they're all as a group, they've all kind of been put on Tom's diet, but quantity-wise, because TJ and Gizmo were quite thin, we were actually having to give them extras all the time.
Yeah, that's
so
a bit difficult.
you turn your back for 5 minutes, and Tom's grabbed their banana, but we're now separating them at night time, so we've just figured out how we can really try and minimise Tom's ability to gain food for himself.
You do need to.
Later, will orangutan Aris be able to charm the new lady in his life? The park's nursery gives the younger chimps a chance to develop social skills that'll be necessary for them when they move on to one of the adult groups. But there's one chimp who's spent more time here than anyone else. 8-year-old Sheamus. He's either causing trouble with the other chimps or chilling out with his foster mum, Sally. The pair share a special bond. Just like humans, chimpanzees develop their own unique personalities, and Sheamus's personality is certainly unique. He's mischievous, inquisitive, and always in the thick of it at playtime. Brian is the new boy in this group. To begin with, he was nervous of boisterous Sheamus. But now they play happily together. Although chimps are clever, some are cleverer than others, and most are cleverer than Sheamus. He's much bigger than the others in the group and is well known for being rowdy and rough. But today he seems to be on his best behaviour. And Sheamus's gentle play is also popular with toddler Ash and cheeky Ben. Eventually, Sheamus will have to move into a more adult group. But as long as he carries on playing nicely with the youngsters, there'll be many more rough and tumble sessions for the little ones to enjoy.
Right, she's good people, she is. But is that little...
Back with Aris, it's time for his next meeting. It's with female Xiaolan. She's a placid orangutan, so hopefully they'll hit it off. And Aris is definitely intrigued at the new face staring back at him.
Go open the door. You ready? All right, darling.
Having finished her banana, she's ready to say hello.
Who we got here? Is that good? It's a girl for you.
Hey, little man.
Check that little boy out.
Xiaolan adopts a non-threatening pose. This helps Aris to relax and encourages play. But Aris is a bit too wary to join in. Xiaolan reacts perfectly to Aris's nervousness by backing off and turning her attention to Jeremy.
Kissing and stuff. It's not that sort of program. We don't do the kissing stuff. Is this all right? You're doing very well. It's a girl thing and being more mature. Obviously, she's very interested in him. She needs to check him out, which she is doing. Good girl. That's nice. But she doesn't have this competitive, physical thing that the male would have. It's just really that simple.
In the wild, orangutans are thought to be semi-solitary. The number of social interactions seen in one day in a chimp group might occupy an entire year in an orang's social diary. But in captivity, they clearly enjoy companionship.
I should give him a thumb for that.
Aris is used to adult females as he's lived with our mate for the last 3 years. And soon, he's confident enough to react to her advances, albeit somewhat aggressively. But Xiaolan doesn't take offence. She'll just keep on trying until he's relaxed enough to join in properly.
Boys, no, be nice to him. Be nice to that boy. Good girl. Good girl. Be nice.
Xiaolan is doing all the right things to try and make Aris feel relaxed. If the meeting stays this positive, the pair will be left to bond with each other overnight. Next time, orangutan Aris meets bundle of energy Kai and his mum, Xiao Kuai. Chimp Suzie takes her new baby outside for the first time. And things take a turn for the worse in the chimp nursery as naughty Sheamus gets out of control.
Those two little children down there are frightened to come up here because you're such a bully. Do you get that? So you're going to have to go and live in the Bachelors.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, naughty Sheamus is out of control.
He's horrible. He's a mindless moron.
Chimp Suzie takes her new baby outside for the first time. And there are problems with the travel arrangements for the park's biggest ever rescue mission.
It's got to be coordinated down to the last minute, and if we don't get this right, the risk increases hour on hour that those animals are actually in those cages.
It's early morning at Monkey World, and some of its residents are having a lie-in. Meanwhile, the park's staff are busy preparing for their biggest primate rescue mission. Monkey World has agreed to rehome almost 100 capuchin monkeys being retired from a research laboratory in Chile, South America. This is a huge task, so the plan is for the primates to be collected in stages. 36 capuchins will make up the first shipment to Monkey World.
Keep in mind that this isn't like they all have to cram in there and then that's it. We've got the holding areas up top here.
The team has spent weeks organising the new, tailor-made house and enclosure builds. Even the transport boxes have Monkey World's personal touch.
We like to take it a little bit further and try and design for comfort because a lot of the time we're transporting animals on very long journeys. So what we sat down and did is take the basic design then. You have to decide how big you want the box because a lot of the time you presume bigger is better. But if they're wild animals that are used to tucking up together and sleeping and feeling security in more confined spaces, like the capuchins do often, you're better off making the boxes not overly big. I mean, you can see there's going to be enough room in here for an animal to move around and feel comfortable, stand up, stretch her limbs, reach out, but not enough that she can run around the box and bang into the walls and hurt herself. So I think it's perfect size. We've also put in plexiglass windows into them so that they can see out, because we found that when we've been transporting animals from Asia in the past, that if they can at least see where they're going, stress levels inside of the box just more than cut in half, and they arrive feeling much more relaxed and content.
The realisation and enormity of the mission ahead now starts to hit home.
I know when you start seeing all of the boxes lined up and all of the windows, and knowing that each one of those windows represents another face that you're going to have to look after and care for the next, I don't know how many years. It's a bit of a daunting task, but really quite excited.
Over in Paddy's chimp group, it's a big day for Suzie and her new 7-week-old baby. This is the first time they've been outside since the birth. Chimp life can be volatile, and Suzie's taking no chances with her precious infant. She keeps a safe distance from the rest of the group. Just like with humans, it's the mother's role to provide the majority of parental care. Newborn chimpanzees are helpless, and for the first 2 months of their life, they're unable to support their own weight. This baby depends on mum for everything. But Suzie is an experienced mother. She still shares a close bond with her firstborn, 6-year-old female Eddie. This time round, though, it's a boy for Suzie, and he's been named Bart. But now Eddie's going to have to learn to share her mum, just as she would if they were living in the wild. When another baby's born, the elder sibling will remain close to their mother, but spend more time with the other members of the troop. This allows mum to provide protection and nourishment to the newborn. And this is exactly what's happening to Eddie. Suzie focuses on Bart, and Eddie is clearly jealous. She's never been blanked by her mum before and wants her attention. But when Suzie walks off, it's becoming clear to Eddie that she's going to have to share her mother. Later, will Eddie calm down and be allowed to make contact with her baby brother? And with naughty Sheamus, his cheeky behaviour is getting so out of control, there's nothing animal manager Jeremy can say or do to help.
You're not taking me seriously, are you?
With over 160 animals to look after, the Primate Care Staff are kept very busy. For Colin and animal manager Jeremy, their first job of the day is to check on orangutan Aris. Yesterday, he moved from the Orang nursery into Gordon's adult group. His first meeting with Gordon went well, but as Gordon can be unpredictable, Jeremy wasn't keen to leave them alone. Instead, the 4-year-old was teamed with female Xiao Lan. They were left together overnight, and the team are keen to see if Aris and Xiao Lan are still getting along.
Xiao Lan is still doing all the right things. She's initiating play, she's been really friendly. He's joining in now, and he's actually starting games himself. So, all in all, it's going really well so far.
This is good news, so Jeremy's keen to do another introduction. Aris is going to meet Xiao Kuai and her young son, Kai.
Got nothing.
Jeremy has a unique relationship with the orangs, so he's able to go into the meetings.
The thing is, I can have an influence over Xiao Kuai and Xiao Lan and Kai, and I can diffuse negative behaviour. And she doesn't know that she's stronger than me because I can do the dominant male bit. Sort of.
And it's a good thing that Xiao Kuai does think he's the dominant male. Being around 7 times stronger than Jeremy means she could hurt him very easily.
You gonna let me dominate you? Yep, go for it. Now, I'm gonna go through first.
Xiao Kuai is keen to go through, but it's food rather than Aris that is tempting her.
Well, you just walk past and she's just trying to find see if there's any grub or anything.
While Mum is occupied, Aris is eager to introduce himself to young Kai.
Good boy.
Tearing herself away from the food, Xiao Kuai is close behind, as is Jeremy.
No, I'm not playing rough games with you. We're doing an introduction here.
And Aris shows them why he was so popular in the nursery by turning the meeting into a good old play session.
We've got a bit of bonding going on here.
Aris is a streetwise lad, which seems to be helping his integration process. Before coming to the park, Aris lived with baby gorillas, where rough and tumble was all part of life. And Aris has brought his love of physical play to the orangutans. And they seem to love it too. Jeremy's quietly confident, so he's left them to it. But he and Colin will still need to keep a close eye on proceedings. Primate meetings are unpredictable, and this one could go from good to bad at any time.
The only problem is if Aris gets a wee bit too excited and bites Kai too hard and Kai screams, then
Xiao Kuai's going to get involved and...
Yeah.
But the thing is, Aris knows how to play with little ones. It isn't like we just dropped him in at the deep end. He knows how far he can go, and if you pull this bit too hard, he's going to get a negative response.
Xiao Kuai doesn't seem to be overly protective at all. The thing is, they're all eating food and they're not fighting over it as well.
That's right. There's no... any issues are positive ones, and as long as they don't escalate and become, too excited and too much of a problem, then there isn't a problem.
It's a good job that Aris has bundles of energy, as he'll soon be living with Xiao Kuai and the other members of the group full-time. There's no doubt about it, chimpanzee babies are adorable. But they soon grow up. And some of them grow up into chimps like Sheamus. Sheamus was once the little thug of the nursery group, but the problem is, Sheamus isn't little anymore. He's 8 years old now, and with no adult males in the group to discipline him, he's becoming uncontrollable. Sheamus can be a bit of a bully when he gets overexcited. It is normal for male chimps to play roughly, and Sheamus thinks this is a great game, but his size and strength are intimidating to young Ash. Ash is clearly petrified, but this doesn't stop Sheamus. He doesn't intend to hurt the young female, but the bigger he gets, the more harmful his behaviour will become. This lovable hooligan is getting out of control, and his play fights are too full-on for the babies. Sally has looked after Sheamus for 6 years. They have a close bond, and she's only recently started to discipline the tearaway. The more naughty Sheamus gets, the more Sally gets involved, and her patience is starting to wear thin. And later, it's not just Sally who has her hands full with Sheamus. Animal manager Jeremy has to get involved.
One day, you're just going to get so much of that. You're going to get do that with that.
Is it time for Sheamus to move on?
Your days are numbered, matey boy.
And chimp Suzie enjoys the perks of motherhood. She's being pampered by alpha male Paddy. At Monkey World in the chimp nursery, Sheamus is still being naughty. So animal manager Jeremy has come to keep an eye on him. And he's brought some goodies.
Right, who wants a pumpkin? Got a pumpkin. Oh, sorry, Bri.
But 8-year-old Sheamus isn't interested in treats. Terrorising the babies is what he does best.
Why? Because there's always a bully. Everybody wants to be, but these are chimpanzees, they're revolting. They really are the most repulsive, revolting, disgusting, horrible animals that God ever created. Your days are numbered, matey boy, because you're such a prat. Those two little children down there, see those two little children down there, they're frightened. They're frightened to come up here because you're such a bully. Do you get that? So you're going to have to go and live in the Bachelors. Yeah, go and live there with Charlie and Butch. And all the rest. Thank you very much. You're not taking me seriously, are you? Hey, excuse me. There's a troll lives up my nose and he'll have you. He will.
The Bachelor boys are a rowdy bunch, so Sheamus should fit in perfectly. And although they can be volatile, they are actually one of the most settled groups in the park. Sheamus is younger and smaller than the rest of the boys, so hopefully they'll look out for him rather than see him as competition.
The nursery is all over for Sheamus because he's just too big. So hopefully next week we're going to put him in a box and take him miles and miles and miles away. Don't. No. See, what do I say here? No. Sheamus, don't. That just illustrates exactly what I'm saying. You know, Lulu's well hard. I wouldn't mess with Lulu, but there'll come a point when he's going to be bigger and he's going to turn around and say to Lulu, no, thank you. And that isn't far off. And obviously, when that happens, then he is totally undisciplined and it's all over. If you notice then, Sally doesn't want to know. She'll really doesn't want to know about disciplining. See, and I'm getting involved in this now, so I'm going to get out because these chaps want me to look after them. And I don't want to fight with him either. He's horrible. He's a mindless moron. That's why he's going to the Bachelors. Because there's 14 of them down there and he can be another one. God, I'll give you a good
Jeremy hand-reared Sheamus from just a few weeks old, so they share a close bond. They also enjoy playtime, chimp style.
No Zebedee stuff. I'm not doing Zebedee. Come here. He's too big. He's just too big and smelly. He's a moron. Oh, God, I will. One day, you're just going to get so much of that. He ought to be on the terraces at some football match and then he'd be well away, wouldn't he, Sal? You're just horrible. We don't like you. We don't want you. You're a reject. Smack his bum. You're a good space. He likes that. He's a moron. It's all over. Exit right. Come on, then. Come on, get up. Up you get. All right. You're not coming home with me.
Coming up, could major transport problems with the capuchins affect their imminent rescue?
So I don't want, under any circumstances, us to have breakdowns in the sort of lines of communication, because this is going to start to cause us huge problems.
Back at Paddy's chimp troop, young Eddie is determined to get her mum's attention. And Suzie is finally giving her some quality time. Like humans, chimpanzees experience a long childhood and aren't considered adults until around 15 years of age. So the bond between Suzie and Eddie is still strong. Now that Eddie's had some valuable mother and daughter time, she's off for some fun with her great friend, Buster. Young chimps like Eddie might crave affection, but older ones like Buster enjoy it too. Babies are cherished in chimp society, and for the mothers it brings a rise in their status. Being pampered by the alpha male is about as good as it gets for a female in the group. Paddy is happy to groom Suzie, but he knows she isn't keen on him getting too close to his son just yet. For Eddie and her partner in crime, Buster, grooming is far too boring. Chimpanzee play is important as it helps them relax and have fun, which is what chimp life is all about. And while Eddie is occupied, Mum Suzie can enjoy her popularity. At least until Eddie decides to muscle her way in again. With a high-ranking mum and alpha male as dad, Eddie can pretty much do whatever she likes. Suzie isn't amused by her daughter's pushy behaviour. But when this self-centred and lively young chimp turns her attention to her baby brother, everybody gets a surprise. Under the watchful eye of perfect mum Suzie, Eddie makes her first contact with Bart and proves just how gentle she can be. In the last 21 years, Monkey World has rescued 185 primates. But the park is now preparing for its biggest ever rescue, increasing the population by nearly 50%. Almost 100 capuchin monkeys are being retired from a research laboratory in Chile, South America. The primates will be collected in stages, with 36 monkeys leaving first. It's a massive challenge, and everyone at the park has become involved in the design of their new homes.
So all the Primate Care staff who work with the capuchins, we've all got together, got ideas, and decided to actually make a model, to scale model, so that, you know, everyone's got an input into what they think should go into the enclosure. Well, we've taken into consideration, obviously they like to be up in the air, so we've got nets, we've got ladders, we'll actually put ropes in to try and create some type of treetop where things move so that they can actually adjust, so they use the balance and their intelligence. You know, it can be daunting when you've been kept in conditions where you've not had outside access, so it's a complete new world for them. And this is what Monkey World's all about, is rehabilitating primates as near as possible natural environment as we can. So yeah, you know, it's now complete. All we need to do now is hand it over to Alison, make sure she's happy with it. George then gets it, and hey presto, hopefully the enclosure gets built.
But in the office, there could be major transport problems for the capuchins.
That's kind of the golden number, really. More than 48 hours is starting to get into dangerous territory for us. So I don't want, under any circumstances, us to have breakdowns in the sort of lines of communication, because this is going to start to cause us huge problems. It's a nightmare because, A, we're moving animals, which people regard as livestock. That comes with a whole series of diplomatic and bureaucratic hurdles and obstacles you have to overcome. In addition to that, there's the pure logistics. You know, moving animals, I mean, they're difficult things to move. They're very fragile, extremely precious. They've got to be moved from the laboratory. They've got to be got to the airport. We've got to cage them up, check them, get all the paperwork done. And then we've got to find some way of actually moving them from Chile back to the UK, and it turns out there are no straight routes. So actually, you know, it's quite easy to say we're going to go and rescue 36 capuchins, but the reality is, you know, this is actually a huge logistic exercise and very expensive. It's an extremely expensive move, this. It's our biggest ever rescue. It's got to be coordinated down to the last minute, and if we don't get this right, the risk increases hour on hour that those animals are actually in those cages.
Whatever the problems, Jez and the team resolve to remain undeterred.
These 36 capuchin monkeys are coming back to Monkey World. They are coming from this laboratory where they've been tested on for years and years. We are going to do this. This is what we do. This is what we're all about. We will find a way. It ain't easy, but yeah, we'll work it out.
Next time, the rescue mission gets even tougher.
We've been told that we can come over, pick up as many monkeys as we can take, and then that's going to be it. There is no future for the remaining ones that we leave behind. It's a tough decision. Do we take the 88, or do you play it safe, take your 36, and leave the difficult decisions to other people in Chile?
Wildlife vet John Lewis does his final check on Chimp Jimmy's leg wound.
It never fails to amaze me how animals heal, and this is one of the best examples I've seen in years.
And baby chimp Rodders has a broken tooth, but he doesn't seem to be in any pain.
They don't bat an eyelid. They just don't bat an eyelid. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, it's a vet day at the park and John Lewis checks up on the infected leg that chimp Jimmy almost lost.
It never fails to amaze me how animals heal, and this is one of the best examples I've seen in years. Hello.
Baby chimp Rodders has to have a tooth removed after a play session in the nursery became more rough than tumble.
He's had them broken by another chimp, which is incredibly common in chimpanzees. They're robust with each other in the way they play, and they quite often damage teeth in the process.
And there's a serious problem with Monkey World's biggest ever rescue.
We've been told that we can come over, pick up as many monkeys as we can take, and then that's going to be it. There is no future for the remaining ones that we leave behind.
Monkey World has a team of 29 Primate Care Staff to look after its apes and monkeys. Including a full-time vet. But sometimes the primates need extra medical attention. From x-rays...
This is more interesting than I thought.
...to exploratory operations. Then the park calls in specialists. Today, wildlife vet John Lewis is checking up on chimpanzee Jimmy. Jimmy recently had a serious leg wound, and John needs to assess his progress.
This is absolutely stunning, because he's just got a small scrape on his leg now, and it's tiny, because it was a horribly infected wound, and the bone was exposed. Now it's just a interesting scab for a chimp to pick that has, doesn't worry me at all. It never fails to amaze me how animals heal, and this is one of the best examples I've seen in years. So, wonderful.
3 months ago, Jimmy had a blister that developed into a large ulcer. The damage was so severe, John thought there was a strong chance that Jimmy could lose his leg. The Primate Care Staff had to clean his wound every day, which meant close physical contact that Jimmy wasn't too keen on. But animal manager Jeremy was determined the 23-year-old would not lose his leg. He had a cunning plan.
I reckon I can go in with him.
This close contact made it easier for Jeremy to clean and assess the wound. And hanging out with Jeremy was also good therapy for Jimmy, who was missing his chimp mates. He'd been isolated from his group to protect the wound. But Jimmy was not always the easiest of patients.
John will always, prescribe medication, and then we have to get it down them. And some of them take it, and some of them don't. And if it's, a life-saving drug and they don't want to take it, then of course that's always quite a chore.
But their hard work paid off, and Jimmy's recovery has been remarkable.
Given that, 6 months ago we thought 50-50 would lose his leg, not bad going, pal.
Jimmy recently moved in with the rowdy Bachelor boys, and it's actually helped his recovery.
So this group is good for him. It takes his attention out of focusing on that wound. If he was in a group where they were all solitary or far more introspective, he'd be sitting there picking his scab, navel gazing, but the fact he's out playing with the other chimps is absolutely perfect for him. And he's a chimp, they heal very well. They just do.
With Jimmy's leg almost completely healed, it looks like his future living with this boisterous group will be a positive one. Later, vet John is called to the chimp nursery. A rough play session has caused damage to baby Rodder's tooth. It looks serious, but amazingly, Rodders isn't in pain.
They don't bat an eyelid. They just don't bat an eyelid. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Over in the largest chimp family group, the latest arrival is flourishing.
Bart's doing really well. Susie's new youngster and the new arrival to Paddy's group. He's 3 months old now, and he's just been tremendous, you know. And his ears, they're bigger than Eddie's. You know, I mean, Eddie had big ears, but these are just huge. I've never seen ears so big in my life on a baby chimp. God knows where these ears come from. It's got to be Paddy. You know, I mean, Paddy's got a big head, but in comparison, his ears are quite large. But Susie's aren't. So, you know, he must be following more of Paddy's genes than Eddie did.
At just 3 months old, Bart is still attached to his mum, Suzie. But she is letting the other chimps in Paddy's troop have contact with him.
She's allowing the rest of the group to actually hold his hands. He'll actually, whilst inside, he'll have a look round. So she's letting him be a little bit more mobile, but there's no way she's going to let go of him yet and let anyone wander off with him. You know, that's a few months down the line before anybody else is allowed to actually take him for a ride.
Suzie is being a perfect second-time mum. She's also being very patient with her firstborn, Eddie, who's taken some time to get used to her new brother.
To start with, Eddie was a little bit upset, obviously, because she wasn't number one anymore. But she's settled down. So, you know, she's actually grown up a hell of a lot, considering, you know, she was spoilt terrible by everyone in the group. But she's come on tremendously. You know, she's actually accepted Bart, and Suzie just hasn't any issues, and Eddie's got no issues. So, you know, the whole family unit within Paddy's is great.
Bart is the first male chimp born at the park to be looked after by his family. At the moment, the other chimps aren't affected by whether the new baby is a girl or a boy. But this may change as Bart gets older.
I think possibly as Bart starts to grow up and becomes more mature and probably, you know, wanting to display as male chimps do, that may come into play. But, you know, Paddy then might not be the alpha male. You know, you're looking at 7-10 years possibly down the line.
As he grows up, Bart will definitely play a different role in the group to his sister, and perhaps one day, maybe he will become the alpha male. Over the past 20 years, Monkey World has rescued 11 capuchin monkeys from the British pet trade. But soon, the park will be rehoming many more, all at the same time and from the other side of the world. This research laboratory in Chile, South America, is retiring almost 100 primates, and Monkey World has agreed to take as many as possible, beginning with a first shipment of 36. The team has spent weeks developing and building the capuchins' new homes. This is one of 2 new enclosures for the first 36, but over in the office there's some news, which changes things dramatically.
I'm sort of teetering right now on probably one of the biggest decisions Monkey World has ever made. The dean of the university where the monkeys are being kept has had an awful lot of pressure put on him by animal rights groups who are protesting outside of the university about the capuchin monkeys being there at all. He's reached the end of his tether, and whereas I'm sure the protesters mean well on behalf of the monkeys, what they've done is put enough pressure on that the university now feels suitably annoyed that we've been told that we can come over, pick up as many monkeys as we can take, and then that's going to be it. So I've been sent a list now of not only the 36 that we've agreed to take, but of the remaining 52 that are at the lab, because there are 88 monkeys there at the moment altogether. Our biggest decision now is what to do and how many of those 88 we can actually rehome here at the park, because I believe that there is no future for the remaining ones that we leave behind. It's a tough decision. Do we take the 88, or do you play it safe, take your 36, and leave the difficult decisions to other people in Chile?
Coming up, it's feeding time, and alpha male Hananya doesn't seem to be commanding the respect of his troop. Is he struggling as a leader? And the team meets to discuss the fate of the 88 capuchin monkeys. can they all be rescued at once?
That would be indeed the largest rescue operation that we've ever done in the history of the park. I mean, just bringing in the 36 was going to be the largest, but 88 monkeys is enormous.
At Monkey World in Dorset, the youngest boy in the chimp nursery is Rodders. He loves the group's rough play sessions, but sometimes they can get a little too rough, as Rodders has just discovered. Vet John Lewis has been called in.
Well, we're here at the nursery group today to remove a couple of broken temporary teeth from Rodders, and he's had them broken by another chimp, which is incredibly common in chimpanzees. They're, violent's the wrong word, they're robust with each other and the way they play, and they quite often damage teeth in the process. So in the wild, they'd either fall out, or if they were permanent teeth, they'd stay broken, which is not very comfortable or safe. Here, we just take them out. Temporary teeth, they'll be replaced by adult teeth later anyway, so it's of no great consequence to Rodders.
Rodders is 2 years old, and his best friend is little girl Ash. They were both rejected by their mums, but as they're about the same age, they've grown up together. The pair have always loved playing the lively games that are so much a part of nursery life. But as a result of a particularly rough play session, Rodders has been injured. He's just been given an anaesthetic injection and he's almost asleep.
Should we get him... The sooner we get him on a table, flat on his back, better it is. That's it. That's great. Then we can see him breathe and all the rest of it, okay?
John is concerned that there could be some fragments of broken tooth in Rodders' gum. If they were left untreated, they could cause infection, or his adult tooth could come through at the wrong angle.
You've just got to be very gentle to get all the... because the root is a shell. And you need to get all of the shell out.
As John suspected, the tooth is not in one piece.
There's the first fragment. There.
With the fragment removed, it's clear to see the extent of the damage to the tooth. The whole tooth and its root now needs to come out without breaking any further. It's a delicate process.
Well, there you go. You have the tooth. However, he's done. And that is the whole root, so...
Yeah.
And presumably that other piece, which was there, should just fit on here. Just to confirm we've got everything. The root of all of these chimps' teeth are far bigger than your roots. So that if you lose an incisor, the root is a moderate size thing, but in a chimp it's actually a lot bigger, 2 or 3 times the size. To stitch that across, I'd have to make a flap and then stitch it over. That's going to be really sore. There's no point, because within 24, 48 hours you'll have a firm blood clot in the socket, and that just turns into ordinary healing type granulation tissue, and that'll be the end of it. Right, I can't see any reason for keeping this animal asleep.
Once he's woken up, the keepers will keep a close eye on Rodders and he'll have some help to ease any discomfort.
He's had a painkiller, but that'll last about 24 hours. But I don't want that area to be free of all soreness. I want it to be sore, so that he doesn't ram a banana up there or whatever. You want him to feel it. I mean, not to the extent of excessive pain, but it needs to be tender.
But having lost his tooth won't affect Rodders' appetite at dinner time.
It won't bother him eating. It will bother us, but it's not going to bother him, trust me. They don't bat an eyelid. They just don't bat an eyelid.
Trust you.
Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Trust you, oh yeah.
But it's quite remarkable. They just don't... doesn't seem to affect them.
Rodders has been given an anaesthetic reversal injection to wake him up, but he doesn't seem in a hurry to go anywhere.
Come on, Herbert, you've been lazy. Hey. The reason he's being a little slow about coming round is the anaesthetic is a combination of 2 drugs, one of which we can reverse, one of which we can't. So the one we can't just has to wear off. So if we do our job very quickly and 15 minutes into the anaesthetic we're finished, we have to wait another 15 minutes for that one drug that can't be reversed to wear off. And that's why he's being a bit slow. Come on, Herbert, time to get up now. Now I'm going to bother you. Come on, that's it, up you get. Hey. Little, hello. Isn't that the best way to come round from anaesthetic? Yes. Yeah. Yes.
And it's not long before Rodders is fully awake and joined by his best friend, Ash. Later, will the team take the plunge and dramatically increase Monkey World's primate population, rescuing all 88 Chilean capuchin monkeys in one go?
I don't know that all of this lot will go together. I don't know that they'll all fit.
The chimpanzees at the park are given scatter feeds throughout the day to help simulate their natural foraging behaviour. This afternoon, Hananya's group are being given a variety of frozen fruits. They're perfect for cooling the chimps down on a warm day. And as the food arrives, the group are definitely getting excited. In the wild, chimpanzees can often travel long distances, moving from one food source to the next. And there is a strict pecking order as to who feeds first. It's usually the higher-ranking members of the troop who get first pickings. It's a good way of maintaining social order. But the boss of this group, Hananya, doesn't command the respect he's due at mealtimes. The other chimps just grab as much food as they can, and time again, Hananya gets left with nothing. When Rodney was in charge, the group would never have dared grab the food before he got to it. Rodney usually got the biggest chunk of whatever was on offer. And he also made sure he got as much food as he wanted. But at 14 years old, Hananya is a young leader, and he still has a lot to learn. He's a laid-back, gentle-natured male and allows the other chimps to feed near him. But sometimes he's just not sure how to stand up for himself. If he asserts his dominance, the group will respect his position and his right to eat first. And he'll get the best of the food on offer. But until then, the others will keep on taking advantage of his youth and inexperience. Back with park director Alison and the team, some tough decisions are being made about the capuchin monkeys in Chile. All 88 now need rescuing at once. But can the park cope with this number?
I had a meeting with Jez and Jeremy, and what I'm thinking is that if the laboratory can actually take the cages that the monkeys are in at the moment and remove them from the walls and maybe even just make a framework so that the animals can be transported in their existing cages, I'll consider agreeing to all 88 coming to Monkey World at once. So that would be indeed the largest rescue operation that we've ever done in the history of the park. I mean, just bringing in the 36 was going to be the largest, but 88 monkeys is enormous.
It's a huge challenge, and the team have made their decision.
I think for the animals' sake at this point in time, Monkey World should do what's right for the animals, offer to take the 88 with their cages and do the best we can for as many individuals as we can, and actually face up to the reality that a certain number of them won't make it.
This will be Monkey World's biggest rescue operation ever. Now that many more capuchins than they planned for will be arriving, the staff meet to work on urgent new living arrangements.
And I thought that all of this lot, totaling 69, could head down to the bottom house, to the new house, then also have the existing house and facility connected up for any overflow. So
It's been a huge task to make sure everything at the park is ready, but the monkeys' transportation has always been the biggest problem.
I don't want them to be en route if we can possibly avoid it for more than 48 hours. And that's kind of the golden number, really. More than 48 hours is starting to get into dangerous territory for us, so really...
At last, after several months, there seems to be a solution.
The laboratory has actually managed to get the Chilean army to agree to fly the whole batch of monkeys over all at once. So we actually have a date now, and, you know, really pleased that finally everything's coming together. The houses are here and ready to go. Brand new, beautiful house. We've got the boxes, the traveling boxes out there ready to be taken off tomorrow. We're ready to get the monkeys. We're ready to go.
Next time. It's a big day for boisterous chimp Sheamus. He's moving in with the Bachelor boys. But he famously dislikes travel boxes, so how will he react?
Sheamus is a boy of very little brain. He might say, oh, look, goodness me, last time I went in a box, that wasn't good. But he might have totally forgotten that and think, let's go and sit in the box. I think he's going to have a problem with it. Go for it. That was good.
Too slow.
Yeah.
Toddler orangutan Aris has got into a scrape with one of his new housemates. But who was it?
We honestly don't know what happened or who did it, but he did sustain some quite nasty bite wounds to his back. His knee and his elbow were quite swollen. Someone meant that with intent. It wasn't just a little skirmish.
And what happens when Sheamus meets his former partner in crime, Charlie? The pair haven't seen each other for 2 years.
Now, you be nice to Sheamus. You be nice. No, no. Good boy. Hey, no, no. Charlie. Good. No. Charlie.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. It's a big day for boisterous chimp Sheamus. He's moving in with the Bachelor boys. But he famously dislikes travel boxes, so how will he react?
He might say, oh, look, goodness me, last time I went in a box, that wasn't good. But he might have totally forgotten that and think, let's go and sit in the box. I think he's going to have a problem with it.
Toddler orangutan Aris is injured. One of his new housemates picked a fight with him. And what happens when Sheamus meets his former partner in crime, Charlie? The pair haven't seen each other for 2 years.
Boy, it's nice to think they recognise each other, and they probably do, but I don't know. How can you tell? It's a sort of totally unprovable thing.
Monkey World houses 60 chimpanzees that are split into 4 groups. The nursery is home to the youngest animals, but as these chimps mature, they're moved into one of the adult groups. And that's what's about to happen to the park's naughtiest resident, Sheamus. This morning, Sheamus is moving to the Bachelor pad. Everybody's aware that Sheamus might not make this move easy, so the team has assembled for their orders before the operation swings into action.
Once down there, I'll actually be on the box, operating the slide on the crate. Cara, if you can be outside, so that when Sheamus hopefully comes in, he's got a reassuring face because you've not been here for a while, so we might actually react to you a little bit better than the rest of us. Pemka, you've got all your emergency equipment.
Yeah.
There's blankets ready to go that are warm,
Yeah,
everything
yeah.
else. At 9 o'clock, probably the last time really to do a dart for him if we have to anaesthetise Sheamus. And at 9:30, it'll be Alison and Jeremy's call to whether we actually continue or actually end the exercise this morning.
The first plan was to separate Sheamus from the rest of the group, but it didn't quite work out. Lulu wouldn't leave, so they've come up with an alternative.
Lulu's Lulu, and Lulu always wants part of the action, and that's her bedroom, so don't mess with it. Obviously, we want Sheamus to come into this box, cold sober, put him in the box and take him down to the Bachelor boys. Now, he might not go in the box, which means we'll have to anaesthetise him. That's the worst case scenario, but it's not the end of the world. There's a very good chance, because Lulu's always first at anything, that Lulu's going to go in the box. So if Lulu goes in the box and won't get out, then Lulu can go in the box. And I've got another box down there for Sheamus, and Lulu can sit in a box and watch us for a while. So that's basically what we can do.
At 8 years old, Sheamus has definitely outgrown the nursery. He's become out of control and tends to bully the youngsters.
He's going to have a nicer time with other yobs. He doesn't know that, and he won't know that for probably 2 or 3 months, but hey, that's growing up, isn't it? We all did it. But it's definitely the time. This is a one-way ticket this time.
This won't be the first time Sheamus has moved out. 2 years ago, he was transferred to Hananya's group, but he didn't make any friends, so he was returned to the loving arms of foster mum, Sally. But now Sheamus has to move again, as his behaviour is far too rowdy, and Jeremy has devised the Jeremy plan. He hopes Sheamus has simply forgotten his last experience of the box and walk into it by himself.
Sheamus is a boy of very little brain. He might have totally forgot what happened 2 years ago. I doubt it, but you've got to give him a try. He might say, oh, look, goodness me, last time I went in a box, that wasn't good. But he might have totally forgotten that and think, let's go and sit in the box. I think he's going to have a problem with it.
And later, the Jeremy plan fails. Sheamus isn't going anywhere.
Go for it. That was good. Yeah.
Too slow.
And why is alpha male Hananya keeping his distance from the rest of the group? The sun is shining. And how better to spend your day than having fun? In Paddy's group, Chimp Eddie is 6 years old. She's got bundles of energy and she just loves to play. Her favourite game is chase with her best friend, Gamba. And although Gamba is 3 times older than Eddie, he can still play with her for hours. And over in Hananya's group, the boys are also giving young Eddie a run for her money. Shamak and Arthur are twice Eddie's age, but they still know how to play. They're silly chaps and maybe low down in the pecking order, but it doesn't stop them having fun. Simon likes to mess around as much as the next chimp. But he's been for a sleep and he's missed out. But not for long. These 3 have been friends for years and love to hang out with each other, living proof that teenagers can be just as silly as the little ones. But back at Paddy's, Mickey is 25. Surely too old to get involved in such frivolous behaviour. Apparently not. And he's commandeering Eddie to join him for a play. Having fun is an important part of chimp life. It's a great way to release energy, relax, and form lifelong friendships. And it doesn't seem to matter how old you are, playing around is a talent these chimps never lose. Back at the chimp nursery, the team are trying to encourage Sheamus into the travelling box so he can be moved to the bachelor pad. But it seems animal manager Jeremy's prediction is right. Sheamus isn't keen.
Come on, you're thick. So just walk in the box. Wait until he's really settled, Lee. Yeah. Yeah, now I want him to be really safe. If you do anything now, he's going to be off like a... Let him just sit here. What we got here? What do you think this is? This is...
Typically, Sheamus is not going to make this easy. But one way or another, he will be moving out today. Sheamus clearly isn't just going to walk in. So it's time for the Alison plan.
You want to come and say hello to him, Alison?
Come here, Sheamus. I can't say a proper hello. Come on, then. Come on, then. Let's go, Sheamus. Come on, Sheamus.
That's disgusting. You're so foul. You're
You want to sip?
ugly. You go for it. Now it's good. Yeah.
Too slow. Yeah. When you go, you have to go wholehearted.
Close, but not quite close enough. The team are now desperate enough to resort to the Jez plan. Sheamus is not very keen on operations manager Jez. So it's hoped that he'll aggravate Sheamus enough for him to move to the front of the box so they can shut the door behind him.
Say hello.
It's a long shot.
Not quite, though. That's too close. He's got it.
Okay, right in.
Go, Lee. Go. Well done.
Yabba-dabba.
But it turns out that the Jez plan is the best plan.
That's me. He's an animal man. Yeah, it couldn't have gone better, really. And this is the result. I mean, we've got him in the box and we didn't have to anaesthetise him. Again, it's making it tough as you go along. If you keep that as a basic plan, then, you've got plenty of options. And actually, Alison thought Sheamus doesn't particularly... Sheamus has issues with Jez, so we thought we'll use Jez as this. So Jez came and said hello to him, and Sheamus comes in to check Jez out.
Chimps are nosy, and Sammy and Paquito are keen to see who their new housemate is. But before they can get acquainted, Sheamus will be left to settle in his new home with a bit of reassurance from animal manager Jeremy.
In his environment, he's always been the biggest male, so he's going to have a cruel shock because he's going to have to get used to it. And the thing is, chimpanzee politics aren't complicated, and even sicko like him, it's not difficult. I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I want that, so I'm going to have it. And it's not rocket science. So even Einstein here can probably work some of it out.
Sheamus will soon meet the first of his new group, his old pal, Turkish Charlie. The pair used to live together in the chimp nursery, so their reintroduction should go well.
Because they know each other and they're both the daftest brushers. But, daft brushers can be tricky at times, so we'll see.
Coming up, how will Turkish Charlie react when he meets his old pal Sheamus for the first time in 2 years?
Be nice to Sheamus. You be nice. No. Don't be such a loud.
And is alpha male Hananya at last taking control of his group? At Monkey World in the pavilions, it's time for Sheamus to meet the first of his new group, Turkish Charlie. The pair used to live with each other in the chimp nursery, so it's hoped they will remember one another and get along.
Right. Yeah, just open it a little bit, see what the reaction is. No.
This is the first time the pair have seen each other in 2 years. When they lived together in the chimp nursery, they were best friends. But that doesn't mean Charlie will be nice to Sheamus now.
Oh, come on. Are you a good boy? Good boy. Get rid of him. Good boy. Hey.
Good boy.
Charlie isn't the smartest of chimps, and his boisterous behaviour is making Sheamus nervous.
Hey, no, Charlie. Good. No. Charlie, good boy. Isn't it? Good boy. Oh. Now you be nice to Sheamus. You be nice. No. Don't be such a loud. Charlie, behave. Come here. Stop it. Okay? None of that. No, I'm not taking your side.
Chimps can be unpredictable, and the meeting could have gone badly wrong. But when the two chimps finally calm down, Charlie decides he wants to play.
Hope it just doesn't degenerate.
Perhaps he remembers Sheamus from their time in the nursery after all.
It's not that funny. Oh, that's funny. It's nice to think they recognise each other, and they probably do, but I don't know. How can you tell? It's a sort of totally unprovable thing. I mean, I would think they would, and I would have thought this was reasonable proof, but not evidence, that they do. But maybe they're like this with anybody. You don't know. I mean, it's pretty likely. I mean, it's very likely.
But Jeremy's keeping close by just in case.
This is just chimps. They're rough morons. But as we all know, with boisterous yobs, this can very easily go the other way and become a somebody will hurt somebody, and then they'll all get the cob on about it, and it'll all behave. Oi, leave him alone. It's the hooligan element, isn't it? How do you control a hooligan?
Sheamus is clearly a hooligan, so he should feel right at home with the rowdy Bachelor boys.
I know everybody talks about the Bachelors like the awful group and all the rest. They're actually the most stable group. We haven't got all these horrible women politics involved, have we? And that's what always gets complicated. Don't you fart at me when I'm being serious, okay? Sheamus, I'm being serious here and you're trumping. What's that all about?
Chimp meetings can be volatile, but this one seems to be positive.
So far, there's no reason why we can't leave them together, and I really hope we can, but it could still fall apart. So we will sort of make everything dark and quiet and bring bedtime sort of on reasonably early, and so we can then monitor how they settle down for the night. And if there's no reason to call it, then we'll leave them together, absolutely. I mean, so far, they're looking really good.
Later, there's concern for orangutan Aris. He has a knee injury.
One of the problems with Aris is he's never one for backing down, so part of the problem might have been if he'd wanted to take someone's bed or someone's food or whatever, he will be disciplined by the older ones.
At the other side of the park, Hananya's troop are taking it easy. Chimpanzees are highly sociable and live in large groups known as communities. They're governed by an alpha male, whose job it is to make sure there's harmony amongst their group. Paddy is the perfect leader to his group. If there's trouble, he's always there to put the situation right. And he's totally respected. He's also a sociable chimp who's usually being pampered by his troop. Hananya has been in charge of his group for 3.5 years now. But he's only 14 and Paddy's 27. But he's slowly making his presence felt. The troop respect Hananya as leader, but from time to time he seems to be cautious and stays away from the rest of the group. It's as if he's still trying to work out how to use his authority. Hananya's always been a placid male, and unlike most chimps, he prefers to keep himself to himself. It could be that he's waiting for his confidence to match his size. The problem is, when Hananya hangs back, the boys take advantage. They will play up and tease the ladies. Males will often display to intimidate others. It's just what chimps do. But normally the alpha male should step in and discipline them, something that Hananya can find difficult to do. He grew up with these boys, and this could be why he lets them get away with unruly behaviour. Hananya has a big role to fill, and while he isn't quite there yet, slowly but surely he is making progress. Over with the orangutans, it's been a few weeks since 4-year-old Aris moved from the nursery creche into Gordon's adult group. And he settled in well.
He was getting on okay with Xiao Lan and Xiao Kuai and little Kai. He had his second meeting with Gordon, and they were wrestling for about a couple of hours. Some of it quite intense because they weren't actually fighting, but it was just a game, but someone wanted to win. But gradually that all faded out. I think they just got fed up with it. They were all just lounging around in the pavilion there, eating together, no problem, no competition over food, so we left them together overnight.
But during the night, something went wrong.
Now, unfortunately, the next day, we found that Aris had been bitten during the night. Now, Amy and Gordon were in there along with the other females, and we honestly don't know what happened or who did it, but he did sustain some quite nasty bite wounds to his back. His knee and his elbow were quite swollen. He had a little bite mark on his head as well. So it wasn't like a serious mauling, but it was definitely someone meant that with intent. It wasn't just a little skirmish.
Aris clearly isn't himself, so to make him feel more comfortable, he's being left with just Xiao Lan.
One of the problems with Aris is he's really, really determined. He was the only male in the nursery over there, and he was never one for backing down. So part of the problem might have been if he'd wanted to take someone's bed or someone's food or whatever, and hadn't backed down from one of the adult females, eventually she will have bitten him. If he keeps going and keeps going, then he will be disciplined by the older ones.
The team don't want to take any chances, so the vet has been called in to take a look. Next time, Aris needs surgery. His injury is worse than expected.
Now, the worry here is that if this has gone into his joint, then he's got what we call a septic arthritis. If it is a septic arthritis, he could lose his knee completely, and we've got to try and save that for him.
Chimps Patricia and Hananya finally kiss and make up. And Sheamus is in for a shock when he meets big male Paco. This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, orangutan Aris needs surgery. His knee injury is worse than expected.
Now, the worry here is that he could lose his knee completely, and we've got to try and save that for him.
Chimps Patricia and Hananya finally kiss and make up. And Sheamus is in for a shock when he meets big male Paco. It's early morning at the park. And down at the Bachelor pad, 8-year-old Sheamus has woken up in his new home for the first time. Yesterday, he left the Chimp nursery and moved in with the Bachelor boys. His meeting with old friend Turkish Charlie went well, so they were left together overnight. This morning, the pair are still at ease with each other, so animal manager Jeremy is keen to introduce Sheamus to the next Bachelor, 16-year-old Paco. Paco may look big and scary, but Jeremy knows all the Bachelors very well, and he's got a plan.
Paco's quite a nice, fair sort of character, really. He's ambitious, he's very bright. As chimps go, he's quite a good politician, and that's hopefully going to be to Sheamus's advantage.
And there's another important reason for Sheamus to meet the big male. Paco may be in the running for alpha male of the group one day, so it's important that the two become friends. And because of his size, Sheamus won't be a threat to Paco or the other Bachelors.
He is quite a small chap by comparison, well, very small comparison to this lot, so therefore you look at him and you don't think, goodness me, this bloke's going to take my job. You look at him and think, look at him, isn't he cute? Well, hopefully, that's what we're banking on. He's a lovely little boy, but he's also a moron. And what better place for him than with all the rest of the yobs? So, I mean, that's why everybody else is in here. I mean, look at Sammy there. He's as daft as a brush, but he's a nice guy. So therefore, Sheamus ought to fit in now. He'll find a niche and become one of the brainless yobs, because that's what he is. And then he's in the best place. What better place for him than, not to have to use his brain?
Paco is ready and waiting to meet Sheamus.
When we let him through here and let them see each other through the mesh, and then be ready to open the door if it's looking good.
Okay, here we go. Come on, Sheamus.
Sheamus is aware another chimp is behind the door, so he's understandably nervous.
Good boy.
Paco is much bigger than Sheamus and could potentially hurt him.
Good boy, mate.
To everyone's relief, Paco stays calm, which is a positive sign.
That's good. Well done.
But the calm atmosphere doesn't last long, and things quickly take a turn for the worse.
Good boy.
Yeah, let's just see what happens now. See if they calm.
A fire extinguisher is used to break up the meeting. The harmless CO2 gas and the noise is enough to make Paco back off.
And he came in. If Sheamus hadn't have screamed, we might have been okay, because Paco came in big but not attacking. So if Sheamus had just sat there and stuck his lip out and said hello, we might have been okay. But as it was, Sheamus was scared. Perfectly reasonable, perfectly normal.
My interpretation, he did very well.
Yeah.
And, he's obviously ignorant because he's never been in this situation particularly.
Paco's a little bit of a, we don't know what to expect from him because he's sort of reached maturity now. He's all grown up.
He wants to impress, he wants to prove his point, look at me, how big I am. And he clearly thought, this is a good person to demonstrate on.
But everybody's good, and now we'll reassess. We fall back on bringing in all of the easy guys.
And later, Sheamus meets the first of the easy guys, Spanish Charlie. But his experience with Paco has made him nervous.
Because right now he's scared of everything. A door opens and he's like, oh my God, what's going to happen there?
And it looks like even the easy guys are difficult.
Right out.
And orangutan Aris needs urgent surgery. He has a serious bite wound on his knee.
It's not until it gets really bad do you see the symptoms, and then, you know, obviously you don't have much of an insight into the inside of his knee.
When Sheamus meets the rest of the Bachelor boys, he'll find daily life in their enclosure isn't always crazy. Right now, they're outside taking it easy. This is a group of males, so naturally there's the odd flare-up. But on the whole, they're a settled group and usually get along just fine. Buxom is a boisterous and occasionally aggressive chimp, but not today. Today he's in the mood for grooming and he's focused on 27-year-old Charlie. Charlie takes life slowly and he's only too happy to be pampered by Buxom. But Buxom's on a grooming mission and he's moving on to Jimmy. Jimmy's new to the Bachelor group, but he's settled in well and he's popular with the whole troop. Hopefully life can be as enjoyable as this for Sheamus when he finally gets used to the fact that he's now one of the Bachelor boys. Meanwhile, Jimmy's just happy enjoying Buxom's unusually calm, playful mood. Maybe because he knows it's unlikely to last long. They are the Bachelor boys after all. Over with the orangutans, there's concern for 4-year-old Aris. Yesterday, the Primate Care Staff noticed a bite wound to his knee. Today, it hasn't improved, and vet Mike Nathan thinks he needs surgery.
Over the weekend, the hole needs swollen up, and it's burst, and there's pus coming out of it. Now, the worry here is that if this has gone into his joint and he's not using his leg properly at all, then he's got what we call a septic arthritis. The pus is coming out from in between the coverings around the bone, and that's really very serious. It loses knee completely, and we've got to try and save that for him. So let's keep fingers crossed.
Aris will need to be sedated before Mike can take a look at his leg. The easiest and least stressful way is for animal manager Jeremy to use a blowpipe to inject Aris with anaesthetic. But he needs to be 100% sure of his aim before he takes the shot.
Well done, well done.
The team don't know who bit Aris's knee because it happened during the night. But as he's quite a feisty young orang, it's likely he was being too boisterous and one of the adults told him off.
And you cover yourself down there.
Mike needs to ensure Aris is fully sedated before he can begin his examination. As he isn't completely asleep, he's being topped up with anaesthetic gas.
Still in the limbo.
Mike's first job is to shave the hair around the wound. This will allow him to get a proper look at the infected area.
Now that he's able to be examined properly, where he's been sucking this, you can see, as we look at, see the fluid coming out, that almost certainly is coming out from the knee joint. But that means that this potentially is the infection is coming from inside the joint cavity. And just cleaning this up, I'm going to bandage the whole leg to carry him through to X-ray.
Mike's almost certain that Aris does have septic arthritis, an infection inside the knee joint. If they don't operate now, he could lose his leg. The Primate Care Staff have close bonds with all the animals. When they're ill, it's a worrying time.
The thing is, with a lot of animals, but particularly with anthropoids, is that they don't show symptoms. It's a weakness. So, you know, it's not until it gets really bad do you see the symptoms, and then, you know, obviously you don't have much of an insight into the inside of his knee. Are you ready?
It's important that Mike takes X-rays. He needs to be sure there isn't a break or fracture to Aris's leg bone or knee joints.
Okay, we'll get...
But the x-rays look good. There seems to be no damage to the bone.
There's nothing untoward. I didn't expect to see any changes so quickly, but it's sensible to have taken the pictures and make sure that there's no break or anything like that, you know, any crack in the bone that there could be, and then we'd be doing something foolish. Okay, let's see. We're now going to open up the knee.
Later, surgery reveals the damage to Aris's knee is much worse than they first thought.
The crack goes from there till there.
No, I don't think so. God, I hope not.
And chimp Patricia finally makes friends with alpha male Hananya.
We're at a good place now, hopefully. Yeah, each day you see improvement with her.
Okay.
At Monkey World's local vet surgery, Mike Nathan is ready to operate on orangutan Aris following a bite wound to his knee. On the operating table, Mike has bandaged Aris's leg, leaving just the wound area uncovered. This will prevent the infection spreading.
Can you hear? It's not the infection outside the joint that you're worried about, it's the infection inside the joint.
With the area shaved, it's clear to see that Aris did get bitten by one of the other orangs.
Right, let's see where this goes if we can. Right, I'm going to incise down the side here.
Mike needs to make an incision to the side of Aris's knee so that he can clean out the infected area.
I know I'm right in terms of what's come in and out of this, which is joint fluid. And I've now got to flush this out, and then we suture it back together again. Right, you ready?
The area will be flushed out with saline solution, which is salt water. This will hopefully clean out all the infected pus and joint fluid.
Thank you.
As a precaution, Mike's called in his veterinary partner, Dr. Cesar Sastre, who has more experience in bone joints.
I just want your opinion.
But Cesar immediately spots a serious problem not picked up by the x-ray.
All right.
Is it split?
No, I don't think so. God, I hope not.
No.
Hang on, I haven't seen that. You may be right. There's always that
There's a line in there?
a line across
How
there.
old is this? Oh, this is a baby, no?
Yeah, I'm not going to do.
Okay.
There's a little crack, isn't there?
Yeah,
You're quite right.
Despite the x-rays appearing normal, Cesar has found a crack in Aris's bone.
Yeah, right there.
Ah, the crack goes there, from there till there.
Too widely.
Does this mean the injury is more serious than Mike first thought? And Alison is surprised by Spanish Charlie's reaction when he meets Sheamus. Over in Hananya's chimp troop, the team have been trying to get Patricia to feel comfortable in the company of alpha male Hananya. Making friends is a very important part of chimp life, but Patricia and Hananya just didn't get along, so they had to be separated. But they've been gradually reintroduced over the past 2 months. And now it looks like their relationship has finally turned a corner. Patricia's wary, but she is letting Hananya get close to her. This is a very big step in the right direction.
She does really like Hananya and she wants to be near him, but she was always quite anxious in his company and not quite sure how to respond to him and what was the best way to really build the relationship between herself and Hananya. Although she recognised that he was the leader, she wasn't sure the best way to approach him, and so she wanted to build a relationship with him, but she couldn't get over the anxiety of, I suppose, how much bigger he was in comparison to her. She was always very aware of where he was, and she took all the displays very personally. Rather than just getting out of the way, she would scream in anxiety, and that would then unfortunately draw attention to herself, which was the last thing that she wanted to do.
The park never gave up on Hananya and Patricia, and it's starting to pay off. All Hananya ever wanted was for Patricia to show him a little respect as her leader. And by presenting her rump to him, she's doing exactly that. In turn, Hananya puts his finger in Patricia's mouth, which shows he trusts her not to bite him. And offering her face like this is a sign of ultimate trust. Patricia and Hananya are finally getting along. And now she's allowing him to get close and showing him respect, he should stop harassing her.
We're at a good place now, hopefully. There's been very few incidences between Hananya and Patricia, and we've seen a lot of very subtle but very important improvements in Patricia's behaviour. She really seems to be starting to get an understanding of the hierarchy of the group and how it works, and really her place within that hierarchy. She's much more relaxed in Hananya's company. She doesn't respond to him in the same way. The screaming has definitely reduced. She presents to him now. She's even been seen grooming him and him grooming her. But yeah, each day you see improvement with her.
It's taken 3 years to get to this point, but it's proof that patience and persistence works. Hopefully, Patricia will now fully settle into chimp life and find her place within the group. Back in the pavilions, Sheamus is still getting along well with Turkish Charlie, but it's time to meet the next of the bachelors, Spanish Charlie. He's a nice chimp, so hopefully he'll give Sheamus a better reception than Paco. But Turkish Charlie has become protective of Sheamus, and he immediately lets Spanish Charlie know it. This sends Spanish Charlie off into a display, and he takes it out on Turkish Charlie. Sheamus wisely backs off. In fact, everyone backs off in the hope Charlie will calm down.
Step out, please. Right out.
Chimp meetings can be feisty, and Sheamus is going to have to learn this if he's going to settle in with the bachelors. But it's not as serious as it looks.
Spanish Charlie, I mean, from the very beginning, that's been one of his sort of like distinguishing characteristics, is that he sort of launches off into displays at really inappropriate times, or, you know, sometimes when you can't even figure out why he's doing it. So, you know, if Sheamus can learn from this that you can be a big male, you can display, you can make a heck of a lot of noise, and you know what, you can even run by and slap me once, but that's not the end of the world. That's basically desensitizing Sheamus, because right now he's scared of everything. A door opens and he's like, well, my God, what's going to happen there?
Now Spanish Charlie has calmed down, the two Charlies are happy to forget the whole thing and enjoy playtime. But Sheamus isn't used to Spanish Charlie's outbursts, so he's backed off into another bedroom. Curiosity has got the better of Spanish Charlie. If Sheamus won't go to him, he'll go to Sheamus.
Good boy. That's good. Well done.
Charlie went up, actually gave him a really nice hug. That was good. And then he started sort of pushing him around a little bit, and then Sheamus gave out a little yelp. But when he did, Spanish Charlie backed right off. Oh, sorry. And Sheamus was a little bit surprised and pleased by that. So that was a good step. We'll be able to leave the three of them together overnight now.
Sheamus loves to have fun, so hopefully the two Charlies' play session will soon be too much for Sheamus to resist. Back with orangutan Aris, vets Mike Nathan and Cesar Sastre have found a cracked bone whilst treating an infected bite wound.
What about now? The crack goes there, from there till there, and finishes
But he's a young animal. As long as we can control the infection, all that will heal.
Luckily for Aris, this fracture shouldn't cause any permanent damage. With the wound thoroughly cleaned, the operation is almost over.
We're going to close the joint up now, and as we close it, we're going to put this collagen sponge in here.
The sponge has been soaked in antibiotics.
and it'll give a slow release of antibiotic in the joint without getting very, very high levels of antibiotic around the rest of this little youngster's body. And that's quite important because potentially the drug is a little bit toxic, but it's the best drug to use for a potential septic arthritis.
Part of the longest ligament. Yeah.
At this point, a human patient would have a special tube inserted so the wound could be regularly drained and flushed out. Aris can't have a tube because he wouldn't tolerate it, so Mike needs to be as sure as he can that he's flushed out all the infection.
Right, we've just closed it all up, and that will hopefully make Aris feel a lot better.
The sponge should last several weeks. It'll eventually break down and disappear.
Yeah.
Right, that's it.
That knee's going to swell up. It's going to be painful. We've given him some local anaesthetic there, and then we hope that's it. He'll always have arthritis in that knee, but they're incredible. They can grip with everything. He's quite a powerful animal.
Mike is happy that the operation has gone well. Aris will now be taken back to the park to recover, and he'll receive lots of TLC from the Primate Care Staff. Next time, it's a Monkey Life special in Chile, South America. The team have joined forces with the military to fly 88 capuchin monkeys to Monkey World. It'll be the park's most challenging rescue ever.
It's never been done before, nothing like it has been done. The whole mission that we've taken on is really nobody in their right mind would take it on.
And for the 4 capuchins already living at the park, their lives will never be the same again. This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today's programme is a Monkey Life special in Chile, South America. The team have joined forces with the military to fly 88 capuchin monkeys to Monkey World. It'll be the park's most challenging rescue ever.
The whole mission that we've taken on is really nobody in their right mind would take it on.
And for the 4 capuchins already living at the park, their lives will never be the same again. Monkey World is home to 15 different species of primate. One of these is the capuchin monkey. At present, 4 live at the park, but they're about to be joined by a whole lot more. 7,000 miles away, in South America, Park Director Alison and Animal Manager Jeremy are preparing to start the biggest rescue mission in the history of the park.
We're really pleased to finally get here because it's been over a year since we first started talking about rescuing some capuchin monkeys in a laboratory in Chile, and finally we've made it here, so really excited.
This university laboratory has been home to 88 capuchins that have been used for medical research. Studies have now finished, but these primates are institutionalized and can't be released into the wild. So, Monkey World has stepped in. But this rescue mission has been fraught with difficulties.
There were all sorts of political problems, animal protesters at the lab threatening the lives of the researchers and so on. So the lab really had to make a decision and say, you have to come take the monkeys now, and you can take whatever you can take.
The Monkey World team had planned to transfer the capuchins gradually in smaller groups, but those plans have now changed. All 88 are to be moved at once. It's a massive task, and today, Alison and Jeremy are going to meet the monkeys for the first time.
Well, what we're trying to do is get a basic assessment of what everybody's mental state is, and also, of course, any physical problems or any management husbandry problems. Some individuals don't take anesthetic well. Some individuals, you know, are a little bit crazy.
Running in circles around the cages can be typical behaviour for monkeys kept in small environments.
The abnormal behavior doesn't bother us so much because it's quite likely that when we get them out of this environment and into a new environment, that might all go away.
The staff here are worried about their safety and don't want to be recognised, but it's clear to the team that, although the conditions here are very basic, the monkeys have been looked after well and their overall physical state is better than expected.
You know, a lot of the worries for me when I came here would be to the husbandry that they've had. And just looking at the way these people are with the animals, they clearly are really caring people looking after the animals in this situation. And that's really going to make our life so much easier when they get back to Monkey World. I mean, it's not going to be easy by any standards, but it could make something possible rather than impossible.
Later, things take a turn for the worse for one of the capuchins, and he needs emergency surgery. And the team discovers there might not be enough room to get all the capuchins on their rescue plane. Alison and Jeremy have a tough decision to make.
Jeremy and I are trying to think that if we have to leave half a dozen behind, which ones are the candidates that would have to remain.
While the team is busy in Chile, back at Monkey World, last-minute preparations are being made for the capuchin's arrival. The staff have spent weeks designing and building the capuchin's new homes and enclosures, and they've been creative, developing their final, elaborate design.
What we've done for the capuchins, we started off, Primate Care Staff got involved and we made a model. And from the model, you know, the structure's gone up. We've put in staircases that we've never done before in the park, a spiral staircase, a different dimension to the enclosure, and hopefully the capuchins will use it. There's more hose pipe to go up, there's nets to go in, there's rope bridges to go up.
Everything's user-friendly, everything's homegrown, if you like, as well, as much as we can. And it's environmentally friendly as well, as much as we can. There's no bad things in here, if you like. Everything's unique and growing as we can help it.
The park has designed this enclosure with multi-levels and, most importantly, lots of space. In the wild, capuchin monkeys forage everywhere for food. From the highest part of the tree canopy, right down to the forest floor.
You know, it's a big enclosure. You know, the capuchins that are coming have been in solitary confinement, you know, we know that much. You know, but as Monkey World has always done, you know, we will always give as much space as possible that we can afford for any species in the park. And I think this is just going to be absolutely wonderful. You know, it's a new lease of life. It's what Monkey World's about. It's about giving back what's been taken away from the primates in the park.
Back in Chile, it's day 2, and the enormity of the task is starting to sink in.
The whole mission that we've taken on is really nobody in their right mind would take it on. I mean, it's never been done before. Nothing like it has been done. You know, we've learned so much along the way, but it's like any science. The more you know, the more you realise you don't know anything.
One crucial thing Alison and Jeremy have to do is assess the monkeys' social skills. If there's going to be any chance of rehabilitating these capuchins, they're going to have to be able to interact with one another in a large group. Most of these primates have lived alone in cages, so it's a big risk, and just may not be possible. But Jeremy's pleased at how aware of one another the monkeys appear to be.
I mean, even though this animal can't see that animal, they're chatting away. You can hear them. They're all chatting away. They all know each other. So although they're going to be upset and it's all going to be very new for them and all that stuff, they're not going to, they're going to be chatting away. They're going to be talking to each other, and that is going to really help them. It really is going to help them a lot.
And, even more surprising for the team, there's a noticeable hierarchy of dominance in each room. The alpha male in this one is 30-year-old Gorillon. And this morning, the team has noticed he has a medical problem.
He's got a swelling under his left eye, and that's almost definitely an infected canine tooth. So, with any dentist work, the first thing you've got to do is clear up the infection, which is causing the problem. So we've talked to the ladies here, and they're going to put him on some antibiotics, possibly give him a long-acting antibiotic, which will cover him till we get back to Monkey World. Still got a few miles to put on the clock, haven't you?
Some of the younger primates are let out during the day. This gives Jeremy more of a chance to observe how the monkeys react to one another.
He says, I'm not sure about you. I have that effect on people, don't worry. But he's dashing about all over these cages with the other animals in, and nobody's going for him. Nobody's biting his fingers or toes or tail or anything. We're going to play this game? No. No? No, he said no.
The plan is to place these capuchins in 2 large groups back at Monkey World, and everything that Jeremy and the team have seen here is encouraging. It really looks as if they might adapt to life in the open.
And the sooner you're not number 124, but have a proper name, the better, I reckon. Isn't it?
Coming up, the transportation of the capuchin monkeys to England is being organised by the Chilean Air Force. But will all 88 be able to get on board the military aircraft?
There is some question mark now as to whether or not all of the boxes with their water bottles that sort of add a bit of extra dimension to it will all fit into the cargo bay area of the plane that we've been allotted.
And Monkey World's 4 resident capuchins are blissfully unaware that they'll soon be sharing their breakfast with another 88 of their own kind. In South America, the Monkey World team is facing a major problem with its mission to rescue 88 capuchin monkeys. The Chilean Air Force have offered to fly all the monkeys at once in a huge military aircraft. But they think there may not be enough room on board for all the transport boxes.
There is some question mark now as to whether or not all of the boxes with their water bottles that sort of add a bit of extra dimension to it will all fit into the cargo bay area of the plane. So we just now need to make a decision of, will they actually fit into the space provided? Otherwise, there might actually have to be some individuals that are left behind. So why everybody is out there sort of discussing boxes and dimensions of cargo holds right now, Jeremy and I are sitting down with all of the notes trying to think that if we have to leave half a dozen behind, which ones are the candidates that would have to remain.
At the moment, it's not looking good, but Alison is determined that they won't leave any monkeys behind, and she's come up with a plan.
What we can do is right now, stack up 4 to make sure that we are feeling that they are strong enough. Jeremy thinks that we could stack 6 high, no problem, so I think probably okay. Because it looks like we're gonna be racking and stacking them a bit, but it's totally okay because we have very deep sort of trays underneath everybody and good ventilation all the way around. So
and these legs on the bottom,
perfect.
These legs on the bottom will be great for airflow.
For airflow and everything. Yeah.
You know, that's quite a gap.
Some of the capuchins live as a pair, so in order to save more space, they'll be allowed to travel together. By saving every inch of space they can and stacking the travelling boxes, Alison, the Monkey World team and the Chilean Air Force finally managed to work out how to fit all 88 monkeys on board.
So not only are we going to be able to look in everybody's eyes in every single box for the entire journey, we'll be able to give them extra water and just meet their needs. So these guys have really outdone themselves. It's going to be a brilliant journey.
But the number may already be down to 87. Alpha male Gorillon's medication has not been enough to keep the infection in his canine tooth at bay. He needs surgery before he can travel to Monkey World.
He has infection in his tooth that caused a swelling on his face, which we have seen before, and now the dentists are cleaning it out, and they'll give him a root filling, which is really good for Gorilla because he is 30 years old. He's already missing one canine tooth, so being able to keep that extra canine tooth on the top is really good.
Gorillon will be given medication and carefully monitored for the next couple of days.
Day after tomorrow, I'm sure he'll be fine by then. You know, have loads of antibiotic and painkiller and everything, so... New monkey.
This means that Gorillon will be able to make the trip to England, and he'll be much more comfortable. Back on the other side of the globe, the 4 capuchin monkeys who already live at Monkey World are blissfully unaware of the new arrivals headed their way. It's breakfast time, and today their fruit is being served with a difference, in jelly-filled bottles. Each of these 4 monkeys has a very different character, and nothing shows this more than when there's food on offer. First out is female, Terry. At the moment, she's the only capuchin girl at the park, and she's smart enough to know she has to get in quick before the boys show up and grab all the food. The keepers have placed the fruits in these bottles to make the monkeys work harder for their reward. Capuchins have long, dexterous fingers. This allows them to easily grasp fiddly objects, and it's certainly working on the fruity chunks. Next out is Tom. He's the boss, and he loves his food. But he can't see the point of all that work to get at the fruit. Especially since Terry's leftovers are lying around. Tom's going to have to try harder than that if he's going to remain alpha male after the arrival of the new capuchins from Chile. Finally, here's the most vulnerable member of the group, Shy Gizmo. He seems unsure of the bottles and keeps his distance. Just like the Chilean capuchins, Gizmo was found living in solitary confinement. So when he arrived at the park, he needed to learn to adapt to being with others of his own kind. Gizmo has been one of the park's more difficult monkeys to rehabilitate. The staff will have to keep a close eye on him in the weeks to come. Tom's decided to move on from the leftovers and have a go at a bottle himself. Capuchin monkeys are the most intelligent of all the South American primates, but this all seems a bit too taxing for Tom. While Tom is distracted, Gizmo seizes his opportunity. It's taken 2 long years to rehabilitate him, but at last he seems to be getting the idea of living and feeding with others. And this is great to see, as soon he'll be living with many, many more. In Chile, the mission has started to get all 88 capuchins ready and into their travel boxes. The first to go are the monkeys who already live in pairs.
It'll actually be a much more easy journey for them because they'll have companionship and it makes it sort of more comfortable and friendly, and they can sort of hug each other on the whole journey. So those that were already paired up, we're leaving in pairs, transporting in their existing cages so that they feel familiar and don't get freaked out. So far so good.
But some of the monkeys who do have to move boxes aren't happy to just walk into them, and they need a little firm encouragement.
Move, quick, out of the way.
But that girl didn't want to go. And you get to a point when you've got to do something, and don't mess about. If you're going to catch her. Don't think, should I? No, just go for it. And she didn't even try to bite, and then it's done. But all that, she was getting upset with this method and that method and the other method, so just grab her and put her in a box. And it really is that simple, but you've got to go for it.
The job of loading the boxes onto the transport lorries has begun. The capuchins have not been sedated because it's dangerous to transport an animal unconscious. It's also less stressful if the monkeys are fully aware of everything going on throughout the journey.
And everybody's made the transition down into the truck really well. It's been a really nice, calm move, so it's a good start, really good start.
They know this is the best thing for the monkeys, but it's hard for the staff who've spent 20 years caring for them to say goodbye. "87 capuchins are boxed and ready to go. There's just one chap left. Gorillon has recovered well from his tooth op.
Don't worry, you're coming as well. We're not going without you, old man. No, we're not coming without you. Yeah, you're looking pretty good, aren't you? A bit confused about what's happening now. Yes, you are. So obviously we've still got to keep up the antibiotic and the TLC, and he'll be fine. See you in a bit.
For many of the capuchins, even just the trip to the airport will be the first time they've experienced the outside world. And once they get to the park, it'll be the first time they will have ever seen daylight.
Yeah, it's sort of amazing to think that these guys have never been outside in their lives, a lot of them, so this is the first feel of fresh air. Most of them are pretty calm, actually. You see, they're just sort of curious looking around, and I'm actually impressed how calm they are, considering that they've never been outside of that lab before.
The job of loading the capuchins onto the plane is a massive one. It'll take 25 people 5 hours to complete the task.
We've been up through the night, boxing all of these guys up, and now standing here alongside a Hercules about to fly through Brazil and then into the Canary Islands and eventually on to UK, so pretty huge. Yeah, it doesn't get much huger.
It's dawn when the plane finally gets clearance to take off. And once in the air, it's back to business for the team.
None of them are screaming threats or alarm calls, so it's not bad. I think they're quite content. It's really warm in here. They'll like that. They're getting really nice snacks along the way. And for the first time in their lives, they're interacting with us, and nothing's going to be done to them. And that's the way it should be, and it's the way it's going to continue. And we're going to be doing a lot more of that at Monkey World. In fact, we've got everything lined up, branches, all kinds of stuff, more natural environment for them. So these guys have a lot more spoiling to be done.
After a very long day, the team finally gets a chance to get comfortable. Or as comfortable as they can. Next time, it's been a 2-day journey, but the Chilean capuchins finally land in the UK. It's treat time at the park, and alpha male Tom will do everything he can to get his hands on them. And there's bad news in the orangutan house. A couple of days ago, toddler Aris had a knee operation, but something has gone seriously wrong.
The next morning, he was found effectively in a state as if he'd had, in simple terms, some kind of stroke.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life. It's been a 2-day journey, but the Chilean capuchins have finally landed in the UK.
It's a bit chilly, so we've got to hurry up and try and get them off into the vehicles, and the trip back to Monkey World should be about 45 minutes, and then straight into the houses. So the essence here really is speed and trying to keep them warm.
It's treat time at the park, and alpha male Tom is determined to get his hands on them. And there's bad news for Aris in the orangutan house. A couple of days ago, he had a knee operation, but something has gone seriously wrong.
The next morning, he was found effectively in a state as if he'd had, in simple terms, some kind of stroke.
Monkey World has been rescuing primates from all over the globe for 21 years.
I just have a question for the layout of the house now.
But it has never been involved in an operation as big as this one. Rehoming 88 capuchin monkeys from a research laboratory in Chile, South America. It's been a massive task. But today, after a 2-day flight, the capuchins have finally landed in the UK. They've been flown by the Chilean Air Force, and on the ground, the military procedure continues.
Very emotional time. It's the end of a long, long project. Didn't know if we would get 88 here fit and well, but I think we've done it. I think we've bloody done it, and they're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
All 88 capuchins have survived the journey and are looking remarkably at ease. Now they want to get them safely back to Monkey World as quickly as possible.
It's a bit chilly, so we've got to hurry up and try and get them off into the vehicles, and the trip back to Monkey World should be about 45 minutes, and then straight into the houses. So the essence here really is speed and trying to keep them warm.
For many of the capuchins, this is the first time they've ever seen daylight. In less than an hour, the capuchins will begin the rest of their new lives at Monkey World. Later, the Primate Care Staff finally meet the new residents. And, after a lifetime in solitary confinement, they are amazed to discover that some capuchins are showing signs of natural behaviour.
This one down here has actually started scent rubbing itself with its onion, which is a behaviour you see in wild capuchins.
And it's treat time for the squirrel monkeys. Jelly and ice cream, monkey style. But some still prefer their insects au naturel. The new 88 capuchins will soon be living with Monkey World's 4 existing capuchins. These primates are the most intelligent of the small monkeys, so the park is constantly thinking up new ways to stimulate them. Today, they're placing these cups filled with yogurt just outside the enclosure. So will the capuchins work out how to get to them? First up, it's the alpha male of the group, Tom. And he's here to show the others just how it's done. Tom loves his food, and nothing is going to stand between him and that yogurt. Nothing, that is, except for his short, fat arms. Tom is not a happy monkey. To add to Tom's frustration, TJ has long, slender arms, and he reaches the cup easily. There's only one thing for it. Tom's gonna have to confiscate TJ's yogurt. He is the boss, after all. It's time for Gizmo to have a go. He's the shyest member of the troupe, but he is clever. Capuchins often use sticks as tools in the wild to bring things closer to them, and that's just what Gizmo's doing to bring one of those cups closer. TJ's following Gizmo's lead. He's found a stick that's just the right size. Now he's carefully reshaping it so it's perfect for the job. Tom realises that this is the way to get hold of the yoghurt, and he's found his own stick. Unfortunately, it's a rubbish stick, and he gives up in a strop. Ah well, he can always pinch TJ's stick. He is the boss, after all. At the moment, Tom gets what he wants, when he wants. But he may not be the boss for much longer, because... across the park, the 88 Capuchins have finally arrived to join him and his little troop. But before Tom can meet his new family, all 88 Capuchins will be unloaded into a holding area to recover from their 7,000-mile journey.
Yeah,
do you want to move the van forward?
Go to the big area first or the
What
small area?
do you want to do? We don't know which ones are going to end up in there at the moment.
Doesn't really matter.
So we fill the big area first?
I would fill the big area and then
Away we go then, let's do that.
The Primate Care Staff have waited a long time for this day, but it has finally arrived. And they are all on hand to unload and look after the vast number of animals. Some of the 88 Capuchins are old and in poor health, so the team hadn't expected them all to survive the journey. But incredibly, they all did. And the Primate Care Staff are impressed with how well they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. It's obviously the day we've been waiting for, from plans on a piece of paper to actually them all turning up and they're all alive and well and they're all chirping. They're all just such different characters, so yeah, it's such an amazing day and it's great that we finally got there. But we're all positive about getting these animals into groups and the future for them at Monkey World.
The wooden lids and stuff we can stack them.
This has been the park's biggest rescue ever, so it's an emotional and exciting time.
I think that's everybody now unloaded and we're just double checking everybody, getting them all watered and fed. Yeah, I think we're good. Everybody's here, all 88. Fantastic.
Transporting the Capuchins was a mammoth task, and 30-year-old Gorilla needed extra attention throughout the journey because he had surgery for an abscess in his tooth before leaving Chile.
The abscess that he had in his tooth that was coming up on his face has actually, over the flight time, erupted out. So it's actually relieved a lot of pressure and let a lot of the pus that was trapped up in his sinus, it's let it out. So actually he's healing up really well. He's feeling a lot more comfortable and, as you can see, a lot more perky. So really pleased, he's made the journey really well. He's an old boy. At 30 years old, he's only got probably another 5 to 8 years left in him, really. And, you know, he's taken the journey really, really quite well.
It's taken the team 3 hours to unload and feed all 88 Capuchins. They'll be left here overnight to settle, and in the morning they'll be split into 2 groups. Although they could see one another in the laboratory, the majority of them never made physical contact. So integrating them into social groups is going to be a big challenge.
Some of these individuals are just going to take like a duck to water, being with others of their own kind and perhaps getting a more natural environment here at the park, and others are just going to be so shot away from what's happened to them over their lifetime that there's not going to be a lot of hope for them. So we'll just have to wait and see how each individual pans out. But that's why we took the 88. We wanted to give everybody an opportunity to have a good life and a more natural life.
Despite their unnatural backgrounds, amazingly, some of the monkeys are showing natural behaviour.
This one down here has actually started scent rubbing itself with its onion, which is a behaviour you see in wild capuchins, and we're sort of encouraging the 4 capuchins we've got here. It could be a way of putting an insect repellent on themselves, or sort of a way of protecting their skin a bit, and they sort of bite into it and salivate and then rub the juices all over themselves. Really enjoying it. They sort of go almost into a little trance when they do it.
The fact that these capuchins still retain some natural behaviour is an encouraging sign, and it's hoped that this will help them bond as a group, just like they would in the wild. But while the majority of the Primate Care Staff work into the night to look after the new arrivals, Penny and Colin have been called next door to the Orangutan house. 4-year-old Aris is extremely unwell.
Usually Aris is always running around, never lying down like that. I mean, this is unheard of. This is just not Aris at all. He's just really lethargic. He's just got no energy. He's sleeping all the time. He's not drinking. He's not eating. He's just not Aris, really. He's what more can I say, really? He's just not him.
3 days ago, Aris had an operation to clean a knee injury. The procedure went well, and he had no problems coming round from the anaesthetic, but now he's taken a turn for the worse.
He has little periods of being awake, in that he'll stretch and yawn, possibly even squeak, grind his teeth a little bit, and then back to this situation here. So it's still a case of wait and see.
It's an extremely worrying time. No one knows what has happened to Aris, so vet Mike Nathan is making an emergency visit to the park.
We'll be with him all night and just keep an eye on him, be checking his heart rate every now and again, and also his breathing as well, and taking his temperature. Just to keep a close eye on him, and obviously if I can try and coax some fluids down him as well, but at the moment he's generally not that interested in that bit. We'll keep going.
And coming up, will a tough decision have to be made?
But ultimately you've got to ask yourself, you have an animal here, if we can't give them a quality of life, we shouldn't let them suffer.
At Monkey World Rescue Center, orangutan Aris is seriously unwell. Vet Mike Nathan has been urgently called in.
Well, he recovered, as far as I'm aware, well from the operation. He was a bit doddery in the late evening, and the next morning he was found effectively in a state as if he'd had, in simple terms, some kind of stroke. I think he's had a vascular accident. Something has gone wrong up here, which is almost certainly the result of going through the surgery. Even though the surgery wasn't intense, it was something we had to do. So this is really quite sad and unfortunate. Now, he's left almost in a sort of zombie-like state. He comes in and out of consciousness, and he's getting slowly worse in spite of the things we're trying to do.
The main concern for the team is that Aris is as comfortable as possible, but they're still unsure of how much damage has been done.
Yesterday he still had his knee reflex and pupil reflex, which would, you know, make his chances quite good.
We've got to give him a... You've got to give him a cut-off. We've got to say, this is what we want to see. If he's not improving, we have to say, we're a rescue centre. We are trying to give him a quality of life.
It's likely that Aris has suffered some sort of stroke that was probably caused by a blood clot in his brain. He's having problems swallowing, but it's crucial he's kept hydrated. He's been put on a drip and Penny is wetting his mouth.
We'll dribble it out, but basically it's to just try and make that mouth feel a bit more comfortable for him. He's not going to take anything properly because he's swallowing and then choking a little bit, but she's going to do some physio with him and try and keep that moving, and we've just shown her the sorts of things you can do, and I think he's better sitting up than lying out flat. If he does lie out flat, you've got to change his position all the time because he'll get fluid then collecting in different parts of his lung, which won't make him a comfortable boy at all.
The team has to make some difficult decisions when animals fall ill, And that's just what they have to do with Aris now.
Ultimately, you've got to ask yourself, you have an animal here that is here because we're a rescue centre. If they can't have a quality of life, we shouldn't let them suffer. And I don't know when if he comes out of this, whether he's going to be brain damaged. If he were human, you'd be giving him time and time again, and you'd be, you know, going for things, because you can put us through all those things, and people will look at that quality of life and say, well, okay, he's going to be confined to a wheelchair or whatever, but we've still got our mental intellect with luck. If he doesn't even have that ability, what are we doing to him? And I've also got to think that the staff here, you know, they know these animals individually. It matters to them what the quality of life is going to be, and none of us want to see an animal who has no quality of life.
This has come about after a routine operation, and it's a shock to everyone.
I'm upset that it's happened. We were very happy with how it had all gone, how we'd all handled it. We went into it for the right reasons. Never happened to us before. I've never seen it in my veterinary career, but you hear about it, it happens. And I don't think that we've done anything incorrectly. So it's very, very sad.
Aris is on medication to try and stabilise his condition. A blood test will also be sent to the lab to monitor his progress. And later, the results of the blood tests are back.
How low is it?
But is there any hope for Aris? Monkey World is home to 3 squirrel monkeys and 14 marmosets. In the wild, they both come from South America, and here at the park, some of them share an enclosure. These primates are very small. In fact, a marmoset isn't much bigger than a human's hand. But despite their small size, both the squirrel monkeys and marmosets have big appetites, especially for insects, and they'll literally do anything to get their hands on them. So today the team have come up with a real treat for them: insects in jelly. This might look horrible to us, but to these guys, this is about as good as it gets. In the wild, squirrel monkeys spend more than half their day foraging for insects. So the team are constantly thinking of new ways to make them work hard for their food. The squirrel monkeys are dominant over the marmosets, so they get to investigate the jellied insects first. Alien is a bossy and curious female. She goes straight to the food, but she's not sure of that jelly, so she quickly grabs a creepy crawly and heads off. The marmosets are even more wary of that jelly than the squirrel monkeys. They're not even willing to pick out the insects. Unlike the squirrel monkeys, who are now all picking their way through the sticky jelly to get to those delicious bugs. These 3 were rescued from a laboratory in Holland, and until coming here, they'd never been outside. Now they spend their days enjoying their specially designed enclosure. It's been planted to attract insects. A squirrel monkey extravaganza. Here they can live and forage as naturally as possible. And even if bugs in jelly is not quite to their liking, it is interesting, and the insects still taste great. At the Orangutan house, Monkey World's vet Femke is discussing Aris's blood results.
How low is it?
They need to ensure Aris's vital organs are still functioning correctly. They can tell this from the chemical composition of his blood.
So the blood results show actually that the electrolytes are all within the normal values, which is great. Things like potassium and chloride and bicarbonate, they're all within the normal values, because sometimes when animals get dehydrated, those electrolytes, they're called, they go off balance and you have to correct them, but they're still fine, so that's good news. But the glucose is a bit low, which is to be expected because he hasn't eaten in a few days. So we're going to give him some glucose as well, but for the rest actually there wasn't very much to see on the blood results. So Aris hasn't gone any worse, but he hasn't gone any better. His mental state is still the same actually.
It's good that Aris isn't getting worse, but he also isn't improving. It's a hugely worrying time for the team. Over the next 24 hours, they'll continue to closely monitor and care for him.
Just a question of maintaining him for the time being until we decide whether he's getting worse or if he's showing any sign of getting better. Any sign of getting better is a positive. If he's just staying as he is, if he's getting worse, it's not going to be fair, and we'll let him go. All right, so fingers crossed.
Come on. Oh, Missy. Can't lose you. You've got one of the biggest characters.
And next time, Aris's intensive care continues. But has there been any improvement in his condition?
Half the battle when you're that poorly is sort of keeping the will to live.
The woolly monkey baby finally gets a name. And the alpha male chimpanzees show their troops just who's boss. But could there be an alpha male takeover brewing?
With Paco, he's starting to find his feet within the structure of the boys, and he's finding his way up to the top.
This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest ape and monkey rescue centre on the planet. Today on Monkey Life, the alpha male chimpanzees show their troops what it takes to be boss. But could there be an alpha male takeover brewing?
With Paco, he's starting to find his feet within the structure of the boys, and he's finding his way up to the top.
The woolly monkey baby finally gets a name. And after a routine operation, young orangutan Aris suffered a stroke. But has there been any improvement in his condition?
Half the battle when you're that poorly is sort of keeping the will to live.
Of the 260 primates at Monkey World, many live in established family groups. The park's adult chimpanzees are split into 3 troops. And there is a strict hierarchy within each group, headed up by the alpha male. Becoming an alpha male isn't easy. You have to be good at dominance displays, intimidation, and alliance forming to reach the top. Monkey World's 3 alpha males are Paddy, Hananya, and Butch. And the 3 leaders couldn't be more different. Paddy is an old hand at the job. He's been leader for 18 years, and he keeps his troop in check with spectacular charging displays. And they show him respect through submissive postures and gestures. But Paddy doesn't just bully his group into submission. He's a highly skilled leader. He looks after the other chimps and understands the needs of others, however big or small. And he's very careful to keep the females on his side. That way, he keeps a peaceful troop, and nobody is in any doubt as to who the leader is. Hananya is the youngest of the three bosses, and he's still got a lot to learn about running a chimp troop. He's only 14, but he's slowly discovering the benefits that come with being the boss. More girls, better grub, and lots of attention. Hananya is popular with all the chimps, but he doesn't always display the dominance that he should, so they sometimes take advantage of him. But he's beginning to get there. Over the coming months and years, relationships within this troop will change, and it'll be a test of Hananya's leadership as to how he deals with them. The last of the alpha males is the slightly unhinged Butch. He's in charge of the Bachelor pad, where life can go from peace and quiet to mayhem in the blink of an eye. Butch maintains the top spot by asserting his strength and by keeping the other large males on his side. But being alpha male of the Bachelor boys is no easy job. Butch has a strong, if slightly unpredictable, personality, and this helped him get to the top of this boisterous group. To stay as a leader, though, Butch is going to have to keep acting like a leader, and that's hard work. But whilst it's tough at the top, one thing's for certain. If you're a good boss, life can be sweet. Later, the alpha males are on their guard. They never know when another chimp might make a challenge to their leadership. It's been a busy few weeks for the naughtiest chimp in the park, 8-year-old Sheamus. And today, he's outside for the first time with his new group, the Bachelor Boys. Sheamus has always been cheeky. There was always the danger that he would push his luck with the boisterous bachelors and get hurt. But Jeremy planned his integration into the group carefully, and, cheeky or not, he's turned out to be a popular addition.
He has so really surprised me. The thing we were hoping for is that the little boy, Sheamus, is a nice thing rather than a bad thing. You know, he might be a pain in the neck, he might be a drag, but because he's a little boy, he gets away with it. Now, had he been more of a older teenager-y sort, then they don't get away with so much. You want to give them a slap. But he's still young enough that you've got a bit of the little boy R factor, and let's play with the little boy, which so far seems to be working.
At the moment, Sheamus is behaving just as he did in the nursery. He's cheeky, boisterous, playful, and a little bit stupid. He's met almost half of the Bachelor boys, and he seems to be friends with just about everyone. If anybody can persuade a reluctant chimp to play, it's Sheamus. And he's great pals with big male Jimmy. This is going to help Sheamus out as he meets the other top males, particularly the boss, Butch. Which is when his behaviour may just have to change. He's going to have to calm down and toe the line. He is, after all, at the bottom of the pecking order now.
I think at the moment, a bit of a slap wouldn't hurt Sheamus, because, you know, so far everybody's playing nicely with him, and at some stage in his life, somebody's going to turn around and take a swing at him. And I'm really kind of hoping, without wanting to sound spiteful, that it happens sooner rather than later, so that he learns that lesson, because he's going to have to learn that lesson at some point.
But so far, Sheamus is fitting in very well and shaping up to be a perfect member of the group. In fact, all this new activity seems to be tiring him out. Monkey World is home to so many primates that illness is inevitable. Four days ago, orangutan Aris became extremely unwell after a routine operation on his knee. It's thought Aris suffered a stroke that was probably caused by a blood clot in his brain. Despite expert care, the 4-year-old wasn't improving. As difficult as it is for the dedicated Primate Care Staff, they have to do what's right for the animal. Yesterday, Aris was given 24 hours to improve. Unfortunately, he didn't, and sadly, they had to put him to sleep.
We don't always get the results that we're aiming for, and in Aris's case, we lost him. Actually, in the end, we had to make the decision ourselves that the best thing to do for Aris and his welfare was to let him drift away and to put him to sleep. We didn't and couldn't actually carry on nursing him the way that he was requiring, and his condition wasn't improving and showed no signs of improvement. And between John Lewis, Mike Nathan, and Femke, and everybody working very hard, and all of the Primate Care Staff giving him all of that attention and nursing, he just wasn't responding and wasn't getting better, and he had drifted effectively into a vegetative state. So for Aris's sake, the kindest thing was to put him to sleep, so that's the tough decision that we had to take.
The Primate Care Staff dedicate their lives to looking after all the monkeys and apes here at the park, and this was a particularly tough time for them.
We do sort of follow up on them in the following days and make sure that they're not feeling disheartened, because, you know, there are others out there that need their attention today. So we have to make sure that morale stays good and that they keep focus on all of those other faces out there that need them.
Aris came to the park 3 years ago, and he immediately made an impression.
We're all just going to desperately miss Aris because he was a lovely little lad and quite a character. He was, from the moment he got here, very focused, very strong-willed, but, you know, I guess he had to be because growing up with a bunch of hooligan gorillas, you know, he sort of had to have a tough attitude or he was going to sink in there, quite frankly. So, you know, he always was very opinionated, quite rambunctious. He liked, you know, tearing hunks out of Jeremy, Jim, or Colin's knee.
But there was also a softer side to Aris. He loved playing with the babies in the Orang creche. The 4-year-old had a true zest for life.
He really was an important part of the nursery group, and just, you know, an incredible, lovely character in himself. So yeah, Aris is going to be greatly missed by Orangutan and Primate Care Staff and everybody here at the park.
Coming up, it's been 7 weeks since the birth of the baby woolly monkey, and now he's finally getting a name. And after a 3-year struggle, Chimp Hananya finally becomes a real leader. At Monkey World in Dorset, the structure of the 3 adult chimp groups mirrors that of troops in the wild, with an alpha male at the top. But for one leader, Hananya, it's not been easy. He's only 14, and he's been wary about asserting his authority since taking over. He's been reluctant to step in when the other males tease the females. And he hasn't liked showing who's boss at mealtimes, often letting the other chimps eat first. But now, it looks like Hananiah's finally decided it's time for a change. His second in command is Tico, and Hananiah's showing him that he's definitely in charge and isn't in the mood for any nonsense. This is a clever move. Tico is Hananiah's only real challenge to the leadership, and he looks petrified by Hananiah's display of dominance. Tico's submissive behaviour also shows the other chimps that Hananiah is the boss, and that they too should fall in line. It looks like Hananiah has finally won the respect of the troop. At last, this alpha male means business. Later. Is someone in the Bachelor Boys after Boss Butch's job? Over in the office, there's one little primate who's growing up very quickly. This baby woolly monkey is now almost 7 weeks old, and he's been given a name.
There aren't that many babies, of course, that we've been naming because we don't breed all that many primates. But last week, we sort of came up with a list of names that, you know, the Primate Care Staff had put forward and so on. And we all decided to christen him Paulo. So this is young Paulo. Woolly monkeys are from South America, so a Latin name would potentially be appropriate, hence Paulo it is. Hey, little man.
Paulo had a difficult start in life. He didn't feed from his mum, Kuna, so the team made the decision to hand-rear him.
Good boy.
The staff also had to hand-rear Kuna's previous baby, Julio. But when they were born, these two monkeys couldn't have been more different. Paulo was much heavier than Julio and already had a few teeth. And now Paulo's even eating solids 2 weeks earlier than his half-brother.
You know, he was ready to go and quite enthusiastic. You can see right now I'm mixing up some baby rice with banana with some of his milk, and he just loves his solids. He gets all excited about it, and I have to sort of hold his little hands down because otherwise they go shooting up and I end up with baby rice everywhere, my hair, clothing.
Just like human babies, Paulo is being weaned on a variety of solids from baby rice and bananas to his favourite, juicy grapes.
I used to peel the grapes for the first few days, but now I give it to him with the skin on, and sometimes he eats them down, don't you? And sometimes the skin gets... sometimes the skin gets spat out afterwards, but the faces he pulls when he's chewing just crack me up. He's got a little wrinkly old man face, but, you know, he's just a baby.
The team looked after Julio for 7 months before he went to live with his woolly monkey family full-time. But because Paulo is developing so quickly, it's hoped he'll have an earlier introduction to life as a woolly monkey.
The sooner he's eating by himself and eating solid foods, you know, the vast majority of his diet, we can get him back in with the group. So this is all very good for his future prospects. It means he'll be back with the woolly monkeys sooner rather than later.
Over with the Bachelor chimp group, Butch is the alpha male. He's good at keeping the peace and maintains a strict hierarchy. Although his troop respects him, lately there have been signs that Paco might be keen to take over Butch's role.
What we've noticed with Paco is he's doing more displays. Not necessarily at anyone, but, you know, he's a big adult male now who really has filled out a hell of a lot. So he's at the period now in his life where if he wants to display, he will just go off and display at anyone. You know, he's starting to find his feet within the structure of the boys, and he's finding his way up to the top.
Paco has lived with the boys for 2 years now. When he first joined them, he seemed uncomfortable and was nervous around alpha male Butch. Today, he's a very different chimp.
He's slowly but surely working his way through. Even though he comes across a little bit laid back and stupid, he's not. You know, he's a fairly intelligent chimp. And I think he's learnt the politics of the Bachelor boys really, really well. You know, it's a difficult group to be in. You have to find your place within the boys. You know, it's boisterous. That's why we got them here. They get on well together, but you have to find your place. And I think Paco has worked that very, very well.
In the wild, most aggression between males takes place when they jostle for position within the social hierarchy. Intimidation through dramatic charging displays is common. How long an alpha male stays in charge depends on several things. Whether the group continues to support him as boss, if there are rival males, or if he gets injured or falls ill. Chimpanzee life is volatile, and squabbles can flare up from nowhere. If there's going to be a fight for leadership between Butch and Paco, it could happen at any time. But the end result could be fatal. It was only 3 years ago the park witnessed this firsthand. Hananya was second in command in Rodney's group. He was displaying as frequently as Paco is now, and it ended with him challenging Rodney for the leadership. Rodney was seriously injured, and despite treatment, the shock was just too much for him. He later suffered a heart attack and died. In the Bachelor pad, Butch is still holding on to his position as alpha male, and his group are happy to back him by putting Paco in his place. While the troop continues to support Butch, his position at the top will remain safe.
Butch is still the alpha male of the Bachelor boys. He probably will be for a couple more years, 5, 10 years, who knows? You know, it's a very close thing, and you know, all the Primate Care staff are keeping a very close eye on it. But at the moment, there hasn't been a definite challenge for any leadership. It's just that we've noticed that when Paco displays, everybody sort of moves out of his way. So that's a subtle change, and subtle changes can suddenly just explode.
It's likely Paco is practicing his threat displays to test Butch's leadership, and his outbursts are becoming more and more impressive. While this isn't an immediate threat to Butch, he definitely needs to watch out for Paco's increasing self-confidence. Butch had better enjoy his time as leader, because he may not have much left. For all the primates here at the park, no 2 days are ever the same, and in the unpredictable world of chimp politics, you never know what's going to happen next.